Everybody in the National Beastmaster Arena had the same thought. Kai Ren was cooked. Across from him stood Jace Han, the golden boy of the Valen Federation, backed by a 7-meter-tall golden war tiger that had just smashed 2 championship-level beasts into the floor. Jace wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Come on, Kai. Don't tell me that Mutt is your last card." The cameras turned toward Kai's side of the arena. Standing beside him was a blue-black hound with a ridiculous golden mane, long bronze horns sweeping behind its head, and one half-burned ear. To most people, it still looked like an oversized street dog wearing a fancy coat of fur. The commentators called it an upgraded Ash Hound. The crowd called it trash. With better lighting, Kai just scratched the beast under the chin. "Rook, you heard him." Rook's bright cobalt eyes narrowed. Kai smiled. "Lock in." A black ring appeared under Rook's paws. Then a second ring. Then a third. Every screen in the stadium glitched at the exact same time. The official scanner flashed one line in red. "Unknown bloodline detected." Jace's smile disappeared. The sun above the open arena dimmed as if somebody had dragged a curtain across the sky. Black gold fire climbed Rook's legs. His bronze horns grew longer. His golden mane exploded outward like a crown, and a giant eclipse formed behind him. One of the judges stood up so fast his chair fell over. "That is not an Ash Hound." Another judge whispered, "No way. That bloodline should have gone extinct." Kai heard every word, but his attention was on something only he could see. A translucent panel floated in front of Rook. "Hidden evolution complete. Species, Eclipse Fenrir. Potential, Mythic. New skill unlocked, Nightfall Domain." Kai let out a quiet breath. 3 months ago, he could not afford instant noodles for himself and his little sister. 3 months ago, he had been laughed out of a beast shop for trying to sell a starving F-rank hound. 3 months ago, nobody knew his name. Now, 50,000 people were screaming it. But the craziest part of Kai's story was not that he turned a trash pet into a mythic monster. It was what happened after he became the #1 young beastmaster in the country. Because deep under the royal capital, Kai would eventually find a graveyard filled with dragon bones, a stone coffin carved with his missing father's name, and a message from the very system that had made him powerful. "Do not trust the crown. Do not trust the Black Sun. And whatever you do, do not trust me." So how did a broke delivery kid end up standing in the middle of a conspiracy that could flip the entire world upside down? That is today's story. But before we jump in, hit like and subscribe to the channel if you want more insane beast evolution stories like this. It seriously helps the channel, and you already know things are about to get wild. Alright, let's get into it. Act 1: The Trash Hound. 3 months earlier, Kai Ren was not a champion, genius, or anybody important. He was 18 years old, 6 days away from graduation, and currently sprinting through the rain with 3 boxes of cold noodles strapped to his back. His delivery app had already warned him twice that he was late. Yeah, I know," Kai muttered at his cracked phone. "Maybe tell the thunderstorm to chill." Greyhaven District sat on the far edge of Nova Crown, where the rich skyline disappeared behind old factories and beast-proof concrete walls. People in the center of the capital kept S-rank pets as status symbols. People in Greyhaven kept emergency whistles in case an F-rank sewer rat broke through the fence. Kai kicked open the door of a repair shop and handed over the noodles. The customer stared at the soaked boxes. "These are cold." Kai stared back. "Brother, everything is cold. I'm pretty sure my soul is cold." The man almost laughed, then remembered he was supposed to be angry. "I'm taking off the tip. You never added a tip." The door slammed in Kai's face. Kai stood there for a second, rain dripping from his hair. "Beautiful. Love that for me." His phone buzzed again. A message from Mia. "Don't forget rice. And no, instant noodles do not count as rice." Kai smiled despite himself. His younger sister was 14 and somehow acted like she was the responsible adult in the family. Their mother had died 4 years ago during a beast outbreak. Their father, Darius Ren, had disappeared 2 years after that while working on what he called a private research job. No body, no explanation, just a black stone pendant and a bank account with exactly 27 credits left in it. Kai had been working ever since. He finished 2 more deliveries, bought the cheapest bag of rice he could find, and started walking home. That was when the emergency sirens began. Every streetlight turned red. A mechanical voice echoed across Greyhaven. "Warning, barrier breach detected. All civilians enter reinforced shelter immediately." Repeat, "Barrier breach detected." Kai froze. People around him panicked. Store shutters slammed down. Parents grabbed children. A bus swerved onto the sidewalk as the driver tried to turn around. Then the street 30 meters ahead exploded. Concrete flew into the air. A six-legged creature covered in red armor plates crawled from the crater. Its mouth split open into four sections, exposing rows of black teeth. Kai knew the species from school. Crimson Ravager. B rank. Way above anything that should have been inside Greyhaven. The Ravager sniffed the air and turned toward a little girl who had fallen beside a bicycle. Kai did not think. He dropped the rice and ran. Hey, ugly. The creature snapped toward him. Kai threw the delivery bag straight at its face. The Ravager shredded the bag with one claw. Okay, Kai whispered. That bought, like, half a second. He grabbed the girl, pushed her behind a concrete divider, and turned just in time to see the monster charging him. There was no heroic plan. There was no secret martial art. There was just the very clear realization that Kai Ren was about to die because he had yelled at a monster the size of a truck. The Ravager leaped. A woman's voice cut through the rain. Solar Fang, golden fire crossed Kai's vision. The monster vanished. Not fell. Not exploded. Vanished. One moment it was in the air. The next, there was only steam and a burning line carved through the road. Kai slowly looked up. A massive lion stood on top of a broken bus. Its body was white, but its mane burned with gold and red flame. Standing beside it was a tall woman in a dark academy coat. Kai recognized her immediately. Dean Celine Ward, head of Apex Beast Academy, one of only 38 7-star Beastmasters in the Federation. Celine looked at Kai, then at the little girl behind him. You moved toward a B-rank Ravager without a contracted beast. Kai swallowed. When you say it like that, it does sound kind of dumb. Her eyes narrowed. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. Kind of. Kai laughed weakly. Security teams arrived moments later. Celine gave orders, checked the breach, and before leaving, handed Kai a silver card. Apex entrance testing is this weekend. Kai looked at the card like it was a joke. I can't afford a beast. Then find one. That is usually the expensive part. Celine glanced at him over her shoulder. Courage is useless without strength, Kai Ren, but strength can be built. Then she walked away. Kai stood in the rain holding the card. For his entire childhood, he had dreamed of becoming a Beastmaster. Not because Beastmasters were famous, or rich, or got free seats on public transit. Although that last one sounded pretty nice. He wanted enough strength that the next time a monster came for somebody he loved, he would not have to pray that a stronger person happened to be nearby. But dreams were expensive. A legal F-rank starter pet cost more than Kai made in 6 months. He shoved the card into his pocket and went back for the rice. The bag had been ripped open, and something was eating it. Kai stared. A small hound sat in the rain with its entire face buried in the rice. Its body was dark navy, almost black. A messy yellow gold crest stuck out from its neck. 2 tiny bronze horn nubs curled backward from its forehead. One ear was torn. Its ribs were visible. The hound lifted its head. Rice covered its nose. Kai looked at the empty bag. The dog looked at Kai. Kai looked back at the bag. The dog slowly took another bite. You know that was dinner, right? The hound wagged its tail. Kai sighed. Unreal. He crouched down. There was a metal tag around the animal's neck. Ash Hound. Registration failed. F rank. No confirmed evolution route. Kai knew the species. Everybody did. Ash Hounds were famous for being almost impossible to evolve. They were cheap, weak, and had terrible growth. Most training schools would rather accept no pet than an Ash Hound. The animal leaned against Kai's knee. Kai could feel it trembling from the cold. You picked the worst broke guy in the city to follow. The hound licked his hand. Seriously? That is your sales pitch? Another tail wag. Kai looked toward the academy card in his pocket, then back at the hound. Fine. One night? That one night changed everything. Mia opened the apartment door and immediately pointed at the animal. No, Kai blinked. I didn't even say anything. I know that face. That is I found something homeless, and now it lives here face. I do not have a face for that. You brought home a pigeon last year. It was injured. It stole my cereal for 3 weeks. Kai lifted the Ash Hound. This one looks nicer. The hound burped. Mia stared at it. Kai stared at it. Okay, he said. Bad timing. They fed it the last of the eggs. Kai cleaned the wound on its ear and found a shallow cut across its back. The little animal never growled once. When Kai finished, it curled up against his shoe and fell asleep. Mia sat on the floor beside it. You're going to keep him? I can't. You already named him in your head. Kai hesitated. Mia's smile widened. Got you. Kai looked at the dark little animal. Rook. Why Rook? Because he looks like he would knock every chess piece off the board. At that exact moment, Rook kicked in his sleep and sent a cup rolling across the floor. Mia nodded. Accurate. The next morning, Kai took Rook to a beast shop. He told himself he was looking for food prices. Really, he wanted to know if anybody could take better care of the hound. The owner scanned Rook and snorted. Ash Hound. Male. F rank. Weak skeletal development. No evolution route. I'd charge you to leave it here. Kai's jaw tightened. He's injured. He's garbage. Rook lowered his ears. Kai immediately picked him up. Cool. Then we're leaving. The owner rolled his eyes. Kid, don't get sentimental. Trash pets stay trash. Something hot touched Kai's chest. The black pendant his father had left him. Kai looked down. The stone had cracked. A thread of blue light crawled up his neck and flashed across his right eye. For half a second, the entire shop went silent. Then words appeared above Rook's head. The public data still called him an F-rank Ash Hound, the kind of pet most breeders would write off without a second look. But beneath that useless label, Kai saw a second layer nobody else could see. A dormant Eclipse Fenrir bloodline, a black flare core, and 4 possible evolution routes. The first route could turn Rook into a dusk hornhound. Even better, the interface listed 3 ordinary materials that could trigger it. Kai stopped breathing. The shop owner waved a hand in front of his face. Kid? Kai looked around. Nothing floated above any human. But every beast in the shop had a panel. A fire rabbit had a hidden poison mutation. A bluefin lizard had a dormant water dragon gene. A supposedly B-rank iron ape had a damaged heart. Meridian. Kai looked back at Rook. The panel was still there. He whispered, no shot. The owner frowned. What? Kai grabbed Rook and ran out of the store. For the next hour, he tested the strange ability on every beast he could find. Street cats, delivery mounts, a police hound, a pet hamster in a bakery window. Panels appeared every single time. Kai could see age, health, skills, loyalty, weaknesses, and most importantly, evolution potential. He sat on a bench with Rook in his lap and stared at the 3 required materials. An ember crystal fragment cost 200 credits. Duskgrass extract cost 80. Ironbone powder cost 150. Kai checked his balance. 43 credits. Of course, he muttered. I get a god tier cheat and I'm still broke. Rook sneezed. Kai kept reading. At the bottom of the panel was a small line he had missed. Alternative materials available. He tapped it. Ember crystal fragment could be replaced with ash from a heat beetle shell. Duskgrass extract could be replaced with night bloomweed soaked in salt water. Ironbone powder could be replaced with powdered scrap from a rustback rat's teeth. Total estimated cost, 12 credits. Kai stared at the number. Then he started laughing. People walking by moved away from him. He did not care. For the first time in years, the future did not feel locked behind a price tag. Kai spent the entire day scavenging. He bought a heat beetle shell from a food stall because the owner thought he wanted it for soup. He climbed under an abandoned bridge to collect night bloom weeds. For the rustback rat's tooth, he had to help a sanitation worker clear a nest in exchange for 1 broken fang. By midnight, the apartment smelled like burnt metal and swamp water. Mia stood in the doorway wearing a face mask. Are you cooking meth? Kai almost dropped the bowl. What kind of shows are you watching? I'm asking because whatever this is smells illegal. Rook sat in the middle of a chalk circle, staring at the mixture with deep suspicion. Kai knelt down. Buddy, I need you to trust me. Rook sniffed the paste, then looked at Kai like he had been personally betrayed. Mia folded her arms. Even the dog thinks your cooking is trash. Kai ignored her. The panel gave precise instructions. Apply the paste along the spine. Feed Rook the remaining ash. Channel spiritual energy through the contract point. There was one small problem. Kai had never formed a beast contract. The school textbook said, first contracts required calm breathing, stable spiritual rhythm, and mutual acceptance. Rook solved the last part himself by placing 1 paw on Kai's hand. A blue symbol appeared between them. Kai felt something click inside his chest. Not pain. Connection. Rook's heartbeat entered his awareness like a second rhythm. Contract established. Kai smiled. Guess you're really stuck with me now, Rook barked once. Then the evolution started. Black fire erupted across his body. Mia screamed and grabbed a fire extinguisher. Wait! Kai shouted. It's supposed to happen. How do you know? I'm like 80% sure. That is not a good percentage. Rook's small body lifted from the floor. His golden fur crest stretched backward. The bronze horn nubs grew into smooth curved antlers. His legs lengthened. Dark blue fur hardened into sleek, armor-like plates around his shoulders. The windows shook. Then every flame snapped inward. Rook landed on all fours. He was now nearly as tall as Kai's waist. His eyes opened. Bright cobalt. The interface confirmed the change in a much shorter burst. Rook was now a dusk hornhound. His dormant Fenrir bloodline had begun to wake, and 2 new abilities had appeared: Shadow Step and Black Flare Bite. Kai's mouth fell open. Mia slowly lowered the fire extinguisher. Rook looked at them proudly. Then he walked straight into the coffee table because his new horns were wider than his head. Mia burst out laughing. Kai covered his face. Legendary bloodline. 0 spatial awareness. The next morning, Kai took Rook back to the same beast shop. Not because he needed anything. He was petty. The owner looked up, saw Rook, and nearly dropped a cage. What species is that? Kai smiled. Trash, apparently. Then he walked out before the man could answer. 2 days later, Apex Beast Academy held its entrance exam. The front plaza looked like another world compared to Greyhaven. Hundreds of young beastmasters arrived in private cars with polished battle pets at their sides. Firecats wore gold collars. Ice wolves had professional groomers. One kid arrived riding a 6-legged white stag, while 2 bodyguards carried his bags. Kai arrived by bus. Rook tried to eat the bus ticket. Classy, Kai muttered. A familiar voice laughed behind him. Wow, you actually showed up. Kai turned. Jace Han stood at the center of a group of students. He was tall, sharp-faced, and wearing a black training jacket with the Han Dynamics logo stitched on the chest. Beside him stood a massive golden war tiger cub, already C rank despite being juvenile. And holding Jace's arm was Lena Park, Kai's ex. Lena's expression shifted when she saw him. Kai, he nodded. Lena. Jace looked at Rook and laughed. Is that your beast? Rook stared at him. Bro, Jace said, turning to his friends. This man brought a street dog to Apex. A few people laughed. Kai checked Jace's tiger with evolution sight. Golden War Tiger, C rank. Potential, A. Current weakness, left shoulder growth plate inflamed from overtraining. Kai raised an eyebrow. Jace had money, but apparently not patience. Lena lowered her voice. Kai, you don't need to do this. There are other academies. Kai smiled. You worried about me? She hesitated. Jace answered for her. She's worried you'll embarrass yourself. Kai looked at Rook. Rook looked back. Kai shrugged. Guess we'll find out. The first exam was spiritual capacity. A crystal pillar measured how much contract energy a student could eventually sustain. The average accepted score at Apex was 400. Jace stepped up first. The pillar glowed. 892. The crowd exploded. A staff member whistled. That is top tier. Jace looked toward Kai. Try not to break 300. Kai walked to the pillar and placed his hand on it. The number appeared. 294. Silence. Then laughter. Jace actually doubled over. 294? Man, you are dumb. Lena looked away. The examiner sighed and reached for the reset switch. Then the number changed. 310, 460, 700, 912. The laughter stopped. The crystal began humming. 1,000, 1,100, 1,168. Crack. A thin fracture ran up the center of the pillar. Nobody moved. The examiner stared at the screen. Capacity. 1,168. Somebody in the crowd whispered. That is 10-star theoretical capacity. Another person said, there is no 10-star rank. The examiner looked at Kai as if he had just grown wings. Jace's face had gone completely blank. Kai pulled his hand away. Did I pass? The examiner blinked. Yes. Cool. He walked back to Rook. Milo Quinn, short kid with messy brown hair standing nearby, slapped Kai on the shoulder. Dude, you just blue screened the whole plaza. Kai looked at him. Do I know you? Nope, but I'm making smart networking decisions. Kai laughed. The second exam tested combat compatibility. Students had to survive 3 minutes against an academy training beast. Jace's tiger crushed its opponent in 40 seconds. When Kai stepped into the ring, the supervisor frowned at Rook. Species? Kai paused. Dusk Hornhound. The supervisor scanned him. The device returned an error. Unregistered mutation? Something like that. The academy released a D-rank ironback boar. It charged immediately. Rook lowered his body. Kai could feel Rook's excitement through the contract. Shadow Step. Rook vanished. The boar smashed into empty air. The crowd shouted. Rook reappeared on the boar's left side and bit into its armor. Black fire spread across the metal like hide. The boar screamed and rolled. The supervisor's eyes widened. That flame is ignoring physical defense. Kai saw a panel flash. Black flare bite. True burn successfully applied. The boar turned and charged again. Kai noticed the creature's balance shifted every time it planted its right front leg. Rook. 2 steps left. Wait. Now. Rook dodged at the last second. The boar slipped. Hit the ankle. 1 strike. The beast collapsed. Time elapsed. 57 seconds. The supervisor stared at Kai. You read its movement pattern after 1 exchange? Kai shrugged. It was kind of obvious. It was not obvious. But telling everybody he could see floating stat windows felt like a bad idea. At the end of the day, Dean Celine Ward walked onto the plaza to announce the top applicants. Jace ranked 4th. Kai ranked 1st. The moment his name was called, the same students who had laughed at Rook started whispering. Milo leaned over. Or a farming on day 1. Respect. Kai whispered back. Please never say that again. Milo nodded. No promises. Lena approached after the ceremony. Kai, can we talk? Jace was watching from a distance. Kai glanced at her, then at the academy gates. About what? I just didn't know you had this kind of potential. Kai understood exactly what she meant. When he had no money and no pet, he had not been worth waiting for. Now that a number on a crystal said he might become powerful, suddenly, there was something to discuss. He did not hate her. He just did not care anymore. I've got registration paperwork. Kai. He smiled politely. Take care, Lena. Then he walked away. Rook trotted beside him, golden mane bouncing with every step. Jace watched them go with a hard expression. His golden war tiger growled. Jace placed a hand on its head. Relax. Entrance scores mean nothing. He stared at Kai's back. The freshman tournament is in 1 month. We'll see who is really built different. Kai did not hear him. He was too busy reading the notification floating in front of Rook. Hidden bloodline awakening increased to 15%. Next evolution condition discovered. Defeat a beast at least 2 full ranks above current stage. Kai smiled. Rook. Rook looked up. You want to fight something stupidly strong? Rook barked happily. Kai laughed. That's my guy. Apex Beast Academy did not ease freshmen into anything. On the first morning, Professor Blake walked into class, placed a sealed cage on his desk, and said, "Identify the beast." Inside was a gray insect the size of a fist. Hands went up. Stone mantis. Dust cutter. Juvenile blade roach. Blake shook his head every time. Kai activated evolution sight. The insect's public appearance screamed stone mantis, but the hidden layer told a different story. It was a juvenile mirror mantis with a translucent joint behind its second foreleg and a rare prism reaper evolution root. Kai raised his hand. Mirror mantis. Juvenile. Probably 3 weeks from first molt. Blake's eyes moved toward him. How? The second leg joint is slightly transparent. Stone mantises have solid gray joints. Blake opened the cage, checked, and nodded. Correct. For the next hour, he presented 12 beasts. Kai identified 11. The 12th was a parasite living inside a mushroom, and even evolution sight seemed offended by it. By lunch, half the class thought Kai was a genius. The other half thought he was cheating. Derek Voss belonged to the second group. Derek was the son of Vice Dean Voss and had spent most of his life surrounded by people who treated his opinions like laws of physics. He stopped Kai outside the library. You think you're funny? Kai looked behind himself. Were you talking to me? Derek's friends laughed nervously. Derek stepped closer. You embarrassed Jace at entrance testing. Now, you're showing off in class. People are starting to think you're somebody. Kai frowned. That sounds like a people problem. Milo, standing beside him, made a choking sound trying not to laugh. Derek's face tightened. His beast stepped forward. Frostfang leopard. D rank. B rank potential. Evolution sight showed a bright yellow warning over its left rear knee. Growth strain. Severe. Kai looked at Derek. You should stop forcing your leopard to use speed stimulants. Derek froze. How do you know about that? Kai pointed at the beast. It's limping. It was not visibly limping. Derek heard the accusation instead of the warning. Mind your business. He shoved Kai. Rook growled. Every hair along his golden mane lifted. Derek smiled. Want to settle it? A crowd formed instantly because Academy students could smell drama from 3 hallways away. Professor Blake arrived before anybody threw a punch. He looked at Kai, then Derek, then the 2 beasts. Training arena. Supervised duel. First knockout or surrender. No lethal attacks. Derek grinned. Kai sighed. Professor, do we have to? Blake raised an eyebrow. You were about to fight in a hallway. Fair. 10 minutes later, the small training arena was packed. Derek sent Frostfang Leopard forward immediately. Ice rush. The leopard became a white blur. Rook barely dodged the first slash. Ice cut through the floor where he had been standing. The second attack clipped Rook's shoulder. Derek laughed. That mutt can't keep up. Kai stayed calm. Rook was slower, for now, but Kai could see every spike in the leopard's injured knee. He did not want to cripple another student's beast, so he waited. The Frostfang Leopard used Ice Rush again, and again. By the fourth burst, the warning above its knee changed from yellow to orange. Kai called out, Derek, stop the match. Derek blinked. Scared? Your beast is hurt. Shut up. He ordered another Ice Rush. Kai's expression hardened. Rook, shadow step. Don't hit the knee. Rook disappeared. Derek's leopard shot forward and missed. Rook reappeared above it. Hornline rend. Rook twisted his head. His bronze horns caught the leopard's shoulder armor and redirected its momentum straight into the padded wall. Boom! The leopard collapsed. Derek shouted, Get up. The animal tried. Its injured leg buckled. Kai walked forward. You want to win so badly you're going to break your own partner. The entire arena went quiet. Derek's face turned red. You don't know anything about my beast. Professor Blake jumped down, examined the leopard, and his expression changed. Chronic growth strain. At least 2 weeks old. He looked at Derek. Were you using stimulants? Derek said nothing. Blake's voice went cold. Match over. Kai wins. Derek Voss, report to medical review. The crowd erupted. Milo yelled from the stands. Bro got defeated by veterinary medicine. Kai covered his face. Sitting 2 rows away, girl with silver black hair laughed. Kai noticed her because Rook noticed her beast. A tiny white fox rested on her lap. Sierra Vale, top healing student in the freshman class. When Kai walked past, Sierra said, You knew before Professor Blake touched the leopard. Kai paused. Lucky guess. Sure. Her fox stared directly at Kai's right eye. For one uncomfortable second, Kai's system panel flickered. Sierra smiled. See you around, lucky guess. That night, Kai returned home and found a package outside the apartment. No sender. Inside was a single piece of black paper. A symbol had been drawn on it in dark red ink. A circle with 8 jagged rays. A black sun. Under the symbol were 5 words. We see what you see. Kai's joking mood vanished. He checked the hallway. Empty. Rook stepped beside him and growled low in his throat. Kai looked at the black paper again. For the first time since evolution, sight awakened. He wondered whether the ability had belonged to somebody else before him. And if it had, why were they looking for it now? Kai did not tell Mia about the Black Sun note. He did not tell Milo either. And he definitely did not tell the Academy security office, because the second he imagined explaining, hey, a secret cult may know I can see hidden beast stats, he realized he would either be locked in a lab or laughed out of the building. So he did the next best thing. He hid the note under a loose floorboard, checked every beast he passed for unusual status effects, and tried to act normal. Normal lasted less than 48 hours. Professor Blake walked into class on Monday and announced that the freshmen were being sent into Holopine Reserve for a 3-day survival trial. Milo raised his hand. Professor, define survival. Stay alive. Could you define it in a less threatening way? No, the class groaned. Holopine was a controlled wilderness zone outside Nova Crown. Most beasts there were E or D rank, but the reserve was large enough that occasional C-rank predators wandered in from the northern mountains. Students would enter in teams of 3, collect marked crystal tags, and return before sunset on the 3rd day. Bonus points came from identifying rare species, rescuing injured beasts, and eliminating aggressive threats. The top 5 teams would receive priority seeding in the freshman tournament. Kai's team formed almost automatically. Milo had already decided they were best friends. Sierra decided she was joining because, in her words, somebody needs to stop you two from doing something stupid. Kai looked at Milo. Milo looked at Kai. Fair, they said together. Sierra's contracted beast was a small spirit fox named Lumi. It had healing, light, illusion detection, and a personality that suggested it was smarter than everybody in the room. Milo's beast was a chunky armored boar called Tank. Kai stared at it. Your pet is named Tank. Milo shrugged. Brand clarity. On the morning of the trial, hundreds of students gathered at the reserve gate. Derek Voss was missing because his Frostfang leopard had been placed on medical rest. Jace Han stood with two elite teammates. His Golden War Tiger had clearly been treated by a professional. The inflammation in its shoulder was gone. Jace caught Kai looking. What? Kai nodded toward the tiger. Looks better. Jace's expression flickered. You noticed the injury too? Kai shrugged. Jace frowned but said nothing. Maybe he had assumed Derek was simply unlucky. Now, he was realizing Kai's ability to read beasts might be real. The gates opened. For the first hour, the trial was almost peaceful. Milo complained about bugs. Sierra collected medicinal leaves. Rook chased a blue-tailed rabbit and came back with a stick instead. Kai stared at him. You are aware we are being graded. Rook dropped the stick at his feet. Kai threw it. Rook sprinted after it. Sierra laughed. Elite training, advanced agility drill, sure. By noon, Kai's team had collected 6 crystal tags and identified 2 rare herb patches. Then evolution sight flashed. Danger. Kai stopped walking. What? Sierra asked. He pointed toward a rocky slope. There's something under that ledge. Milo leaned closer. How do you know? I heard it. He had not heard anything. The panel floating over the rocks read, Pebbleback Gecko. F rank. Condition, severe dehydration, fractured tail, internal bleeding. Hidden bloodline, ancient grove dragon. Awakening rate, 0.07%. Kai's heart kicked. Dragon. The moment he read the word, the pendant against his chest became warm. Rook's ears rose. Kai climbed the slope and reached into a narrow crack. Something hissed weakly. He pulled out a tiny blue-green lizard, no bigger than his forearm. Its back looked like rough stone. A dull yellow crest lay flat against its neck. 2 tiny branch-like horn buds rose above its eyes. Milo blinked. You almost broke your neck for a gecko? Sierra immediately crouched. It's hurt. Lumi glowed and began healing the animal. Kai read the panel again. Ancient Grove Dragon Lineage. No known public evolution route. Hidden route available. Pebbleback Gecko to Barrel Horn Drake. Kai whispered, You've got to be kidding me. Sierra looked up. What? Nothing. The gecko opened one cyan eye and bit Kai's thumb. Milo laughed so hard he almost fell off the rock. Kai winced. Okay, still has attitude. Good sign. They made a small splint and gave it water. Technically, students were allowed to form a new contract during the trial if the beast accepted. Most did not bother because wild beasts were unpredictable and low-rank creatures were considered worthless. Kai placed his hand near the gecko. The panel showed loyalty, 12. It bit him again. Bro, Milo said, I think that thing hates you. Kai pulled out a dried mango strip. The gecko's eyes locked onto it. Loyalty, 21. Kai raised an eyebrow. He tore off a piece. Loyalty, 34. Sierra stared. Are you bribing a wild beast with snacks? It's called diplomacy. 5 minutes and half a bag of mango later, the gecko climbed onto Kai's shoulder. Loyalty, 62. Contract compatibility, sufficient. Kai formed the pact. A green symbol appeared on his wrist beside Rook's dark one. Milo looked offended. I've been trying to bond with Tank for 2 years, and you just speedrun friendship with fruit. Tank snorted. Kai named the gecko Moss. Moss immediately stole the rest of the mango. The team continued deeper into the reserve. That afternoon, things stopped being funny. They found the first dead beast beside a stream. A D-rank iron-jaw deer lay on its side with no visible wounds. Sierra knelt beside it. No blood, no broken bones. Kai activated evolution sight. The panel was almost entirely red. Cause of death. Forced core overload. Foreign energy detected. Source signature. Unknown. Then Kai saw the mark burned into the deer's chest. A black sun. His stomach tightened. Sierra noticed his expression. You know that symbol? Kai considered lying. Before he could answer, Rook growled. Trees cracked uphill. A huge creature crashed through the brush. It looked like a bear, except black crystal spikes covered its spine, and smoke leaked from its eyes. Milo went pale. C-rank obsidian bear. That should not be here. Kai's panel corrected him. Obsidian bear. Original rank, C. Current combat output, B-. Status, berserk. Forced core overload active. Time to organ failure, 8 minutes. The bear roared. Kai shouted, spread out. Tank charged first and slammed into the bear's chest. The impact sent Tank rolling through a bush. Milo screamed. Tank, he's okay, Sierra said. Move. Lumi cast a white barrier just as the bear swiped. The shield shattered. Kai saw 3 possible weak points. but all of them were dangerous to hit because the overloaded core could explode. He needed control, not damage. His eyes flicked to moss. Pebbleback gecko. Current skill, stone skin. Dormant skill available under survival stress. Root thread. Trigger condition, contact with living soil plus owner's spiritual energy. Kai picked moss up. Little guy, I know we met 4 hours ago, but I need something insane from you. Moss stared at him, then at the charging bear, then back at him. Kai placed moss on the ground and pushed spiritual energy through the contract. Root thread. For a second, nothing happened. Milo yelled, Kai. The bear was 10 meters away. 5, 3. The ground exploded. Thin green roots wrapped around the bear's legs. It stumbled. Rook instantly moved. Shadow step. He appeared behind the bear and slammed both bronze horns into its shoulder, redirecting its body sideways. Do not bite, Kai shouted. The core is unstable. Rook changed mid-motion and used his body weight instead. Tank recovered and crashed into the other side. The three beasts pinned the bear long enough for Sira to run forward. Lumi, purify. White light entered the black crystals. They hissed. The bear screamed. Kai watched the foreign energy percentage drop. 70%, 50, 30. The black crystals began to crack. Then something inside the bear pulsed. Kai's panel flashed. Core rupture in 3 seconds. Everybody down. He threw himself over moss. Sira grabbed Lumi. Milo hid behind Tank. The bear exploded with a wave of black energy. Trees bent. Dirt filled the air. When Kai looked up, Rook was standing in front of him. Rook's legs trembled, but a black flame shield covered his body. Kai stared. New skill awaken. Black flare guard. Rook turned around like it was no big deal. Kai grabbed his face with both hands. You absolute legend. Rook licked him. Milo crawled out from behind Tank. I hate to interrupt the romance, but we have company. Figure stood between the trees. Academy instructors. Professor Blake reached the group first. He took one look at the crater and swore. You three did this? Milo pointed at Kai. Mostly the broke guy. Traitor, Kai said. Blake examined the dead bear and the black mark. His expression became serious. Dean Celine arrived 10 minutes later with security teams. The survival trial was immediately cancelled. As students were escorted out, Kai looked back toward the forest. For 1 second, he saw a man standing on a distant ridge. Black coat, red mask over one eye. The man lifted 2 fingers in a casual salute, then vanished. Evolution Site had managed to display only one line above him. Target classification, human. Everything else read unknown. Back at the academy, the administration called the event a wild core mutation. Kai knew that was nonsense. Sira knew too. She cornered him outside the medical wing. You recognize the symbol, Kai sighed. Sira folded her arms. Do not hit me with another lucky guess. Milo appeared behind her, holding 3 vending machine drinks. Yeah, we've upgraded from lucky guess to suspicious main character behavior. Kai looked between them. He had known them less than 2 weeks. Trust was not exactly his specialty. Then Rook nudged Sira's hand for a snack, and Tank sat directly on Milo's shoe. And somehow the whole thing felt less dangerous than keeping the secret alone. Kai told them about the note. Not Evolution Site. Not yet. Just the black sun symbol and the message. Sira's face went pale. My father mentioned that name once. Kai leaned forward. What name? Black Sun Covenant. Milo stopped drinking. Sira lowered her voice. They were a banned beastmaster cult. Forced evolution. Illegal bloodline experiments. Human-beast fusion research. Supposedly wiped out 15 years ago. Kai looked toward the forest beyond the academy walls. Supposedly. That night, Evolution Site unlocked a new line under moss. Evolution requirements complete enough for partial root calculation. Barrel horn drake. Evolution materials. Living jade chip. Old growth sap. C-rank plant core fragment. Kai checked the academy market. Total price, 9,000 credits. He checked his bank balance. 31. Nice, he said. Only 8,969 short. Mia looked over from the couch. Have you considered being less poor? Daily. Kai searched alternative materials. The system suggested a cracked living jade tile from an abandoned shrine, resin from a 100-year pine stump, and a diluted plant core that could be harvested from the academy's composting greenhouse. Total cost, 94 credits. Kai smiled. Mia narrowed her eyes. That face means you were about to do something weird, correct? The next 2 days involved climbing a condemned shrine roof, negotiating with an 80-year-old groundskeeper, and getting chased out of a greenhouse by 6 angry pollen sprites. Milo helped with the shrine. Sierra stole, or as she insisted, legally borrowed, the greenhouse key. When they finally had everything, they took Moss to a training room. Rook sat nearby with his paws crossed. Kai placed the materials in a circle. Ready? Moss yawned. Milo pointed. Inspirational. Kai started the evolution. Green light rose from the floor. Moss's tiny body became a silhouette inside a growing sphere of roots. His branch-like horn buds stretched outward. Stone plates cracked and fell away, revealing deep teal scales underneath. The room filled with the smell of rain and pine. A low, dragon-like growl shook the floor. Sierra's eyes widened. That sound is not coming from a gecko. The root sphere burst. A 4-legged drake stepped out. It was still only about the size of a large dog, but its body was sleek and dark teal. A bright lime gold crest framed its head. Bronze antlers branched backward. Jade plates ran down its spine, and its tail ended in a leaf-shaped blade. Milo whispered, "Okay, that is actually sick." When the light settled, the little gecko was gone. Moss had become a barrel-horned drake, a sturdy D-rank creature with teal scales, root control, bark-like armor, and a pulse that could sense life through the ground. Buried underneath all of that was the detail Kai cared about most. An ancient Grove dragon bloodline had started to wake. Kai read the final line twice. Dragon blood awakening confirmed. The black pendant on his chest became hot again. For 1 second, an image flashed through Kai's mind. A field of bones. A giant wing. A man standing in front of a stone door. The man turned. Kai almost saw his face. Then the vision vanished. Kai staggered. Sierra caught his arm. "Hey, you good?" "Yeah." He was not. Because the silhouette had looked exactly like his father. 3 days later, the freshman tournament began. Apex treated freshman ranking like a major sports event. Cameras floated above every arena. Upperclassmen placed legal prediction bets. Student clubs sold food. Somebody had printed shirts with Kai's entrance score on the front, and a badly drawn picture of Rook on the back. Kai stared at one. Why does Rook look like a potato? Milo was already wearing the shirt. Limited edition. You bought that? I support local artists. Rook barked at the drawing. See? Milo said. He loves it. Rook bit the shirt. The tournament had 128 entrants. Kai's first opponent was a boy named Eric Dunn with a cinder ape. Eric entered the ring smiling confidently. Nothing personal, man, but people are glazing you way too hard. Kai blinked. Good luck. Wait, that's it? What do you want me to say? I don't know. Trash talk. Kai thought about it. Your ape has dandruff. Eric turned to his beast in horror. The referee started the match while he was still checking. Rook won in 26 seconds. Second round. Kai faced a water serpent user who thought elemental advantage would counter black flare. It did. For about 30 seconds. Then Moss used root cage from underneath the wet arena floor and trapped the serpent long enough for Rook to knock it out. Third round was harder. A girl named Tessa Moon used a glasswing moth that filled the arena with reflective dust. Rook could not track the real body, and every shadow step landed in the wrong place. Kai activated Evolution Sight. The dust reflections were identical visually, but only one cluster showed a living energy reading. Rook. 11 o'clock. Hi. Rook jumped without hesitation. Black flare crossed the air. The moth dropped. Tessa stared at Kai. How did you see it? Kai smiled. Good eyes. Sierra, watching from the stands, narrowed her own eyes. By the round of 16, the entire academy knew Kai's name. That was when Derek Voss returned. His Frostfang leopard had recovered. More than recovered. It had evolved into a glacier stalker. C rank. Its fur looked like carved ice. Mist rolled from its paws. Derek stood across from Kai in the bracket hallway. Hope you enjoyed the easy rounds. Kai checked the beast. The injury was healed. No stimulants. Potential had risen from B to a minus after evolution. Kai nodded. Looks like you finally trained it properly. Derek's mouth twitched. You think you can talk down to me? No, I was complimenting your beast. That somehow made Derek angrier. The match started at sunset. The Glacier Stalker was faster than Rook. Not slightly. Way faster. Derek had clearly spent the last month building a counter strategy. Ice Mirror Field. 6 frozen pillars rose from the ground. The leopard bounced between them, creating afterimages. Rook took one slash, then another. The crowd started whispering. Milo gripped the railing. Sierra stayed quiet. Kai watched. Derek smiled. What happened, genius? Can't read this? Kai could read it. That was the problem. The Glacier Stalker had no obvious weakness. Its body was healthy. Its skill cycle was efficient. Derek had actually learned from his mistake. Kai smiled. Good. Derek frowned. What? Now this is worth Rook's time. Rook's head lifted. Kai felt excitement surge through the contract. The condition for Rook's next hidden evolution was still incomplete. Defeat a beast at least 2 full ranks above current stage. Rook was E+ when the condition appeared. He had since reached D rank through training. The Glacier Stalker was C rank. Only 1 rank higher, but Derek had 1 more card. Kai knew because he could see the skill sealed inside the leopard's core. Temporary overdrive. When activated, combat output would touch B rank for 90 seconds. Kai needed Derek to use it, so he let the fight drag on. Rook took controlled hits. Moss used Barkplate to keep him from accumulating serious damage. The crowd began to think Kai was losing. Derek began to think it too. Finish him. Polar overdrive. The Glacier Stalker roared. Blue-white energy exploded from its body. B- combat output detected. Evolution condition valid. Kai's smile widened. Thank you. Derek froze. For what? Kai's panel flashed. Evolution trigger available. Would you like to initiate emergency battle evolution? Kai answered without hesitation. Yes. Rook stopped moving. The Glacier Stalker charged. Black fire erupted under Rook's paws. Derek shouted, "Don't stop. Hit him now." The leopard leaped. Rook looked up. His golden mane stretched into sharp, flame-like blades. Bronze horns extended along both sides of his head. Navy fur darkened until it looked like the night sky. A thin gold ring appeared around each cobalt eye. The leopard's claw came down. Rook vanished. Not shadow step. Something faster. The claw hit empty floor. The change completed in a single black-gold flash. Rook had crossed into the Night Flare Hornwolf stage. His speed jumped. His Fenrir bloodline opened wider, and the interface unlocked 2 techniques Kai immediately understood without needing a stat sheet: Night Rush and Eclipse Roar. Rook reappeared behind the Glacier Stalker. Derek spun around. Too late. Eclipse Roar. The sound was not loud. It was deep. A black-gold shockwave crossed the arena. Every ice pillar shattered at once. The Glacier Stalker slid across the floor and stopped at Derek's feet. Silence. Then the stadium exploded. Milo screamed. That dog just patched mid-fight. Professor Blake stared at Rook. Dean Celine slowly stood from the VIP section. Jace Han's eyes narrowed. Sierra whispered, "That is the second impossible evolution I've seen around him." Kai walked over to Derek. Derek was shaking. Not from fear, from disbelief. "You were holding an evolution in the middle of a tournament?" Kai scratched the back of his head. "Holding is a strong word. I was hoping." Derek stared at him, then at Rook. Then he laughed once, bitterly. "You are insane." Probably. For the first time, Derek did not insult him after losing. He simply recalled his beast and walked away. That victory put Kai into the quarterfinals. But while the crowd celebrated, one person in the upper stands remained completely still. A man wearing a red half-mask. Red-eye. He watched Rook's new form. Then he looked directly at Kai's right eye. 31%, he whispered. A woman beside him asked, "Should we take him now?" Red-eye shook his head. No, his smile was barely visible beneath the mask. "Let the eye-bearer grow." The woman frowned. "Why?" "Because the door beneath Nova Crown cannot be opened by a weak key." Down in the arena, Kai felt a sudden chill. He turned toward the stands. The seats were empty. Rook growled anyway. Kai placed a hand on his mane. "Yeah," he whispered. "I felt it too." The quarterfinals were where the freshman tournament stopped feeling like school and started feeling like professional combat. Every remaining student had at least 1 C-rank beast. 3 were heirs to major families. 2 had military sponsorships. 1 girl from the Northern District controlled a frost crane that had already sent 4 opponents to the medical wing. Kai's next opponent was Sierra. When the bracket appeared, Milo stared at the screen for 10 full seconds. "Nope." Kai looked at him. "What?" "I refuse to watch this." Sierra walked up behind them. "Why?" "Because whatever happens, I lose. If Kai wins, you're mad. If you win, he's mad. Then both of you make me pick a side." Sierra smiled. "You think I'll be mad if I lose?" Milo looked at Kai. Kai looked at Sierra. Rook and Lumi stared at each other. Milo slowly backed away. "I'm going to get snacks." The match drew more attention than expected because Sierra's Spirit Fox had evolved the week before into a Moonveil Fox, a rare B potential support beast. Most spectators assumed a healer would fold in direct combat. They were wrong. Sierra opened with a light illusion that created 8 copies of Lumi. Kai's evolution site identified the real one instantly. Then the panel flickered. All 9 copies registered as living targets. Kai blinked. Sierra smiled from across the ring. You thought you were the only one with tricks? Lumi had learned Soul Echo, a skill that split a portion of her energy into each illusion. Rook attacked the wrong target twice. Moss tried Root Cage, but the foxes scattered. Sierra used a healing beam in reverse, turning it into a blinding pulse. For the first 3 minutes, Kai barely landed a clean hit. The crowd loved it. Milo returned with popcorn, took one look at the scoreboard, and whispered, "Oh, this is messy." Kai realized Sierra was not trying to overpower Rook. She was draining his stamina. Smart. So he stopped chasing Lumi. "Rook, sit." Rook looked offended. "Trust me," he sat. The audience laughed. Sierra narrowed her eyes. Kai turned to Moss. Verdant pulse. Green energy spread across the arena floor. Every living creature touched by the pulse caused a tiny plant to sprout beneath its feet. 9 sprouts appeared. 8 faded almost immediately. 1 kept growing. Kai pointed. There. Rook moved. Night Rush turned him into a black gold streak. Lumi dodged the first attack, but ran directly into Moss's Root Cage. Sierra recalled her before Rook could strike. Match over, the referee announced. Kai Ren advances. Sierra walked across the ring. Kai expected a sarcastic comment. Instead, she held out her fist. That verdant pulse trick was clean. Kai bumped it. Soul Echo was nasty. Milo leaned over the barrier. Look at you two being mature. Disgusting. Sierra threw a water bottle at him. The semi-final introduced Kai to Noah Cade. Noah was not arrogant, loud, or interested in trash talk. He had dark hair, rectangular glasses, and the expression of somebody who had already run the fight in his head 20 times. His beast was a silver thread spider. C rank. A rank potential. Its body was small, but nearly invisible. Wires covered the arena within seconds. Before the match, Noah approached Kai. I watched every one of your fights. Kai smiled. That sounds healthy. You read patterns faster than anyone I've seen. Thanks. I'm going to remove the patterns. Kai's smile faded slightly. Noah walked away. Milo whispered, why was that colder than all of Derek's trash talk combined? Because Noah meant it. The moment the match began, the spider filled the arena with chaotic threads at random angles. Some were sticky, some were sharp, some carried paralyzing venom. Noah changed the layout continuously, so there was no stable route to read. Rook's speed became almost useless. Moss's roots were sliced apart. Kai checked the spider's panel. No physical injury, no obvious elemental weakness. Skill, work efficiency, 98%. Noah had built an almost perfect battlefield. Rook stepped on one thread. 3 more snapped around his leg. The spider pulled. Rook hit the ground. The crowd gasped. Noah adjusted his glasses. Speed without space is just momentum you can redirect. Kai nodded slowly. That line was kind of fire. Noah blinked. Then Kai grinned. But you made one mistake. What? You controlled the whole arena. Noah frowned. Kai placed both hands on the ground. Through his contract with Moss. So I don't need the arena. Moss. Grove Bastion. The D-rank Drake slammed its paws down. A wall of roots erupted under Kai and Rook, lifting them into the air like a growing tree. Noah's web network had been designed horizontally. Kai created vertical space. Rook ran along the rising roots. Noah reacted fast. Silk barrage. Dozens of threads shot upward. Rook jumped between them. One cut his side. Another wrapped a horn. Kai felt the tension through the contract. Use it. Rook's horns ignited. Black flare. The silk burned. Rook dropped straight toward the spider. Noah recalled it 1 second before impact. The referee called the match. Kai landed hard and nearly fell. Noah walked over. You adapted faster than my model predicted. Kai offered his hand. Your model almost cooked me. Noah shook it. Next time, I'll include trees. Kai laughed. Next time, bring a bigger tree. The crowd loved both of them. More importantly, so did the National Scouting Committee. Watching from the VIP room, Professor Blake stood beside Dean Celine behind one-way glass. He doesn't just rely on his strange beast mutations, Blake said. He learns. Celine watched Kai leave the arena. That is why he is dangerous. Blake glanced at her. Dangerous to his enemies. In another part of the academy, Vice Dean Voss was not impressed. Derek's loss had embarrassed his family. Sponsors were asking why an expensive glacier stalker had been defeated by an unregistered mutation owned by a kid from Greyhaven. Voss opened a private message on his tablet. One line appeared. Black Sun Covenant requests a meeting. He stared at it for several seconds, then deleted it, but he did not report it. The championship match was scheduled for Saturday night. Kai Ren vs Jace Han. The Broke Delivery Kid against the heir of Han Dynamics. Night Flare Hornwolf against Golden War Tiger. The media turned it into a class war meme before breakfast. Clips of Jace laughing at Kai during entrance testing went viral. So did the footage of the crystal jumping from 294 to over 1,000. Milo spent an hour reading comments aloud until Kai threatened to throw his phone out the window. One says, Jace is about to get poverty diffed. Stop. Another says, Rook has more aura than the entire Han bloodline. Milo. This one just says, dog. 15,000 likes. Kai grabbed the phone. Rook barked proudly. Sierra was less entertained. Jace's tiger evolved yesterday. Kai looked up. She sent him a video. The Golden War Tiger had become a Solar War Tiger. B rank. Its body was covered in gold-white armor. A burning halo hovered behind its shoulders. Milo stopped joking. Okay, that is not ideal. Kai activated the video analysis function of Evolution Site. Solar War Tiger. B rank. Potential. S. Skills. Solar Claw. Radiant Armor. Sunstep. King's Pressure. No major injuries. Jace had done everything right. Rook was C rank. Moss was D rank. On paper, Kai should lose. He smiled. Sierra stared at him. Why do you look happy? Because if I beat him now, nobody can call it luck. Milo pointed at Kai. This is why poor people in Manhwa are terrifying. Kai threw a pillow at him. The championship arena was full before the match started. Lena Park had not planned to come. At least, that was what she told herself when she bought a cheap upper-level ticket instead of using Jace's family box. She sat 3 rows from a group of Apex students who had spent the entire week arguing that Kai's run was a fluke. One of them pointed toward the tunnel. He finally pulled a real opponent. That wolf is about to get exposed. Lena watched Rook step into the light. The wolf's bronze horns were longer now. The golden mane that had looked ridiculous outside the entrance exam moved like a crown around his blue-black body. She remembered a starving dog pressed against Kai's chest while a shop owner called it garbage. Then she remembered Kai taking the insult harder than anything she had said to him. Another student laughed. Solar War Tiger is B rank. It's over. Lena shook her head before she could stop herself. No, the student glanced over. What? She kept watching Rook. Watch the wolf. Kai never makes the first move because he has nothing. He waits because he's reading the whole fight. She did not know how he did it. She only knew she had seen that look on his face before, back when he used to fix broken delivery scooters with parts nobody else wanted. For the first time, Lena understood something she should have understood months ago. Kai had not suddenly become stubborn after gaining power. Power had simply given his stubbornness room to matter. Jace entered first under gold lights. The crowd roared. Kai entered from the other side with Rook and Moss. Some people cheered, some booed. Most simply wanted chaos. Jace looked calmer than he had during the entrance exam. No jokes today? Kai asked. Jace shook his head. You're strong. Kai raised an eyebrow. Jace continued. I still think I'm stronger. That sounds more reasonable. Do not get comfortable. Wasn't planning to. The referee raised one hand. Begin. The Solar War Tiger exploded forward. Kai had watched the videos. It was still faster than expected. Rook used Night Rush. Tiger and Wolf collided in the center. Golden black fire erupted across the ring. Rook slid backward. The Tiger did not. Jace immediately pressed the advantage. Solar Claw. 5 burning arcs crossed the arena. Moss raised bark plate walls. 3 shattered. The 4th stopped the attack. Kai felt how much energy Moss had spent. Too much. Jace was not going to give them time. Sunstep. The Tiger disappeared in a burst of light and appeared beside Moss. Kai shouted. Left. Moss turned, but the Solar War Tiger slammed him across the arena. Sierra rose from her seat. Milo whispered. Come on, Moss. The little Drake tried to stand. Jace called another attack. Kai's panel flashed. Moss status. Injured. Combat capability 52%. Rook anger rising. Kai made a decision. Moss. Back. Moss looked at him stubbornly. Back. Kai recalled him. The audience murmured. Now, it was 1 versus 1. Jace smiled slightly. Smart. Kai looked at Rook. You good? Rook shook black fire from his mane. His loyalty was 99. His excitement was somehow 112%, which Kai was pretty sure should not be possible. Yeah, Kai said. Thought so. Jace's tiger activated King's pressure. A golden aura crushed down on the arena. Rook's legs bent. The referee watched closely. Kai felt the pressure through the contract. His own knees shook. Jace called out, "You can surrender." Kai laughed once. Bro, we just got here. Rook raised his head. Eclipse roar. Black gold sound crashed against the pressure field. The two forces canceled for half a second. That was enough. Night rush. Rook disappeared. Jace anticipated it. Sunstep behind him. The tiger vanished too. Both beasts reappeared on opposite sides. The crowd could barely follow. Rook attacked. The tiger blocked. Tiger countered. Rook rolled. Black flare burned radiant armor, but the armor regenerated. Solar claw cut Rook's shoulder. Rook's horn clipped the tiger's jaw. Neither side backed down. Kai's evolution sight filled with data, energy consumption, step timing, muscle tension, skill cooldowns. Jace's tiger was stronger, but power was not infinite. Every time Sunstep activated, radiant armor dimmed for 0.8 seconds. Tiny, almost meaningless. Unless you knew exactly when it happened. Kai waited. Jace noticed the pause and committed. Sunstep. Finish it. The tiger vanished. Kai shouted before it reappeared. Turn around. Black flare bite. Rook spun. The tiger materialized directly in front of him. For 0.8 seconds, its armor faded. Rook's jaws closed on its shoulder. Black fire detonated. Jace's eyes widened. The tiger roared and threw Rook away, but the true burn had already entered. Radiant armor came back. It could not stop damage already inside. Jace immediately understood. You timed the armor gap. Kai did not answer. The Solar War Tiger charged again, but its left front leg hesitated. Rook attacked that side. Jace adjusted. Kai adjusted faster. The fight turned into a brutal chess match. Jace was good. Really good. He stopped overusing Sunstep. He used Solar Claw from range. He forced Rook to spend Night Rush defensively. 5 minutes passed. Both beasts were bleeding. The crowd had stopped chanting and started watching in complete silence. Then Jace used his final skill, Solar King Descent. A giant golden tiger silhouette formed above the arena. Energy output spiked. B+. Rook could not block it head-on. Kai saw one route. Terrible survival probability. He saw another. 23% success. Then a third line appeared. Hidden bloodline response available. Temporary eclipse synchronization. Cost: severe spiritual exhaustion. Kai smiled weakly. Of course, the good option hurts. He placed one hand against his right eye. Rook, sync with me. The contract mark burned. For 1 second, Kai saw through Rook's eyes. Smelled the hot stone. Heard Jace's heartbeat. Felt every vibration under for pause. The world slowed. The golden tiger's spirit came down. Kai whispered, now. Rook ran straight toward it. Milo stood up. What is he doing? Sierra's face went pale. At the last possible instant, Rook used Night Rush at an angle no one expected. He did not dodge away. He ran up the edge of the descending energy wave. For 3 impossible steps, he sprinted across the attack itself. Then he jumped over the Solar War Tiger. Eclipse roar. The shockwave hit from above. The tiger crashed into the arena floor. The golden spirit shattered. Rook landed, took 1 step, collapsed. The Solar War Tiger tried to stand. Its legs gave out too. The referee looked at both. The stadium held its breath. Rook's paw moved. He pushed himself up. The tiger remained down. Winner, the referee shouted. Kai Ren. The arena exploded. Milo jumped over the railing and was immediately tackled by security. Sierra laughed so hard she had tears in her eyes. Professor Blake clapped once, then twice. Dean Celine smiled. Kai walked toward Rook on shaking legs. Rook looked at him. Kai dropped to his knees and hugged the wolf's neck. You crazy little trash dog. Rook licked his face. Jay sat beside his own beast, breathing hard. Kai walked over after the medics arrived. Jace looked up. Do not say good game. Kai paused. Okay, Jace sighed. Now, it sounds worse. Kai laughed and held out his hand. Jace stared at it, then took it. Next time, Jace said, I'm winning. Act 2 Beyond Apex. Kai pulled Jace up. The freshman title changed his life overnight, but winning at school only opened a much larger door. Sponsors sent him free beast food. A sports brand offered him 20,000 credits to wear a jacket in one interview. Kai checked the contract 5 times because 20,000 credits sounded like a scam. Mia checked it twice more. Then she screamed into a pillow. For the first time in years, rent was not a crisis. Kai bought groceries without calculating the price of every egg. He replaced Mia's cracked school tablet, and when she asked if they could order takeout, he said yes before checking his balance. That tiny moment hit him harder than winning the tournament. Rook got a ridiculous amount of meat. Moss got mango. Mia looked around the table and smiled. We're kind of rich now, Kai laughed. We are aggressively middle class for at least 3 months. 2 days later, Professor Blake ruined the celebration. You're taking the 2-star Beastmaster exam. Kai blinked. I'm a freshman. You have 2 contracted beasts, spiritual capacity over 1,000, and tournament-level combat control. Still sounds early. Blake handed him the application. The National 4 Academy League begins in 6 weeks. Apex needs registered 2 stars for the main roster. Kai stared at him. You already put me on the roster? I put your name on a list. Without asking? Blake smiled. You can say no. Kai looked down at Rook. Rook was chewing the corner of Blake's desk. Kai sighed. When is the exam? Tomorrow. Of course it is. The 2-star exam had 3 sections. Theory, Beast, Care, Combat. Kai finished theory in 14 minutes. The examiner thought he had skipped pages. He had not. Beast Care was even easier because Evolution Sight practically turned every animal into a medical chart. A sick flame deer was presented to the candidates. Most diagnosed heat core inflammation. Kai saw the actual problem immediately. A parasitic ice worm had attached itself behind the deer's heart. He raised his hand. There's a parasite. The examiner frowned. The scans show nothing. Check behind the heart with cold spectrum imaging. The examiner did. The room went silent. A tiny blue worm appeared on the screen. How did you know? Kai gave the same answer he always did. Good eyes. By the end of the afternoon, he had passed with the highest score in the testing center. One of the examiners pulled him aside. You ever considered beast medicine? Kai laughed. I considered any career that pays. The man handed him a clinic card. That weekend, Kai started working part-time at a beast treatment center. It was supposed to be temporary. Then word spread that the new kid could diagnose problems other doctors missed. An old woman brought in a cloud cat that had refused to eat for a week. 3 clinics had called it depression. Kai saw a cracked tooth hidden under its upper jaw. A taxi driver brought in a windmule with chronic leg pain. Kai identified a harness pressure injury. A wealthy businessman arrived with a rank juvenile ruby cobra that had stopped growing. Kai saw that the expensive growth serum the man had been using was blocking the beast's natural molt cycle. Kai told him to stop. The cobra molted 3 days later. The businessman paid Kai a bonus large enough to cover 6 months of rent. A day later, the clinic gave Kai a case that money could not solve. A 12-year-old boy named Eli came in carrying a rust-colored bird wrapped in an old hoodie. The creature had one metallic wing folded tight against its body, and the other dragging uselessly along the floor. Half its feathers looked like dull pieces of scrap steel. The intake scanner beeped and delivered the kind of verdict people accepted, because a machine had said it first. The scrapwing crow was F rank, its wing joints were degenerating, and the medical database listed no evolution route at all. All the clinic could officially offer was comfort care. The doctor beside Kai lowered his voice. It won't fly again. These birds rarely make it past 2 years once the wing joints calcify. Eli heard him anyway. Can you fix him? Kai hated questions like that because kids always asked them like adults had access to a secret answer. He crouched beside the bird. What is his name? Bolt. Bolt snapped his beak at Kai. Okay, great personality. Eli hugged the hoodie tighter. My mom says we can't keep paying for scans if nobody can do anything. Kai activated Evolution Sight. The normal panel appeared. Then another layer flickered behind it. Hidden route detected. Scrapwing Crow to Iron Pulse Raven. Iron Pulse Raven to Void Gear Thunderbird. Dormant Conductive Marrow trait present. Kai's pulse jumped. Another so-called dead end species. He opened the route. The recommended evolution used a Stormsteel heart worth more than the clinic building. Success probability, 37%. Seriously? Kai muttered. Eli's face fell. Is that bad? No, insulting the universe. Kai searched deeper. Alternative route. The interface resisted. Blue static crossed his vision. Neural load 28%. Retinal stress rising. Deep archive access not recommended. Kai blinked. The clinic lights doubled for a second. Sira, who had stopped by after class, noticed immediately. Your eye is red. Dry air. Kai, very aggressive dry air. She looked ready to hit him, but Eli was watching. Kai pushed one layer deeper. A thin line of warmth ran from the corner of his right eye. He wiped it before the boy could see. Alternative evolution root recovered. Stormsteel heart may be replaced by 3 components: discarded rail coil filament, powdered thunder snail shell, and magnetized iron root sap. Estimated cost, 26 credits. Revised success probability after joint decompression, 82%. Kai stared. 26 credits. The expensive root was not the only root. It was just the only one anyone had bothered to record. He looked at Eli. I can't promise anything. The boy swallowed. But I think Bolt has one more option. The senior doctor frowned when Kai explained the procedure. You're suggesting an unregistered evolutionary intervention on an F-rank pet. I'm suggesting we decompress the wing joints, rebuild the conductive channels, and let his own core decide whether to move forward. Based on what study? Kai almost said a floating blue window only he could see. Instead, he said, based on the fact that the calcification isn't random. Look at the pattern. It's trying to form a conductive lattice. The doctor zoomed in. His expression changed. Sierra leaned over the image. He's right. The clinic director finally approved the attempt under emergency experimental care rules. For 40 minutes, nothing happened. Kai separated fused tissue while Sierra monitored Bolt's pulse. Eli stood outside the glass with both hands pressed together so tightly his knuckles were white. Then the bird's core started to fail. 78%. 61. 43. The senior doctor said, we stop now. Kai saw another line. Conductive marrow awakening. External current required within 9 seconds. Sierra, low healing field. Do not stabilize the core. She looked at him. That sounds insane. Trust me. I hate when you say that. She changed the field anyway. Kai touched a charged filament to the first wing joint. Bolt screamed. Eli flinched behind the glass. 6 seconds. Kai moved the second contact. 3. The metal-like feathers suddenly lifted. A pulse ran from Bolt's chest through both wings. Every loose instrument on the table jumped toward him. The monitor spiked, then stabilized. Black rust feathers peeled away and fell like old armor. Underneath them grew sleek gunmetal plumage lined with thin blue veins of electricity. The fused wing opened for the first time. The evolution finished without a dramatic stat dump. The important part was visible. Scrapwing Crow had become Iron Pulse Raven. Bolt's locked wing moved freely. Blue current ran through the new feathers, and the hidden root held stable. Bolt stared at his new wing. Then he launched himself off the table, flew one terrible, crooked circle around the room, and crashed directly into Kai's chest. Kai caught him. Sierra covered her mouth, laughing. Apparently spatial awareness is not included in hidden evolution. It has the same bug. Outside the glass, Eli was crying. Not loudly. He just kept wiping his face while smiling so hard it looked painful. Kai handed Bolt back to him. The boy whispered, everybody said he was done. Kai looked at the bird, then at Rook sleeping under a treatment bench. Yeah, people say that a lot when they run out of ideas. That night, Kai added Bolt to his private database. He compared the scrapwing root with Rook, moss, and 7 other species publicly classified as evolutionary dead ends. The pattern finally stopped looking random. Buried in every hidden root was the same microscopic spiral, a dragon eye made of 6 interlocking lines. When Kai focused on it, the interface flashed a word for less than half a second. Asterion. Then the word vanished. Neural load, 31%. Further access restricted. Kai leaned back from the terminal and pressed a tissue beneath his nose. There was blood on it. Sierra, standing in the doorway, crossed her arms. Dry air? Kai sighed. Extremely aggressive dry air. Go home. He looked at the database. 5 more minutes. Now. Kai saved the file. Yes, Doctor. Milo stared at the transfer. Brother, you found the infinite money glitch. Kai shook his head. It's called a job. No, jobs pay badly. This is different. Kai laughed. But the clinic also gave him something more valuable than money. Access. Hundreds of beasts. Hundreds of hidden bloodlines. Hundreds of evolution roots. Kai began building his own private database. He wrote down alternative materials, unusual mutations, failed public theories, and hidden skill triggers. The more he learned, the stranger the world became. Several so-called dead-end species had extraordinary hidden roots. Some royal breeds had suspiciously artificial bloodline structures, And once every few days, Kai found the same microscopic signature buried inside a beast's core. A spiral shaped like a dragon eye. The exact same symbol was starting to appear faintly inside his own right eye interface. He did not know what it meant. Not yet. Then one evening, a dying courier stumbled into the clinic carrying a sealed metal case. He collapsed before reaching the desk. Kai caught him. The man grabbed Kai's sleeve. "Do not let them take it." "Take what?" The courier looked at the case. Black scratches covered the metal. At the center was a burned symbol. "The Black Sun," Rook growled. Kai's evolution sight activated by itself. The case became transparent in his vision. Inside was a dark red crystal. Item classification: Forced Evolution Core. Origin: prohibited. Compatible signature detected. Related record found. Researcher. Authorization code: D. Ren. Kai stopped breathing. D. Ren? His father's name was Darius Ren. The courier's grip weakened. "They know you're here," he whispered. The clinic lights went out. Emergency lights flashed red. Every cage in the clinic started rattling. Kai pushed the wounded courier behind the front desk and grabbed the metal case. Rook. The night flare hornwolf was already moving. His golden mane lifted. Black fire rolled over his paws. A window shattered. 3 masked figures came through at once. Their coats were plain, but each wore a small black sun pin at the collar. The first attacker released a bone jackal. The second summoned 2 needle bats. The third did not summon anything. He looked straight at the case. In Kai's hands. "Give us the core." Kai stepped backward. "You people really need to work on introductions." The man raised one hand. The bone jackal lunged. Rook. Low. Rook used Night Rush, slid under the jackal's first bite, and drove one bronze horn into its ribs. Kai's interface flashed. Bone jackal. C rank. Artificial aggression implant. Pain response suppressed. The beast was not fighting willingly. "Do not kill it," Kai shouted. Rook changed the angle and threw the jackal into a wall instead. The needle. Bats fired metal like spikes. Kai ducked behind a treatment table. Moss. The barrel horn drake slammed its forelegs down. A green shield rose from the tiled floor, roots forcing their way through the cracks. The spikes buried themselves in the wood. The third attacker frowned. "You really can see it." Kai's heart stopped for half a beat. "See what?" The man laughed softly. "Cute." He pulled a small red vial from his coat and threw it at the bone jackal. Kai recognized the liquid instantly. Forced evolution stimulant. Rook. Stop him. Too late. The vial shattered against the jackal's back. Its body convulsed. Bone plates ripped through the skin. The beast doubled in size. Red veins spread across its eyes. Evolution sight screamed warnings. Core stability, 12%. Combat output, B rank. Expected survival, under 4 minutes. Kai's jaw clenched. "They're burning their own beast alive." The masked man shrugged. "Tools break." Something in Kai's face changed. Rook felt it through the contract. So did Moss. Kai rarely got angry in a fight. He joked. He adapted. He kept moving. This time, he looked at the attacker and said, very quietly, "You're done." Let's cobalt eyes flashed. Moss, bind the back legs. Rook, break the implant at the base of its neck, not the spine. 2 centimeters left. Moss's roots exploded upward. The jackal tore through the first wave, but the second wrapped its rear legs. Rook ran along the roots, jumped, and struck with one horn. Crack. A black metal disc flew from the jackal's neck. The beast collapsed. Its aggression reading dropped instantly. The masked attacker took one step back. Kai threw the metal case to Moss. "Guard it." Then he pointed at the attacker. "Rook." The man's eyes widened. Night Rush. Rook crossed the clinic in a black-gold blur. The attacker barely raised his arm before Rook slammed him through a cabinet. The other 2 fled through the broken window. Kai moved to follow. A voice came from the darkness outside. "Let them go." Kai stopped. A man in a red half-mask stood under a streetlight. Red-eyed. He was alone. Rook growled so hard the glass in the window frame vibrated. Kai looked above the man. Unknown. Still nothing. Red-Eye tilted his head toward the case. Darius was always bad at keeping dangerous things buried. Kai's blood went cold. "You knew my father." Red-Eye laughed. "Knew him? Kid, your father helped build half the things you were calling monsters." Kai took a step forward. "What does D. Ren mean on this core?" "Exactly what you think." "Where is he?" Red-Eye's visible eye narrowed with amusement. "Wrong question." Kai clenched his fists. "What is the right one?" "Ask why the Federation erased his name from the Great Dragon Research Program." Kai froze. He had never heard of that program. Red Eye turned away. Kai shouted, "Wait!" The masked man paused. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you are not ready to hate the right people yet." Then the streetlight went out. By the time it flickered back on, Red Eye was gone. Security arrived 2 minutes later. Dean Celine arrived 5 minutes after that. Kai expected questions. Instead, the moment Celine saw the forced evolution core, her expression hardened in a way he had never seen before. "Where did you get this?" "A courier brought it in." "Did anyone touch the seal?" "I did." Her eyes snapped to him. Kai held the stare. "Why?" Celine ignored the question. "Give it to me." Kai did not move. "Dean, Kai, what was the Great Dragon Research Program?" For the first time since he met her, Celine Ward looked afraid. It lasted less than a second. Then the mask returned. "I do not know what you are talking about." Kai almost laughed. That lie was terrible. He handed over the case anyway. Celine lowered her voice. "Listen to me carefully. Do not repeat those words in public. Do not search them on Academy networks. Do not ask government officials. If someone contacts you about this again, tell me." Kai stared at her. "Why?" "Because I would prefer you alive." Then she walked away with the case. Milo arrived 10 minutes later in pajamas. He looked at the destroyed clinic. Then Kai. Then Rook. "Did I miss another normal evening?" Kai sighed. "Pretty much." The Academy locked down the clinic incident as a classified attack. Officially, nothing happened. Unofficially, Kai stopped sleeping properly. He searched public databases for Darius Ren. Most results were old tax records, contract registrations, and one blurry photo from a research conference. Nothing about dragons. Nothing about forced evolution. When Kai used an offline archive terminal in the Academy library, he found something stranger. His father's research profile had been edited 27 times after his disappearance. Several publication titles were missing. One citation linked to a deleted paper called Adaptive Bloodline Resonance in Extinct Draconic Species. Kai clicked it. Access denied. He tried again through a cached academic mirror. The terminal shut itself down. Milo leaned over the divider. "That seems healthy and not suspicious at all." Kai rubbed his eyes. "I need access to higher-level archives." Sierra, sitting across from them, said, "Then qualify for 4 Academy League." Kai looked up. "The league champion gets access to Crownspire Tower," she continued. "Top floor includes pre-war archives." Milo pointed at her. "This is why she's the brains." Sierra pointed back. "I am also the one telling you not to hack a government database again." Kai closed the dead terminal. "Fine. We win the league." Milo blinked. "You say that like we're ordering lunch." Kai stood. "You want access to the tower or not?" "I want lunch." 4 days later, Apex sent a training squad on a low-risk guild mission to Greenfall City. Professor Blake called it practical experience. Milo called it a field trip with legal violence. The assignment was simple: escort a supply convoy through a rural pass, clear minor beasts from the road, and spend 1 night at the Greenfall Guild Hall. Kai, Sierra, Milo, and 6 other students joined the team. Jace Han came too. The first half of the trip was uneventful. Milo slept on Tank's back. Jace pretended not to notice Kai. Sierra read a medical manual. Rook tried to bite the wind coming through the truck window. Then the convoy stopped. Professor Blake stepped out first. A line of dead birds covered the road. Not 1 or 2, hundreds. Kai's skin prickled. He activated Evolution Sight. Every body showed the same cause: forced core overload. Professor Blake was already looking toward the mountains. A low rumble rolled across the valley. It sounded like thunder. Then the trees began moving. Not from wind, from beasts. Dozens became hundreds. Hundreds became thousands. Boars, wolves, stag beasts, insect swarms, rock lizards, all running in the same direction, toward Greenfall City. The guild radio exploded with static. "Beast tide. Repeat. Beast tide approaching east wall. Estimated count 3,000 plus." Professor Blake's face changed. Back in the vehicles. Now, they raced toward the city. Greenfall had a population of 80,000 and only a modest defensive barrier. Most senior guild teams were away dealing with the canyon outbreak. The city commander met them at the east gate. "We have maybe 20 minutes. Professor Blake looked at his students. "You are not required to fight." Jace stepped forward. "We're Beastmasters," Sierra nodded. Milo swallowed hard, but raised one hand. "I would like the record to show I hate this. But yeah." Kai looked over the wall. The approaching tide filled the valley. Evolution Sight started tagging beasts automatically. Most were E and D rank. 37C rank, 4B rank, and one signal at the rear was unreadable. Unknown human class signature, red eye. Kai knew it. This was not random. The city barrier activated. Blue light rose across the wall. The first wave hit. Boom. The entire gate shook. Guild Beastmasters fired from the towers. Jace's Solar War Tiger unleashed arcs of golden flame. Syrah and Lumi set up healing zones. Milo and Tank reinforced the gate. Kai released Rook and Moss. Do not chase kills. Break momentum. Rook, target leaders. Moss, lock the center lane. Rook jumped from the wall. Milo screamed, Kai, your dog just left the city. He knows what he's doing. Hit the ground outside and vanished into the tide. Night rush. 1C rank Dire Boar fell, then another. Moss slammed both paws against the wall. Foundation. Grove Bastion. Roots erupted through the road in a wide arc. Dozens of low-rank beasts tripped. The wave behind them crashed into the front. Jace understood immediately. Tiger. Solar burst at the pile-up. Golden fire exploded. For the first time, Kai and Jace fought on the same side. Their timing was almost annoyingly good. Kai created openings. Jace punished them. Syrah kept both beasts standing. Milo's tank acted like a living bulldozer. The east gate held for 11 minutes. Then a B-rank Stonehorn Mammoth appeared. It lowered its head. The city commander went pale. If that hits the barrier, we're done. Jace's tiger was too far away. Rook was buried inside the beast. Tide. Moss's roots could not stop something that heavy. Kai's evolution sight scanned the mammoth. Stonehorn Mammoth. B rank. Weak point. Inner ear balance crystal. External attack inaccessible. Alternative disruption. High frequency vibration. Kai looked around. Where's the emergency siren control? The commander pointed. Tower 3. Why? What frequency does it use? The man stared. I don't know. Syrah understood first. You want to disorient the mammoth? Kai nodded. They ran to the tower. Milo stayed at the gate. Jace saw them moving. What are you doing? Kai shouted. By 30 seconds. Jace did not ask why. He recalled his tiger from the outer line and sent it straight at the mammoth. Radiant armor. Block. The tiger hit the mammoth head-on. It was thrown backward. Jace staggered from contract feedback. 20 seconds would be better. Kai ripped open the siren control panel. Evolution sight highlighted the frequency dial. Target resonance estimated 18.4 kHz. Kai turned it. Syrah stared at him. How do you know the number? Lucky. If you say lucky guess, I will push you off this tower. Later. The mammoth charged. Jace's tiger tried to stand. Kai slammed the siren switch. Nothing happened. Milo shouted from below. That is bad. Kai hit it again. A cable had been cut. Black scorch mark. Sabotage. Kai looked toward the rear of the beast. Tide. A red mask glinted between the trees. Red Eye raised one hand in greeting. Kai swore. The mammoth was 10 seconds from the wall. Moss could not stop it. But maybe he did not need to. Kai grabbed the broken siren cable and looked at the metal guardrail. Syrah, give me Lumi's light current. What? Trust me. Lumi sent a pulse into the line. Kai touched the cable to the rail. The entire tower screamed. The sound was almost above human hearing. The Stonehorn Mammoth suddenly staggered. Its head swung sideways. It missed the gate by 4 meters and crashed into the wall at an angle. The barrier survived. Jace looked up at Kai. What did you just do? Kai grinned. Science. Then the real problem arrived. A black creature stepped onto the valley road. It had the body of a lion, 6 bone wings, and a red crystal embedded in its chest. Every beast in the tide immediately became more aggressive. Evolution sight identified it. Ruin. Chimera. Natural rank. Unknown. Forced state. A-. Control source. External. Kai followed the control line with his interface. It ran directly to Red Eye. Professor Blake saw the chimera and shouted, all students retreat inside the inner wall. Nobody argued, except Kai. He kept staring at the red crystal. The forced evolution core from the clinic used the same structure. Ren authorization. If his father had helped create the technology, then maybe Kai could understand how to break it. He scanned deeper. Crystal synchronization nodes. 6. Failure sequence. Destroy nodes in reverse pulse order. If broken incorrectly. Core explosion radius. 600 meters. Great. Kai turned to Jace. Want to do something insanely stupid? Jace looked at the rank chimera, then at Kai. Obviously not. Cool. I need your help. Jace sighed. I hate you. They jumped from the wall. Syrah shouted after them. Both of you are idiots. Milo nodded. Finally, something we all agree on. The Chimera attacked. One wing swept across the road. Rook barely dodged. The Solar War Tiger took the edge of the hit and rolled. Kai shouted the node order. Back left, upper right, center wing, chest edge. Jace did not ask how Kai knew. For the next 90 seconds, they fought like they had trained together for years. Rook used Night Rush to bait attacks. The Tigers smashed exposed nodes. Moss's roots anchored the Chimera's rear legs. Sierra ignored the retreat order and came close enough to heal from behind the wall. Milo used Tank to drag injured guild members away. 1 node. 2, 3. The Chimera screamed. Red-Eye stopped smiling. 4, 5. The final node sat underneath the chest crystal. The Chimera folded all 6 wings around itself. Jace swore, "Can't reach it." Kai looked at Rook. Rook's stamina was 20%. Moss was nearly empty. The Tiger was bleeding. Kai's right eye burned. A new interface option appeared. Evolution Sight. Predictive Root Overlay. Duration, 3 seconds. Cost, severe neural strain. Kai whispered, 3 seconds is enough. He activated it. The world split into lines. Every possible movement appeared as faint trails. The Chimera's next swipe. Rook's dodge. The Tiger's jump. A falling piece of wall. One root glowed blue. Kai shouted, "Rook, step on the broken pillar." Jace, launch him. Jace looked confused for half a second, then trusted him. The Solar War Tiger slammed the base of the pillar. Stone flipped upward like a ramp. Rook ran along it. Jace's Tiger hit Rook from below with a controlled shoulder strike. The Night Flare Hornwolf shot into the air, straight above the Chimera. Eclipse Roar. The shockwave forced the wings open. Black Flare Bite. Rook dropped onto the final node. Crack. The red crystal went dark. The Chimera collapsed. Across the valley, hundreds of beasts suddenly stopped running. The beast tide lost its coordination. Guild forces pushed forward. Red-Eye lowered his hand. Kai stood on the Chimera's shoulder, breathing hard. Their eyes met across the distance. Red-Eye spoke quietly, but Kai somehow heard it through a system pulse. Good. The eyes waking up. Kai's interface flashed. External connection detected. Unauthorized user signature. Then screaming came from the evacuation lane. A damaged needleback cat had broken away from the retreating tide. 3 children and an elderly shelter worker were trapped behind a collapsed transport cart. Guild fighters were too far away. Kai turned. Rook was empty. Moss could barely stand. Zip. The bird was already diving, but he was not going to reach them in time. A thin red line crossed the road first. The needleback cat froze in midair. For one impossible second, its shadow stretched backward like it had been nailed to the ground. Then an unseen force threw the beast sideways into an empty ditch. The children ran. Kai looked across the valley. Red-Eye's raised hand had changed position. The control line connecting him to the ruined Chimera had broken for exactly 1.4 seconds, long enough to save for strangers. Red-Eye noticed Kai staring. Kai sent one question through the strange system link. "Why did you save them?" The masked man's answer came without humor. "They were never part of this." Part of what? Red-Eye's visible eye curved slightly. Exactly. Before Kai could respond, Red-Eye disappeared into the forest. Greenfall survived. The official report credited the Academy team with preventing a barrier collapse and disabling the ruin. Chimera. News clips spread nationwide. Kai's follower count jumped from 12,000 to 400,000 overnight. Milo showed him the number. Kai stared. "Why are 400,000 people following me?" Milo pointed at Rook. "They're following him," Rook barked. Fair. But Kai did not care about followers. The ruined Chimera had left one fragment behind, a sliver of red-black crystal. When Kai scanned it alone, hidden metadata appeared. Prototype series, Asterion. Lead adaptation researcher, Darius Wren. Project supervise, Lucian Veyer. Kai knew that second name. Everybody in the Federation did. Lucian Veyer was the Royal Grand Advisor, the man who stood beside the crown in every national broadcast. Kai stared at the crystal until his eyes hurt. His father had not been working for some unknown private company. He had been working for the royal government, and somebody had erased it. After Greenfall, Apex Beast Academy stopped treating Kai like a talented freshman and started treating him like a security problem with good grades. Dean Celine assigned 2 plainclothes guards to his building. Kai noticed them in 8 minutes. Mia noticed them in 4. "They're terrible at blending in," she said while looking out the window. "One of them has been reading the same newspaper upside down for 20 minutes. Kai glanced outside. The guard quickly flipped the paper. Subtle. Mia crossed her arms. Are you going to tell me why the academy thinks you need bodyguards? Kai hesitated. He had protected Mia from the ugly parts of his life for years. Rent problems, their father's disappearance, the Black Sun note, the clinic attack. But she was not a little kid anymore, and pretending nothing was wrong was becoming disrespectful. So he told her part of it. Someone connected to their father was watching him. Their father may have worked on classified beast research. There were people who did not want Kai asking questions. Mia listened quietly. When he finished, she asked one thing. Do you think Dad abandoned us? Kai answered immediately. No, he did not know if it was true. He just knew he believed it. Mia nodded. Then find out what happened. Kai smiled. That's the plan. Also, if you die doing it, I'll kill you. That logic needs work. You understood me. He did. The Greenfall mission also earned Kai a special academy reward. One day inside Crownspire Tower. The tower stood at the center of Apex grounds, a narrow black structure older than the academy itself. Most students could access the first 10 floors. Tournament champions and major contributors could go higher. Kai's pass allowed him to enter floor 31. Professor Blake met him at the entrance. You get 6 hours. Kai looked at the tower. What's on 31? Things the academy hasn't figured out. Kai smiled. My favorite category. Blake did not smile back. Do not touch sealed artifacts. Okay. Do not form contracts with unknown life forms. Kai paused. Blake pointed at him. That pause is exactly why I'm saying it. I heard you. Do not open red doors. Why? Because they are red. That is not an explanation. It is the explanation you're getting. Milo, who had come to see him off, whispered, open every red door. Sira smacked the back of Milo's head. Kai entered alone. Crownspire Tower was less like a library and more like a museum built by people who distrusted labels. One shelf contained fossilized beast eggs. Another held broken weapons. Glass rooms displayed strange skeletons, old contract seals, and stones that hummed when Kai walked past. Evolution site reacted constantly. Unknown bloodline fragment. Ancient beast residue. Incompatible relic. Corrupted contract core. Kai took notes as fast as he could. On floor 27, he found a book about extinction-era species. Most pages were damaged. One illustration showed a 4-legged, wolf-like creature with huge horns and a circular eclipse behind its head. Kai froze. The caption was partially burned. Ekal. Fen. Rook's hidden bloodline. Kai turned the page. Gone. Someone had cut the entire section out with a blade. He searched the shelf. Nothing. The next 2 floors contained no dragon records at all, which was weird, because pre-war beast history should have been full of them. By the time Kai reached floor 31, he was already annoyed. The final floor looked empty. 1 circular room, 1 stone platform, 1 cracked cage. Kai stepped closer. Something moved inside the cage. He stopped. Of course, a creature unfolded from the shadows. At first, Kai thought it was a bird. Then it turned sideways, and he realized its body was more like a winged feline, with a narrow blue face, smooth navy feathers, and 2 broken copper horn whiskers curving back from its head. One wing was badly damaged. Most of its yellow crest feathers had fallen out. The label on the cage read, Broken Crest Skyray. E rank. Non-viable mutation. No reproduction value. Scheduled for transfer. Kai's jaw tightened at the wording. Evolution site opened. Broken Crest Skyray. Current rank. E. Condition. Old lightning injury. Wing nerve damage. Starvation. Hidden bloodline. Storm Sovereign Rock. Potential. Mythic. Kai stared. The creature stared back. Yeah, Kai whispered. That tracks. He looked around for food. A sealed packet of dried fish sat beside the cage. Kai held one piece through the bars. The Skyray did not move. Come on. I've got a pretty good record with weird angry animals. Still nothing. Kai put the fish down and sat against the wall. For 20 minutes, he did not approach. Eventually, the creature crawled forward and ate. Loyalty. 9. Brutal. Kai offered another piece. Loyalty. 11. This is going to take a while. He examined the wing. The public medical note said permanent nerve death. Evolution site disagreed. Nerve channel blocked by crystallized lightning residue. Treatment possible. Required. Stimulus. Controlled reverse current at 1.3% core output. Kai happened to have a training shock pen in his pack. He adjusted it. The Skyray snapped at him the second he reached toward the wing. Kai pulled back. Reasonable. He placed his hand flat on the floor instead. No contract. No cage trick. I just want to help. The animal watched him. Kai waited. 5 minutes later, it slowly extended the injured wing. Kai worked carefully. The first electrical pulse made the animal shake. The second caused a tiny spark at the wing joint. On the fourth, a line of blue lightning ran through the entire limb. The skyray screamed and slammed Kai into the wall. Then it spread both wings. The injured one stayed open. Nerve flow restored. 62%. Kai laughed from the floor. Worth it. The skyray stared at its own wing in disbelief. Loyalty jumped from 14 to 57. A contract prompt appeared. Kai remembered Blake's warning. Do not form contracts with unknown lifeforms. Kai looked at the creature. The creature looked at him. Technically, you're labeled. Contract established. When Kai came down from Crown Spire Tower 6 hours later, Rook and Moss were waiting with Sierra, Milo, and Professor Blake. Kai walked out with the skyray perched on his shoulder. Blake closed his eyes. No, Kai smiled carefully. Good news. No, his wing works. I told you not to contract anything. You said unknown lifeforms. We know he's a broken crest skyray. Blake stared at him. Milo turned away because he was already laughing. Sierra asked, what are you naming him? Kai looked at the sparks jumping around the creature's crest. Zip. Zip immediately launched off his shoulder, crossed the courtyard in a blur, stole a piece of meat from Rook's bowl, and landed on a statue. Rook stared up. Kai whispered, oh no, chased him for the next 40 minutes. Moss watched from a warm patch of sun and refused to participate. Kai's third pet changed his training completely. Zip was fast enough to embarrass Rook in open space, but had terrible endurance. His broken wing had healed enough for flight, not combat. More importantly, the hidden evolution route required something Kai did not have. A natural lightning strike absorbed without external shielding. Milo read the requirement over Kai's shoulder because Kai had started showing him simplified handwritten notes, not the actual interface. You want your new pet to get struck by lightning. When you say it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad. Sierra looked at Kai. Do not stand next to him when you try it. I wasn't planning to. Milo raised a hand. I volunteer Jace. Jace, training nearby, threw a towel at him. The opportunity arrived 2 weeks later during a summer storm. Kai took Zip to the Academy's lightning field, a protected hill used by electric beastmasters. Metal rods surrounded the training circle. Storm clouds rolled overhead. Zip's bright blue eyes were fixed on the sky. He was excited. Too excited. Do not fly until I say, Kai warned. Zip bounced in place. Rook growled at him like an annoyed older brother. Moss yawned. Sierra checked the emergency medical kit. Milo stood inside a rubber shelter 30 meters away. I support you emotionally from here. Kai watched the electrical charge indicators. One cloud built the right voltage. Evolution site calculated strike probability. 20%. 36. 70. Kai felt the moment before it happened. Now, Zip launched upward. Lightning hit him in midair. The world turned white. Milo screamed. Sierra covered her face. Rook barked. For one terrifying second, Zip fell as a smoking silhouette. Then his wings opened. Gold lightning exploded from every feather. His broken copper horn whiskers extended backward. The dull crest became a crown of bright yellow lightning blades. His body grew larger and sleeker. A long ribbon tail split into 2 glowing tips. Zip stopped falling. He shot upward. A sonic boom rolled over the field. The storm folded inward. Zip emerged as a thunder crest skyray, faster, stronger, and finally built for real aerial combat. Electricity, now chained between targets, his burst movement had evolved into volt, dash, and thunder mirror could leave a false copy of his last motion in the air. Kai grinned. Zip did 3 loops around the tower at a speed the cameras could barely capture. Then he landed directly on Rook's back. Rook tried to bite him. Zip shocked. Rook's nose. Rook's golden mane puffed out twice its normal size. Milo fell to the ground laughing. Kai pointed at both pets. We are a professional combat team. Sierra nodded seriously. Obviously. The next week, Kai finally received the full reward from Crown Spire Tower, a digital copy of 3 restricted historical records he had bookmarked. 2 were useless. The third was a partial scan of a mural found under the old capital. Kai opened it late at night. The image showed an ancient battlefield. Humans stood on one side, dragons on the other. School history taught that the Great Dragon Slaying War began when dragon clans attacked human cities 300 years ago. But in the mural, The dragons were behind defensive walls. Humans were advancing. Behind the human army stood priests carrying glass containers. Inside each container was glowing red liquid, blood. At the center of the mural, a crowned human figure held a spear over a chained dragon. The crown design was unmistakable. Valen royal insignia. Kai zoomed in. Evolution site activated without permission. Historical data mismatch detected. Public record integrity, 41%. Original annotation partially recoverable. Neural load, 39%. Warning, historical reconstruction draws directly from ocular memory channels. Kai's skin went cold. He selected recover anyway. Pain flashed behind his right eye, sharp enough to make him grip the desk. A single line appeared below the mural. First harvest successful. Sovereign blood compatible with human contract cores. Kai stared at it. Harvest. Not defense. Not survival. Harvest. His phone rang. Unknown number. Kai answered without speaking. Red Eye's voice came through. Enjoying the tower records? Kai stood up so fast his chair hit the wall. How did you get this number? That is the least interesting question you could ask. Kai looked at the mural. Was the great dragon slaying war a lie? Red Eye laughed softly. Every war story is a lie. The only question is how much. My father knew. Eventually. What did he do? He tried to stop the next harvest. Kai's breath caught. Next? The line went silent. Then Red Eye said, win the 4 Academy League. Go to the Royal Training Camp. You'll see the proof walking around on 4 legs. Why would you help me? I'm not helping you. The call ended. Kai stared at the phone. Rook woke from the floor and lifted his head. Kai sat back down. Yeah, I hate him too. The 4 Academy League began the following month. Apex Beast Academy had not won the league in 17 years. Their main rival, North Star Academy, had won 6 of the last 8 championships. The league used 5 events instead of normal single combat. 1 versus 1, 3 versus 3, aerial race, resource capture, final team battle. Professor Blake announced the roster in front of the class. Kai Ren, Sierra Vale, Milo Quinn, Jace Han, 2 upperclassmen named Priya Moss and Theo Grant. Milo looked around. Wait, I made it? Blake nodded. Tank is the best defensive beast among the freshmen. Milo wiped an imaginary tear. My beautiful son. Tank snorted. Jace pointed at Kai. Who's team captain? Blake said. Kai. Jace immediately objected. Why? Milo answered. Main character contract. Kai elbowed him. Blake ignored both. Because Kai adapts fastest under incomplete information. Jace crossed his arms, then nodded once. Fine. That tiny answer surprised Kai more than the argument. Jace had changed since the freshman final. Still competitive, still annoying, but no longer stupid about it. North Star Academy arrived at Apex for the first stage under a storm of media attention. Their captain was Noah Cade. Kai stared when he saw him. Noah adjusted his glasses. You look disappointed. I thought you were an Apex freshman. Transferred. After losing? No, before losing. Enrollment paperwork was delayed. Kai laughed. That explains way too much. Noah's silver thread spider had evolved into a voidloom spider. B rank. Its thread network could now anchor to empty air. No more tree trick. Noah looked at Rook, Moss, and Zip. You brought a bigger tree, a faster wolf, and a flying prod. Kai smiled. You included trees? I included everything. Their rematch was set for the final team battle. First came the aerial race. Zip had been a combat-capable species for less than 2 weeks. The other academies brought professional racing beasts, Sky Falcons, Jet Drakes, a wind serpent sponsored by a military aviation lab. Commentators predicted Zip would finish 5th at best. Milo leaned over the railing. They are disrespecting our boy. Kai scratched Zip under the crest. Don't get cocky. Zip puffed his chest. Seriously. The race started. Zip got cocky. He launched too hard, clipped the first ring, and dropped to 7th. Kai covered his face. Jace laughed. Sierra said, you raised him. I met him 3 weeks ago. He learned from somebody. Zip recovered by the 2nd lap. The wind serpent held first using a skill called slipstream tunnel. Every beast behind it got dragged into unstable air. Kai studied the pattern. Zip could not overpower the tunnel, but Thunder Mirror created a temporary electric copy that reproduced one movement. Kai gave the command. Zip formed an electric duplicate and sent it directly into the slipstream tunnel. The serpent's pilot adjusted to block the fake. The real Zip climbed vertically, rolled over the tunnel, and used Volt dash downward through the final ring. He took first by 0.3 seconds. The crowd went insane. Zip landed on Kai's head. Kai pushed him off. Personal space, Zip chirped proudly. The resource capture event looked less glamorous on paper and turned out to be the first time Kai's new reputation actually hurt him. Teams had to collect 5 energy flags across a simulated city while defending their own base. No one knew Kai would be hunting for patterns. Worse, he knew Kai had some method of noticing things normal scouts missed. Kai split Apex into 3 pairs. Jace hated being paired with Milo. You want me with him? Milo put an arm around him. Best friends arc. Jace removed the arm. I would rather fight the entire map alone. Kai ignored them. Solar War Tiger plus Tank still gave Apex the strongest offensive-defensive pair. Syrah and Priya stayed near base. Kai and Theo took the mobility lane with Rook and Zip. For the first 4 minutes, the plan worked. Then Northstar's Voidloom threads appeared across entire streets. Apex lost 1 flag, then another. Kai opened Evolution Sight and saw what looked like the answer. Several thread anchors in the western corridor were carrying far more energy than the rest. If Zip hit that section hard enough, the network should collapse. Noah's voice came over the arena speakers. You found it. Kai froze for half a second. That was the warning. He ignored it. Zip, west corridor, full volt dash. Zip launched. The overloaded anchors broke exactly the way the interface predicted, and the entire street became a cage. The energy spike had been real. The weakness had been real. Noah had simply built it there on purpose. Silver-black threads snapped inward from rooftops, windows, and empty air. Kai's stomach dropped. Zip, abort. Too late. Zip twisted through the first 3 lines, but one caught the edge of his recently healed wing. Momentum did the rest. He hit the pavement hard enough to bounce. The stadium went silent. Kai stopped thinking about flags. He ran. Syrah reached Zip first and threw a healing barrier around the injured wing. The referee warned Kai to return to the match. Kai looked at the bird shaking under Syrah's hands. No, a call. Noah's voice came through again, quieter this time. The numbers did not lie, Kai. Kai looked up. Noah stood on a rooftop across the simulated street. You just assumed data and intention were the same thing. Kai had no comeback. Apex tried to recover without its fastest beast, but the formation had already broken. Jace and Milo captured 1 flag. Northstar took the other 4 and ended the event with the decisive win. For the first time since entering Apex, Kai walked out of an arena after losing because of his own call. The medical report made it worse. Zip had a tendon microtear near the wing root. Nothing permanent if he rested, but no combat for at least 10 days. Kai sat outside the treatment room with both hands locked together. Jace stopped in front of him. You want me to tell you Noah got lucky? Kai shook his head. Good, Jace said. Because he didn't, that was all. Syrah came out a minute later. Zip is stable, Kai exhaled. Then she added, and before you start blaming the system, don't. Kai looked at her. You gave the Ori. I know. Then remember that feeling. It landed harder than any insult. When Zip finally woke, Kai crouched beside the bed. I'm sorry. Zip stared at him. Kai did not try to explain the pressure, the tournament, or what the interface had shown. I saw weakness and treated it like an answer. You paid for it. Zip slowly turned his head away. That hurt. Kai sat there anyway. A few minutes later, Zip shifted closer until one wing touched Kai's sleeve. Not forgiveness, exactly, but not rejection, either. Kai stayed until the clinic lights dimmed. Apex entered the final day without Zip. And for the first time, Kai deliberately made a promise to himself before a major match. Evolution Sight could give him information. It would never again be allowed to make the decision for him. By the final day, Apex and Northstar were tied. Everything came down to the team battle. 6 Beastmasters per side. No substitutions. No respawns. First team with 4 knockouts lost. The stadium was packed. National scouts filled the VIP boxes. Princess Iris Valen herself attended with Royal Guard officers. Kai had never seen her in person. She was 19, close to his age, and already a registered 4-star Beastmaster. Beside her rested a silver-white drake with blue eyes and crystal horns. Kai glanced at it. Evolution Sight opened, glitched, and then forced a partial read through the interference. Publicly, Astra was registered as a royal crystal dragon with an elite lesser dragon bloodline. The hidden layer was uglier. Her body had been assembled from fragments of 3 extinct draconic lines, and the mismatched bloodlines were leaving compatibility scars through her core. Kai felt sick. Red Eye's words came back. You'll see the proof walking around on 4 legs. Princess Iris noticed Kai staring. Their eyes met. Kai looked away first. The referee called the teams forward. Noah stood opposite Kai. This time, Noah said, "No vertical escape." Kai smiled. Good. I was getting bored. The final began. Northstar opened with the kind of coordination that made yesterday's loss feel less like bad luck and more like a warning. Voidloom thread split Apex into isolated zones. 2 ranged beasts took the rooftops. A stone golem pinned Jace's Solar War Tiger. A shadow lynx slipped behind Syrah. Without Zip, Apex had no clean way to cross the map. 40 seconds in, Theo's beast was knocked out. Northstar led 1-0. Milo shouted from behind tank, "I would like to officially request the bird back." Kai almost answered with a joke. Instead, evolution site open. Weak points appeared. Thread densities, movement probabilities, stress patterns. Too many answers. Yesterday, one of those answers had put Zip in a medical bed. Kai closed the interface. Syrah saw him do it. You sure? No. That's better than pretending. Kai took a breath. Noah studied our beasts, so stop fighting like the versions he studied. He pointed at Jace. You choose your own timing. Jace blinked once. Kai pointed at Milo. You protect whoever looks like they don't need protecting. That is deeply confusing. Good. Then Kai looked at Rook and Moss. No commands for 10 seconds. Read the field with me. The contract links open. Not as numbers, as instinct. Rook wanted the roof. Moss felt vibrations beneath the stone. Golem. Kai let them move. Rook used a rising root as a launch point and hit the first ranged beast before Noah's formation could rotate. 1 knockout. At center, Tank appeared to retreat. The stone golem followed. Milo grinned. Jace. Now. The Solar War Tiger came from the blind side and drove the golem into Moss's lifting roots. Second knockout. Noah adjusted immediately. Collapse center. Target Kai. 3 beasts converged on him. Kai ran. Not because he had a hidden solution. Because if Northstar wanted him badly enough, they had to expose something to reach him. A claw missed his back by inches. Syrah's Moonveil Fox threw 3 false Kais in different directions. The Shadow Lynx hesitated. Rook did not. He intercepted it and forced it away, but Noah's spider was already climbing the central tower. Noah raised one hand. World Web. Silver-black lines expanded across the arena. Every street closed. Every rooftop became a trap. Moss's roots were pinned. Tank could barely turn. Rook lost the space needed for Night Rush. Jace looked up. Cool. An arena-sized web. Very subtle. Noah's glasses reflected the silver-black lattice. This is checkmate. Kai searched the web with his own eyes. No obvious anchor. No convenient overload. No miracle evolution waiting behind a percentage. He could have opened evolution site again. He did not. Jace spoke from the other side of the web. Kai. What? My tiger can burn 1 corridor. Kai looked at the Solar War Tiger. Its chest armor was already cracked from the stone golem exchange. No. If you overdrive through that web, he's getting knocked out. I know. We only get 4. Jace gave him a flat look. You trusted a panel yesterday. Try trusting a teammate today. Kai went silent. The Solar War Tiger lowered its body on its own. It had heard him. Through Jace's contract came no fear, only readiness. Kai nodded once. Your call. Jace smiled. Solar overdrive. White gold fire erupted. The tiger charged directly into World Web. Threads wrapped around its legs, shoulders, and throat. It kept moving. 1 step. 2. 3. The web burned red. Noah's expression changed. The Solar War Tiger roared and tore a corridor straight through the center before the remaining threads finally dragged it down. The referee's light flashed. Apex second knockout. Jace recalled his beast immediately. No apology, no regret. He looked at Kai. Use it. Kai did. Syrah, paint the corridor. Moonveil Fox filled the opening with layered illusions. Northstar saw 3 rooks, 2 mosses, a dozen false tanks. Noah had seconds to decide which signatures were real. That was enough. Milo and Tank hit the left side. Moss lifted the floor on the right. The real Rook ran straight down the corridor. Jace had paid for. Noah reacted to Rook, exactly as Syrah expected. Her fox dropped every illusion at once except one. The Shadow Lynx attacked the fake Kai. Tank slammed it from the side. Third knockout. Northstar's final ranged beast tried to retreat across the roof. Moss did not attack the web. He uprooted the entire section of roof underneath it. The beast dropped. Rook met it on the way down and stopped, one horn against its chest. The referee blew the whistle. Fourth knockout. Apex Beast Academy wins. For a second, nobody reacted. Then 17 years of frustration exploded out of the Apex crowd. Students screamed. Teachers hugged. Milo climbed onto Tank and held an academy flag over his head. Jace actually laughed. Sierra ran straight at Kai and hugged him before remembering cameras existed. She stepped back quickly. Milo saw everything. His grin became dangerous. Kai pointed at him. Do not. Milo zipped his lips. Princess Iris stood in the VIP box and applauded. Her artificial royal crystal dragon remained still. Evolution Sight flashed another warning over the beast. Bloodline degradation increasing. Estimated time to core collapse, 128 days. Kai's celebration disappeared. That dragon was dying. And the royal family either did not know. Act 3 The Crown's Game. The 4 Academy victory opened the door Kai actually wanted most. An invitation into the royal training camp. An invitation to the royal training camp. The camp occupied a military complex north of Nova Crown and accepted only 40 young beastmasters from the entire federation. Most were 18 to 21. Almost all came from elite academies, military families, or major guilds. Kai came from an apartment where the kitchen light still flickered if somebody used the microwave. Milo saw the invitation and whistled. Bro, you're entering the rich kid endgame. Kai folded the letter. You got one too. Yeah, but I plan to remain spiritually poor. Sierra received an invitation for support specialization. Jace got one through combat ranking. Noah Cade was selected as a strategy candidate. So the same group that had spent the last month beating each other up ended up on a military bus together. Milo looked around. This is either the start of a legendary squad or a really bad reality show. Noah adjusted his glasses. Both outcomes are possible. Jace put on headphones. Kai slept. Rook did not. He spent the entire trip staring at a bag of jerky in Jace's pocket. The Royal Training Camp had 3 rules. First, rankings changed every day. Second, all missions used real wild zones, not simulations. Third, titles did not matter inside the gate. The instructor announcing that last rule looked directly at Princess Iris Valen. Iris smiled. Good. Kai liked her immediately for that. He liked her dragon less. The silver-white beast stood nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Crystal horns curved from its skull. Blue light poles between transparent scales. Publicly, it was called Astra, a royal crystal dragon. Privately, Kai's interface kept showing the same red warning. Artificial composite bloodline unstable. Core collapse in 125 days. On the first day, Kai tried not to stare. On the second day, he failed. Iris noticed during lunch. You keep looking at Astra. Kai nearly choked on his drink. Do I? Yes. Milo, sitting beside him, immediately stood up. I just remembered I have somewhere else to be. Sierra grabbed Milo's sleeve. Sit down. No. And feel plot happen. Iris looked amused. Kai sighed. Your beast has a health problem. The table went quiet. One Royal Guard officer stepped forward. Iris raised a hand and stopped him. What problem? Kai chose his words carefully. Have the doctors found microfractures around Astra's core channels? Iris's expression changed. How do you know that? Her breathing changes after she uses crystal energy. That was partly true. Iris stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, come with me. The Royal Guard did not look thrilled. Neither did Sierra. Milo whispered. This is how people disappear. Kai followed anyway. Astra's private medical room contained equipment that probably cost more than Kai's entire neighborhood. 3 royal physicians displayed scans. Iris said, tell them what you told me. Kai examined Astra at close range. The dragon lowered its head and sniffed him. The black pendant under Kai's shirt became hot. Astra froze. Its pupils narrowed. For 1 second, Kai saw a memory that was not his. Glass tanks. White rooms. Dragon embryos suspended in blue fluid. A man in a lab coat writing on a screen. Darius Wren. Kai stepped back so fast he hit the table. Iris grabbed his arm. What happened? Nothing. Elution sight opened deeper than before. Astra. Artificial composite drake. Source bloodlines. Frost worm. Prism dragon. Dawn serpent. Binding catalyst. Harvested sovereign blood residue. Manufacturing series. Asterion 7. Supervising authority. Royal Research Bureau. Kai's stomach turned. Astra was not born naturally. She had been made. Iris watched him carefully. You know something. Kai looked at the royal doctors, then the guards. I know the standard treatment is making it worse. One physician stiffened. Excuse me. Kai pointed to the scan. You're feeding the crystal Cormor dragon energy serum every week. That is how the royal line is stabilized. No, it's forcing 3 incompatible bloodlines to stay active at the same time. The physician laughed. And a freshman knows better than the Royal Medical Board? Kai's jaw tightened. Iris said, test his theory. The doctor stopped laughing. Your Highness, test it. They ran a micro-response scan while reducing the serum flow by 5%. Astra's core fractures decreased. The room went silent. Kai continued. She needs separation cycles. Let one bloodline rest while another carries the core. Then gradually synchronize them instead of forcing all 3. The lead doctor stared at the new data. That would take months. Kai looked at Astra's warning. Core collapse in 125 days. Then start today. Iris dismissed everyone except Kai. When the door closed, she asked, who taught you that? Nobody. I checked your background after Greenfall. Your father was a contract biologist. Kai's eyes narrowed. You checked my father? I am the princess. That is not less creepy. Iris almost smiled. Then she said, Darius Wren worked for the Royal Research Bureau. Kai's pulse jumped. You know that? I found the name in an old personnel archive. It was sealed. Why? I do not know. Kai studied her face. Evolution site worked on beasts, not humans. He could not see whether she was lying. Iris looked at Astra. I was given her when I was 9. They told me she was the last successful crystal dragon breeding project. Kai said quietly. She wasn't bred. Iris looked at him. She was built. The words landed hard. Astra lowered her head. Iris placed a hand against the dragon's face. For the first time, the princess looked less like royalty and more like a 19-year-old who had just learned her childhood companion was a lab experiment. Can you save her? Kai looked at the red countdown. Yes, it was not a guess. Alternative stabilization route detected. Success probability, 84%. Required materials included a rare frost core, prism moss, dawnflower pollen, and 1 drop of Kai's own contract blood. The last ingredient made him uncomfortable. But he kept that part to himself. I can. Iris nodded once. Then whatever you need, ask. Kai thought of classified archives. Actually, Iris sighed. I walked into that. 2 days later, Kai gained temporary access to a restricted royal training camp library. He searched for Asterion. Nothing. Darius Wren. Nothing. Great Dragon Research Program. Nothing. Then Noah sat at the terminal beside him. You're searching the wrong index. Kai looked over. How long have you been there? Long enough. Noah typed a legacy archive code. A hidden directory opened. Milo leaned over Kai's other shoulder. Why do you know government archive shortcuts? Noah kept typing. My mother audits military databases. That answer somehow creates more questions. They found one file. Project Asterion. Status? Discontinued. Primary objective, adaptive integration of draconic bloodline fragments into modern contracted species. Secondary objective, develop controllable evolution pathways without natural breeding cycles. Lead researchers, Darius Wren, Dr. Elian Sorn. Director Helen Amar, Executive Supervisor, Lucian Vare. Kai stared at the list. Sira, standing behind him, whispered, your dad was lead research. Kai scrolled down. Most sections were redacted. 1 paragraph remained. Following Incident 12, researcher Darius Wren formally objected to live harvesting procedures and requested immediate suspension of sovereign source extraction. Request denied by Executive Supervisor Vare. Kai stopped. Live harvesting. Milo's joking expression disappeared. Noah read the next line. Researcher Wren removed classified samples from facility storage and fled custody. Status? Traitor. Location, unknown. Kai leaned back. His father had not simply disappeared. He had run. Sira touched Kai's shoulder. Before anybody could speak, the archive erased itself. Every line vanished. A security alarm started. Milo stared at the blank screen. We should probably run. Noah shook his head. Running makes us look guilty. We are in a hidden government archive reading traitor files. Good point. They were detained for 3 hours. Princess Iris eventually got them released by claiming she had authorized the research. Technically, she had given Kai archive access. She had not authorized Noah to break into legacy partitions. Noah called it interpretive permission, The camp commander called it something much less polite. Kai expected Iris to be furious. Instead, she met him outside after midnight. I copied the file before it vanished. Kai stared. You did what? Iris handed him a small storage chip. Titles do not matter inside the gate, remember? Kai smiled despite himself. You are a terrible princess. I've been told. The next stage of training involved live missions in the Ashfall Canyon. Each squad had to recover beacon cores from abandoned outposts while dealing with wild beasts. Kai, Iris, Jace, Sierra, Milo, and Noah were placed together because the instructors apparently enjoyed chaos. The first mission went smoothly. The second did not. At Outpost 7, they found military doors already open. No guards, no power. Rook's mane lifted. Zip circled overhead. Moss pressed one claw to the ground and growled. Kai's interface highlighted dozens of life signs underground. Not wild beasts, captive beasts. They entered through a maintenance tunnel. The air smelled like chemicals. Rows of glass chambers filled the lower facility. Inside were animals. Some had extra limbs. Some had fused armor. Some were barely alive. Black sun symbols had been scratched off the walls, but not completely. Sierra covered her mouth. Milo whispered, "What the hell is this?" Noah inspected a console. Someone tried to wipe the data less than an hour ago. Jace summoned his tiger. We're not alone. A speaker crackled. Red Eye's voice filled the lab. Welcome, Eye-Bearer. Kai looked up. Iris went still. Eye-Bearer? Kai ignored her for the moment. Show yourself. Red Eye laughed. You're standing inside your father's greatest failure. Show some respect. Kai clenched his fists. My father tried to shut Asterion down. After helping prove it worked, the lights turned on. A giant glass chamber at the center of the lab became visible. Inside floated a creature that looked like a dragon only in the loosest sense. 6 wings, wolf skull, serpent tail, human-like hands folded against its chest. Evolution site opened. Asterion Chimera 12. Status: dormant. Bloodline sources 23. Core stability 2%. Original lead designer Darius Wren. Kai felt like he had been punched. Red Eye spoke softly. There. Now you can stop pretending your father was a saint. Kai stared at the creature, then noticed another line. Final modification log. Designer note. Subject suffering unacceptable. Terminate program. Destroy all replication data. D. Ren? Kai's breathing steadied. My father built the first version. Red Eye said nothing. And then he tried to destroy it. Silence. Kai looked up at the speakers. You keep showing me half the truth, and hoping I'll fill in the rest the way you want. Red Eye laughed. Good. You're learning. Explosions hit the lab doors. Black Sun operatives rushed in from 3 corridors. The squad formed up instantly. Jace and the Solar War Tiger took center. Milo and Tank guarded Sierra. Noah's Voidloom spider webbed the ceiling. Iris summoned Astra. Kai released all 3 pets. The first wave of attackers used artificially evolved beasts. Evolution Sight lit the room with weak points. Kai, Jace shouted, call targets. Kai pointed. Red Gorilla, shoulder node. Bone Snake, third plate behind the jaw. Winged Cat, left core vent. Jace did not ask how he knew. Neither did anyone else. They moved like a real squad. Rook broke attack lines. Moss protected the injured lab beasts. Zip chained lightning across weapon systems. Astra froze an entire corridor. Sierra kept everybody standing. Noah trapped. Retreat routes. Milo used Tank to physically ram a blast door shut on reinforcements. Strategic door closing. He yelled. The battle should have ended there. Then Asterion Chimera 12 opened its eyes. The 2% core stability dropped to 1. Red Eye spoke over the speaker. I'm sorry, Kai. This part is not for you. The chamber shattered. The Chimera fell to the floor. Every beast in the room screamed. Not from fear, from bloodline pressure. Even Astra dropped to 1 knee. Rook's body trembled. Moss lowered his head. Zip crashed onto a table. Kai's interface flashed. Warning. Sovereign residue detected. Warning. Asterion interface resonance increasing. Asterion interface. Kai had never seen that name before. He had always called the ability evolution site. Now, the system itself had named something. The Chimera lunged. Astra intercepted. Crystal and bone collided. Iris cried out as contract feedback hit her. Astra's unstable bloodline percentage spiked. Kai saw the countdown drop. 120 days. 99. 74. One fight was accelerating the collapse. Astra has to stop. Kai shouted. Iris looked at him like he was insane. Then who blocks that? Kai looked at Rook. Rook was C rank. The Chimera's raw output touched S rank. No chance. Unless they did not fight its strength. Kai scanned the core. 23 bloodlines. 23 conflicting rhythms. The creature was powerful because they were being forced into one system. It was also fragile for the same reason. Everybody stop using elemental attacks. Jace shouted. What? They're feeding resonance. Physical control only. Noah understood. The bloodlines are matching incoming energy types. Exactly. Jace recalled solar flames. Iris stopped Astra's frost breath. Zip grounded his lightning. Moss switched to pure roots. The Chimera's adaptation slowed. Kai ran closer. Syrah screamed. Kai, no. He needed line of sight on the inner core. One claw came down. Rook hit Kai from the side and knocked him clear. The claw shattered the floor. Kai rolled, looked up, and saw it. A red knot under the sternum. 23 channels joined there. One tiny control ring held them synchronized. Same structure as the ruin. Chimera. Different scale. Rook. Hornline rend at the chest seam. Rook charged. The Chimera swiped. Tank. Blocked and was thrown across the room. Milo screamed, but kept the contract stable. Astra pinned one wing physically. Jace's tiger pinned another. Moss wrapped the rear legs. Noah's spider tied the neck. For 1 second, the creature stopped moving. Rook jumped. His bronze horn struck the chest seam. Crack. The control ring became visible. Kai pointed. Zip. No lightning. Dive. Zip folded his wings and became a navy gold missile. He hit the ring with his forehead crest. The metal shattered. Every bloodline inside the Chimera separated at once. The creature froze, then slowly collapsed. Its terrifying pressure disappeared. Kai walked toward it carefully. The Chimera looked at him. For a moment, the monstrous face looked almost peaceful. Evolution sight showed one final message. Pain suppression ending. Life expectancy, 30 seconds. Kai knelt beside it. I'm sorry. The creature exhaled. Its eyes closed. Nobody celebrated. Milo sat beside Tank, who was injured but alive. Syrah healed Zip's cracked crest. Iris held Astra's head. Jace looked at the broken chambers. Noah copied every remaining file he could find. Kai searched the central console. One file had survived the wipe. A handwritten audio transcript. Darius Ren. If anyone finds this after evacuation, Project Asterion is not an evolution program. It is a key-making program. Vare does not care about stronger beasts. He is trying to create a bloodline capable of opening the sealed dragon vault beneath Nova Crown. The original key was lost after the harvest. If he succeeds, the Federation will repeat the same crime. Kai stopped reading. The room felt cold. Dragon vault. Beneath Nova Crown. His father's voice continued in the transcript. I have removed the final catalyst and encoded its map into the eye interface. If Kai ever inherits it, then I failed to keep him out of this. Son, if you are reading this, I am sorry. Kai's vision blurred. The screen went black. Behind him, Iris whispered, Kai. He turned. She had heard everything. So had Jace, Syrah, Milo, and Noah. Nobody made a joke. Kai stared at the dead Chimera his father had once designed, then at the black sun scratched off the wall. The truth was getting bigger, and for the first time, he was no longer the only one carrying it. The Royal Training Camp buried the Outpost 7 incident before sunrise. Military officers arrived, sealed the underground lab, removed every surviving experiment, and ordered all participants to sign national security agreements. Kai read the agreement twice. Then a third time. Milo looked over his shoulder. Are you actually reading terms and conditions? This one includes prison. Valid. Princess Iris signed without comment. Jace signed after crossing out a sentence that claimed the lab had been abandoned for 20 years. The officer stared at him. Jace stared back. I was there yesterday. The officer replaced the form. Noah made 3 copies before signing. Nobody asked how. Syrah simply watched Kai. She waited until they were alone outside the infirmary. You're going to tell me now. Kai knew what she meant. The interface. His father's message had called it the eye interface in front of everyone. There was no point pretending he was just very observant. Kai leaned against the wall. I can see information about beasts. Syrah waited. Health. Skills. Hidden bloodlines. Evolution roots. Weaknesses. Sometimes old data attached to artifacts. Syrah blinked once. That's your lucky guess. Pretty much. She hit his shoulder. Ow! I have watched you identify impossible mutations, perform medical diagnoses through walls, and evolve a gecko into a dragon-line drake. And your explanation was good eyes. When you summarize it, it sounds suspicious. It was suspicious in real time. Kai laughed quietly. Then Sierra became serious. Does anyone else know? Black Sun. My father apparently knew I might inherit it. Dean, Celine knows something. Iris, Jace, Milo, and Noah know the interface exists now, but not exactly what it does. Sierra nodded slowly. Keep it that way. Kai looked at her. Not because I don't trust them, because something powerful enough to rewrite national history can pressure anyone. Kai smiled faintly. That was dark. It was practical, also dark. She looked at him for another second, then asked, "Can it help Astra?" Kai nodded. The answer mattered because Astra's condition had worsened after the lab fight. Core collapse estimate, 71 days. The Royal Medical Board wanted to place the dragon in suspended stasis. Kai said no, so did Iris. For the next week, they built a stabilization protocol using Kai's hidden route. Frost core dust went first, Prism Moss second, Dawnflower pollen last. The final component was Kai's contract blood. Iris noticed the requirement when Kai cut his palm over the treatment seal. Why your blood? Kai watched the panel. Compatibility with Astra, with something in her draconic fragments. He did not know more than that. The moment one drop touched the seal, Astra's eyes opened. Blue light became gold. Kai's pendant burned against his chest. The rune disappeared. He saw another memory. This time it was clearer. His father stood in the same white laboratory from the first vision. Darius looked younger, tired, angry. A man in an elegant black uniform stood across from him. Lucian Veyer, even 15 years younger. The royal grand advisor had the same silver hair and calm expression. Darius slammed a file onto the table. You said we were recovering extinct bloodlines. Veyer replied. We are. You're harvesting living dragons. Fragments. They are sentient. Veyer's expression did not change. So are humans. Yet humans die every day for national security. Darius stepped closer. The sovereign beneath the capital is still alive, isn't it? Veyer smiled. The memory broke. Kai returned to the treatment room, gasping. Astra was standing. Her fractured core channels had changed. Instead of 3 bloodlines pulling against each other, they rotated in a stable cycle. Core collapse warning removed. New status. Stable. Iris threw both arms around Astra's neck. The dragon made a low rumbling sound. Sierra smiled. The royal doctor stared at Kai like he had just rewritten medicine. One of them whispered, "How?" Kai gave him a tired smile. Good eyes. Sierra nearly laughed herself into a chair. Saving Astra changed Iris's relationship with Kai completely. She stopped treating him as an interesting academy champion and started treating him as somebody inside the same problem. 3 nights later, she gave him access to a private royal genealogy archive. Do not tell my mother. Kai looked at her. The queen? The Chancellor Queen, yes. You are asking a Greyhaven delivery kid to help you hide archive access from the head of state. Iris shrugged. You wanted answers. I do. I'm just appreciating how insane my life has become. They searched for old records of the Great Dragon Slaying War. Most repeated the official story. Then Noah found an inventory ledger from year 1 after the war. Items transferred to Royal Vault. 112 dragon cores. 47 spinal crystals. 9 intact blood glands. 3 sovereign class ocular organs. Kai's stomach twisted at the last line. Ocular organs. Eyes. Evolution sight flickered. Asterion interface response detected. Iris noticed Kai flinch. What? He pointed to the ledger. I think whatever is in my eye may come from one of those. Nobody spoke for a moment. Jace, who had been silent through most of the search, leaned against the archive shelf. So the royal version of history left out the part where somebody inventoried dragon organs like warehouse stock. Iris's face tightened. This ledger is not enough. Kai looked at her. It has the royal seal. It proves material was moved. It does not prove who authorized it, and Veyer will bury a ledger under 10 layers of legal language. Noah asked, You have another source? Iris did not answer immediately. Then she stood. When I was little, my grandmother used to drag me through ceremonial galleries before state dinners. There is a sealed visual archive attached to the old coronation hall. It isn't indexed by research topic because technically it is art preservation. Milo blinked. Princess side quest. Iris looked at him. Finish that sentence and you can search the next 80 years of photographs manually. Milo made a zipping motion across his mouth. Iris entered a sequence of royal memorial dates instead of a password. A hidden partition opened. Kai stared. You knew that code? I grew up in this palace. She pulled up an image labeled Centennial Reconstruction Banquet, Year 87. The photograph showed the old royal family standing beside military commanders and research officials. Iris zoomed in. A silver-haired man stood 3 places behind the king. Kai stopped breathing. Lucian Vare. Same face. Same eyes. Same calm expression. Noah checked the metadata twice. Image is authentic. Jace frowned. How old is Vare supposed to be? 56, Iris said. The room went quiet. For once, Milo did not make a joke. He only looked from the photograph to Kai. Kai, that's him. Kai activated evolution sight on the archived image. The interface hesitated. Historical subject match. Lucian Vare. Biological timeline inconsistent. Possible foreign bloodline integration. Then pain. Stabbed behind Kai's right eye. Neural load, 46%. Deep historical comparison terminated. He shut the interface off. Iris copied the image to an offline chip before the archive could flag the access. From now on, she said, we do not assume Vare is simply a corrupt advisor. Kai looked at the 87-year-old face. No, Jace folded his arms. We assume the creepy government guy has been creepy for longer than our grandparents have been alive. Sierra gave him a look. What? Milo is not allowed to carry all the jokes. Milo looked genuinely touched. Growth. Iris removed the chip and closed the partition. More important, Vare does not know we know. For the first time in the investigation, Kai was not the one who had found the answer. He smiled faintly. Remind me never to play hide and seek with you, and would win. Kai agreed. At the end of training camp, the top 16 candidates were ranked publicly. Noah placed 5th, Jace 4th, Iris 2nd because royal candidates were judged under the same rules. Kai placed 1st. The military instructor handed him a black badge. Provisional 4-star qualification invitation. Kai stared. I'm still 18. The instructor looked bored. Your birth certificate has been noted. Milo whispered. Man just aged if the rank system. Kai elbowed him. The instructor continued. Pass the qualification, and you become eligible for the National Young Beastmaster Championship. That tournament was the biggest under-21 event in the Federation. National broadcast, military recruitment, royal sponsorship. The winner received a title from the Crown and access to the Nova Crown Grand Archive. Kai only heard the last part. Grand Archive. If there were records about the Dragon Vault, they would be there. I'll take the exam. Jay sighed. The 4-star qualification should have been another long exam arc. Kai refused to let it become one. 3B rank training beast stood between him and the national bracket. Rook, Moss, and Zip handled the first 2 through clean teamwork. Roots changed the terrain, lightning forced movement, and Rook punished every bad angle. The third beast, a magma tyrant, had no convenient weak point Kai could exploit without risking serious injury. So Kai stopped looking at the beast and studied the arena. He burst the sprinkler lines, had Moss pull heat from the flooded floor, and let Zip drive low-voltage current through the tyrant's suddenly brittle armor seams. Rook struck only after the shell cracked. The tyrant dropped, the examiners stared at their ruined ceiling, and Kai earned 4-star status at 18. By sunset, every major newsfeed carried his face. Mia sent him a screenshot of their old landlord claiming he had always believed in Kai. Kai laughed until a royal courier arrived with a sealed invitation. Grand Advisor Lucian Vare requested a private congratulations before the National Young Beastmaster Championship. Sierra read the invitation twice. Private meetings with suspicious government men should not be part of a victory lap. Kai folded it. I'll bring Rook. The meeting took place inside an old royal menagerie beneath the palace, far from cameras, reporters, and anyone Kai would have preferred as a witness. Vare stood beside a chained silverback worm, whose scales had gone gray around the eyes. The creature's breathing came in short, painful bursts. Kai's interface opened automatically. The worm was dying from an ancient suppression brand carved through its core, but the brand carried root-level Asterion authority. Kai shut the scan down when pain flashed behind his right eye. Vare noticed. Good. Curiosity without restraint is simply another form of hunger. Kai looked at the chains. Why is it here? Vare answered calmly. Because releasing it would kill several hundred people before its core failed. Then treat it. There is no treatment. Vare stepped closer to the worm. Sometimes mercy is not restoration. Sometimes mercy is choosing the least cruel ending. He raised 2 fingers. A blue-black command mark appeared beneath the worm's throat. The massive creature stopped struggling and lowered its head toward him. Rook's mane rose instantly. Kai felt something ancient inside the Fenrir recoil. Evolution's sight produced one warning before he forced it closed. Foreign draconic authority. Vare rested a hand against the worm's skull. Easy. Its breathing slowed. For the first time since Kai entered, the animal stopped shaking. Then its heart stopped. No explosion. No dramatic attack. Vare simply ended its pain and looked at Kai as if asking him to understand. Kai's jaw tightened. You expect me to thank you? Vare replied. No, expect you to notice that power is mostly deciding what survives your choices. My father disagreed with you. The first real emotion crossed Vare's face. Not anger. Something almost like disappointment. Your father disagreed too late. Vare placed a thin glass vial on the table. 1 milliliter of Rook's blood. In exchange, I give you Darius Wren's sealed personnel file tonight. Kai did not touch the vial. Vare added, I will also authorize independent treatment for Princess Iris's dragon, inside the Royal Medical Board. That made the offer crueler because it was useful. Kai could buy answers about his father and help Astra with one painless sample from Rook. He looked at the Fenrir. Rook looked back. Kai felt no fear through the contract, only trust. That made the answer easier, not harder. No, Vare's smile barely moved. You did not ask him, Kai said. I didn't need to. His body is not my currency. For several seconds, the menagerie was silent. Then Vare picked up the vial. Darius said almost the same thing the first time he finally understood Asterion. Kai stepped toward him. What does that mean? Vare turned away. Win the championship. The crown rewards champions with Grand Archive access. He glanced back over one shoulder. Perhaps you prefer earning the truth through a system whose rules I helped write. That sentence followed Kai out of the palace. For the first time, Vare no longer felt like a name hidden inside old files. He was a man who could stop an ancient beast with 2 fingers. Worse, he believed control and mercy could become the same thing if the person making the decision had enough authority. Kai returned to Greyhaven the next afternoon with Mia, because normal groceries felt like the safest possible response to meeting a century-old political nightmare. In the discount market, he ran into Lena Park wearing an Apex volunteer badge. The old awkwardness lasted about 5 seconds before both of them got tired of it. Lena said she had watched the freshman final. Everybody kept waiting for you to get exposed. I told them to watch Rook instead. Kai raised an eyebrow. That sounds suspiciously supportive. She smiled. Don't get dramatic. I was just finally paying attention. She admitted she had treated poverty like a character flaw and strength like proof of worth. I was wrong about both. Kai accepted the apology without making it a victory. There was no request to start over and no revenge speech. Just 2 people acknowledging that the version of themselves from 3 months earlier was gone. Mia returned with noodles and announced, I gave you enough time for emotional closure. Lena laughed. Kai considered changing his name and moving countries. They said goodbye. Kai walked out without looking back. Because Lena was no longer a wound, a goal, or an opponent. She was simply part of his past. His phone buzzed before he reached the parking lot. The National Young Beastmaster Championship bracket had gone live. 100 elite competitors, 26 for stars, 4 5-star prodigies, and 1 masked entrant registered directly through the Royal Council. No academy, no public beast record, no verified identity beyond a single name. 0. Kai opened Zero's profile. Evolution's sight flickered through the digital image and failed exactly the way it failed around Red Eye and Vare's hidden authority. Access restricted. Kai stared at the words. After the menagerie, the national tournament no longer looked like a sports event. It looked like a board somebody powerful had already arranged, and Kai had just realized he might be one of the pieces. The National Young Beastmaster Championship opened inside Nova Crown Grand Arena, a stadium so large the family section alone could swallow most of Greyhaven. Rook hated the fireworks. Zip chased one until Kai recalled him. Moss fell asleep during the anthem. Milo called the team broadcast ready. Kai's first 3 rounds lasted less than 10 minutes combined. He won 1 through pressure, 1 through terrain control, and 1 because the opponent wisely surrendered. The broadcast tried to turn each victory into a legend. Kai mostly used the early rounds to keep his pets healthy and avoid showing more than necessary. By the round of 16, the Greyhaven delivery kid had become the fan favorite. That was when the bracket stopped giving him easy stories. His next opponent was Captain Owen Drake, 21 years old, military academy graduate, 5-star beastmaster, and owner of a battle-tested Steelwing Griffin. Owen shook Kai's hand before the match. No hype. No disrespect. I've seen Greenfall footage. Kai nodded. I've seen your border footage. Owen smiled. Then we can skip the trash talk. Kai exhaled. Thank God. Their beast stepped onto the field without another word. The fight mattered because Owen had no obvious gimmick, no injured partner, and no exploitable mistake waiting to be discovered. He was simply excellent. The steel-winged griffin took the air before the crowd finished cheering. Metal feathers screamed downward like missiles, forcing Moss to build cover immediately. Zip challenged the griffin and lost the first exchange. Rook tried Night Rush from below, but Owen used his own beast's shadow as deliberate bait. Kai felt the counter-strike through the contract and understood the problem. Owen was not waiting for Kai to make mistakes. He was creating them. The second volley shredded half of Moss's shield. Zip dove to intercept and came out of the exchange with one wing smoking. Kai recalled Zip before impact. Rook attacked from below, but Owen predicted Night Rush and used the griffin's own shadow as bait. Rook appeared exactly where Owen wanted and took a wing strike to the ribs. Contract feedback punched the air out of Kai's lungs. There was no hidden injury to exploit and no bad trainer to outsmart. Kai had to dismantle Owen's battlefield control instead of the beast itself. Sierra, watching from the medical seats, stood up. Jace remained still. He'll adapt, he said. Noah looked at him. Confidence? Experience? Kai wiped blood from his lip. The griffin had no major weakness. This was another Noah problem. A good beast with a good trainer. No cheat answer. So Kai changed the objective. He stopped trying to knock the griffin out. Instead, he attacked its battlefield control. Moss. Root markers. Full arena. Small green shoots appeared across the floor. Owen frowned. Griffin, stay airborne. That was exactly what Kai wanted. Every time the griffin beat its wings, the roots below bent in the air current. Kai now had a live map of pressure changes. He could predict the griffin's flight path without looking up. Rook. 3 o'clock in 2 seconds. Owen's eyes widened. Rook jumped before the griffin reached the point. Hornline Rend clipped a wing. The griffin recovered. Kai called another location, then another. Owen realized what the roots were doing. Burn them. The griffin released a heat wave. Moss's markers died. Kai smiled. The heat wave created a huge thermal updraft. Zip. Now. Kai released Zip from the contract space. The Thundercrest Skyray shot directly into the updraft, using the griffin's own heat to regain altitude without spending energy. Owen laughed in disbelief. You planned that? Kai shouted back. Like 30 seconds ago. Zip used Thunder Mirror. 2 electric images split around the griffin. Owen picked the real one correctly, but the fake was not meant to attack. It flashed bright enough to blind the griffin for half a second. Rook jumped from a root pillar. Zip dove from above. 1 hit from each side. The griffin crashed. Owen recalled it before serious injury. The referee called the match. Kai bent over with his hands on his knees. Owen walked over, breathing hard. That was disgusting. Kai looked up. Good disgusting? Strategically disgusting. I'll take it. Owen shook his hand again. You're going to be a nightmare in the military. Kai laughed. I'm not joining the military. Owen's smile disappeared. Everybody says that before General Vale calls. As if summoned by the line, a message appeared on Kai's phone 10 minutes later. General Marcus Vale requests private meeting. Milo read it over his shoulder. Bro manifested a general. General Marcus Vale turned out to be Sierra's father. Kai learned that only after walking into the meeting room and seeing Sierra already sitting there with both hands over her face. Kai stopped in the doorway. Oh. Marcus Vale was a broad-shouldered man with short gray hair and the kind of calm expression that made everybody else sit straighter. He looked at Kai, then at Sierra, then back at Kai. You're Kai Ren. Yes, sir. My daughter talks about you. Sierra groaned. Dad. Kai's brain crashed harder than any beast scanner. Marcus let the silence last just long enough to be cruel. Then he smiled. I'm kidding. Mostly. Sierra looked ready to move countries. The general became serious. I called you here because of Greenfall and Outpost 7. Kai's smile disappeared. Marcus placed a folder on the table. Black Sun activity has increased along 3 military sectors. Forced evolution cores are appearing again. Somebody inside the government is supplying restricted research. Kai thought of Lucian Veyer. Do you know who? Marcus looked at him carefully. I have suspicions. Not proof. Grand Advisor Veyer? Sierra's eyes widened. Marcus did not react. Which was a reaction. Kai leaned back. Marcus said, be careful saying that name. Everyone keeps telling me that. There's a reason. Then give me the reason. Marcus studied him. Finally, he opened the folder. Inside was a photograph taken 20 years earlier. Darius Wren stood beside a younger Marcus Vale. And Lucian Vare. Kai stared. You knew my father. Marcus nodded. We served on the same research security task force. What happened to him? I don't know. Kai's eyes narrowed. Marcus continued before he could speak. I know he uncovered something under Nova Crown. I know he stole a royal key fragment. I know Vare ordered his arrest. And I know I helped Darius escape the city. Syrah stared at her father. You never told me that. It was classified before you could read. Kai's hands tightened around the photo. Why did you help him? Marcus looked directly at him. Because he showed me the dragons were not the ones who started the war. The room went completely silent. Kai finally had confirmation from somebody outside Black Sun. The great dragon-slaying war was a lie. Marcus leaned forward. But listen carefully. Black Sun is not your ally either. They were born from the same research factions that wanted to continue harvesting. They simply disagreed over who should control the results. Kai thought of Red Eye saying he was not ready to hate the right people. Maybe the man had never said Black Sun was good. He had only made the crown look worse. Marcus handed Kai another page. A map fragment. Nova Crown underground sectors. One region had been blacked out. Dragon Vault Security Zone. Kai looked up. Marcus said, win the championship. The winner receives a royal audience and Grand Archive access. If you're going to dig, do it from a position they cannot quietly erase. Kai understood. Fame was not only ego, it was armor. The more people knew his name, the harder it became for somebody to make him disappear without questions. Kai folded the map. Then I'll win. Marcus smiled faintly. You sound like Darius. Syrah muttered. That explains a lot. Kai looked at her. Whose side are you on? Realities. The championship quarterfinal came 3 days later. Kai entered the arena knowing the tournament was no longer just a trophy. Every victory put him closer to the Royal Archive. Every camera made him harder to erase. And somewhere in the bracket, the mystery competitor called Zero was still undefeated. Zero had won every match without revealing a contracted beast. He used a black cloak, a plain mask, and a short spear. Somehow, every opponent's beast surrendered before touching him. Commentators called it intimidation. Kai's interface called it something else. Draconic authority pressure detected. Source unreadable. When Zero walked past Kai in the tunnel, he stopped. The masked face turned toward Rook. Rook's entire body went rigid. Moss lowered his head. Zip stopped moving for the first time in his life. Zero spoke quietly. You're raising them well. Kai stared. Who are you? Zero looked at Kai's right eye. Not yet. He continued walking. A black scale fell from his cloak. Kai picked it up. The moment his fingers touched it, the Asterion interface crashed. Every panel vanished. One line appeared. Original Dragon Authority detected. Access restricted. Kai's heartbeat quickened. For the first time, he had touched something the system was not merely unable to analyze. It was refusing. Kai spent the night trying to scan the black scale. Nothing. No species. No age. No evolution route. No material classification. Every attempt returned the same message. Original Dragon Authority detected. Access restricted. At 3 in the morning, Kai tried placing the scale beside his father's black pendant. The pendant cracked a little more. A faint line of blue light connected them. Then the apartment lights died. Mia opened her bedroom door. Kai. Yeah. Are you doing secret dragon stuff again? Maybe. Can you do it when the refrigerator isn't running? Fair. The power returned. Kai put the scale away. Lyra Storm waited in the quarterfinal, a 5-star frontier beastmaster whose Tempest Elk could turn the arena into a moving wall of wind. Her sandworm owned the ground while a dust sprite erased visibility. Kai was not hunting one weakness anymore. He was surviving 3 coordinated systems. The Tempest Elk suddenly opened a calm corridor through the cyclone. Kai almost sent Zip through it, then noticed Lyra watching the opening instead of defending it. Too late. Zip committed. The corridor snapped shut, and compressed wind hammered him sideways toward the boundary wall like a blue feathered bullet. Moss. Anchor him. Vines exploded from the floor and caught Zip's ankle 1 meter before ring out. Lyra grinned. Free lanes are never free. Kai killed every extra panel. Rook. Follow pressure. Zip. Trust Moss. Moss. Protect space. He stopped trying to calculate the whole battlefield at once. Lyra answered by collapsing the floor under Rook. The sandworm swallowed him beneath a moving ridge, while the Tempest Elk charged Moss head-on. Moss took the impact instead of dodging, roots cracking across the arena. That single choice gave Kai the vibration he needed through their contract. Under us, Moss twisted the root network upward. The sandworm erupted from hiding, dragging Rook with it, and Rook was already biting its armor. Zipped up from above, grounding the Tempest Elk's wind field through Moss's wet roots. Lyra laughed. Okay, delivery boy, that was actually clean. Then the dust sprite filled the storm with 6 fake silhouettes of Lyra. Kai could not identify the real one, so he stopped trying and guarded his team instead. Moss shielded Zip. Zip covered Rook, and Rook drove the worm away from Lyra. Her formation broke. Lyra raised both hands. Yeah, I'm done. After the match, Kai skipped the celebration and took a service stairwell toward the recovery wing. A red glow waited on the landing below. Red Eye stood there without a mask of smoke or a dramatic entrance. Just a dark coat, one gloved hand, and a tired expression Kai had never seen before. Kai summoned Rook instantly. Red Eye did not move. Relax. If I wanted a fight, the cameras upstairs would already be showing something more interesting. Then talk. Red Eye nodded. Fine. One truth. No riddle. Black Sun is not one organization. It has not been one organization for years. Kai's expression hardened. Red Eye continued. My cell did not hit your clinic. We traced that team afterward. Their equipment came from an Asterion subcontractor. There, the authorization trail touched his office, then disappeared behind royal security. That is proof enough for me, and not enough for a court. Kai remembered the menagerie. Why use the same symbol? Red Eye pulled off one glove. Black-blue graph scars covered his wrist and disappeared under his sleeve. Because the first Black Sun was made by people who survived Asterion, the symbol meant we would expose what the crown buried. And now, Red Eye looked at the scars. Now, some cells protect survivors, some sell weapons, some worship dragons, and some became exactly what they hated. Kai stared at him. Which one are you? The one that still owes Darius Ren a life. That answer killed every joke Kai might have made. Red Eye flexed the scarred hand. Your father pulled me out of Asterion Lab 12 when I was 14. Ver's researchers had already changed me. So you knew my father. I knew the man who tried to shut the door after helping build the room. Red Eye met Kai's eyes. That is why I keep pushing you toward the truth. Not because Darius was innocent. Because he decided innocence mattered less than stopping the damage. Kai asked the question that had lived in him for years. Did he abandon us? Red Eye's answer came immediately. No. Kai forgot to breathe. Red Eye added, I do not know where he is now. I only know his last operation was designed to keep Ver from reaching the vault. That was the first clean answer Red Eye had ever given him. It did not solve the mystery, but it changed the shape of it. Kai's father had not simply walked away. Whatever happened after his disappearance belonged to the same war. Kai had only begun to understand. Red Eye put the glove back on. Now the warning. Zero is not mine. He is not Ver's either. If he offers you power, ask why he needs you stronger. Kai frowned. You know who he is? Enough to be afraid of what remembers him. Red Eye started down the stairs. Kai almost laughed. You promised no riddle. Red Eye glanced back. I gave you 3 facts. I am allowed one bad habit. Then he left through the public corridor instead of vanishing into smoke. Kai watched him go, more unsettled by the ordinary exit than any theatrical disappearance. Kai returned to the strategy room and told Sierra, Jace, Noah, and Milo exactly what Red Eye had said. Nobody liked how much of it fit. Before they could decide what to do with that information, every phone in the room chimed at once. The semi-final bracket had been posted. The semi-final bracket confirmed the nightmare, Kai Ren versus Zero. While Jace Han drew Captain Owen Drake, Milo stared at the screen. So we either get Kai versus Mystery Dragon Guy, or Kai versus Jace again, Noah said. Assuming Kai survives the Mystery Dragon Guy. Milo slowly looked at him. You need to work on morale. Zero had still not summoned a beast. He had defeated a 5-star competitor in the quarterfinal by releasing a pressure wave that caused 3 contracted beasts to kneel. Kai watched the replay. Rook watched beside him. The moment Zero's pressure appeared on screen, Rook's hidden bloodline awakening rate increased from 31 to 32%. Kai noticed. He played the clip again. 33%. Again. 34. Kai stopped. The draconic pressure was stimulating. Rook's Eclipse Fenrir lineage. Moss reacted too. Ancient Grove Dragon Awakening increased by 1%. Zipstorm Sovereign Bloodline did not change. The effect specifically targeted Draconic Linked or Ancient Sovereign lines. Sierra watched Kai's expression. Bad? Weird. That is not an answer. Zero's aura is making Rook and Moss stronger. Jace, who had joined the strategy session, frowned. Then why would he drop that scale for you? Nobody had a good answer. Noah finally said, because he wants Kai stronger too. The room went quiet. Kai did not like how logical that sounded. The semi-final began at noon. Zero entered without music. No sponsor logos. No entourage. Just the black cloak, plain mask, and short spear. Kai brought Rook only. The referee looked confused. You may deploy up to 3 contracted beasts. I know. Moss carried dragon-lined blood, and Kai did not want to expose him to a pressure source he still did not understand. Zip was still under medical restriction after the 4 Academy League injury. More importantly, Rook wanted this fight. Kai could feel it through the contract. Zero looked at Rook's golden mane. 34%. Kai's eyes narrowed. You can see it too. Zero tilted his head. The referee raised a hand. Begin. Zero released no beast. He planted the end of his spear on the floor. Pressure rolled across the arena. The audience barely reacted. Every contracted beast in the tunnels did. Rook's legs bent. His Fenrir blood woke another fraction, then another. The interface warned Kai that the increase was happening too fast. He knew what that meant now. Progress was not the same thing as safety. Rook, hold. Don't chase the number. Zero increased the pressure. Rook snarled and stayed upright. Black gold fire formed around his paws. Kai felt pain through the contract. Zero whispered. Good. Kai's anger rose. Night rush. Rook vanished. Zero caught one bronze horn with a bare hand. The stadium exploded. No beast armor. No visible defensive skill. Just one hand stopping a C-rank hornwolf at full speed. Kai's interface produced a broken fragment instead of a clean profile. Human and dragon markers overlapped so badly that the classification refused to settle. Zero leaned close to Rook and whispered something. Rook's eyes widened. Fear hit the contract, then grief, then recognition so old it could not possibly belong to the young beast himself. Zero released him. Kai shouted, "What did you say?" Something his blood remembers. The next several exchanges were worse. Rook attacked from every angle. Shadow step, night rush, horn line rend, eclipse roar. Zero blocked everything with tiny movements. Sometimes the spear, sometimes one hand. Once he moved before Kai had finished forming the command. Kai understood. Zero was reading the contract impulse before it became action. So Kai changed the link. No more verbal commands. No hard impulses. Just shared intent. Rook attacked again. This time one horn clipped Zero's mask. Crack. A piece broke away. Dark blue scales crossed the skin underneath. Zero stepped back. His Fenrir bloodline surged again. The next evolution route appeared. Eclipse Fenrir. Kai saw the requirement. 50% awakening. Rook was at 49.1%. That was all. Sierra's voice came through the team channel. Kai, recall him. Kai heard her. He also saw 49%. Zero raised the spear. You want the last percent? Kai should have said no, he knew that. He had spent weeks telling himself evolution. Sight was information, not destiny. He had watched Zip hit the ground because he treated a true number like a complete answer. And still, in front of 50,000 people, with Rook one step from a mythic root, Kai hesitated. That hesitation was the mistake. Rook, he said. One more exchange. Sierra shouted his name. Zero's visible eye hardened. Not amused now. Disappointed. All right. He released the full pressure. Rook screamed. The awakening crossed 50%. The evolution route unlocked. Kai's heart jumped for exactly half a second. Then Rook's front legs collapsed. Blood ran from the base of one horn. Kai felt the contract channel tear with white-hot pain. Recall. The command came too late. Zero crossed the arena. The blunt end of his spear struck Rook once in the chest. Not a killing blow. A finishing blow. Rook hit the floor and did not get back up. The referee's barrier slammed between them. Knockout. Winner. Zero. The words echoed through the national arena. Kai Ren had lost. Not because the referee cheated. Not because the system failed. Not because somebody sacrificed themselves. He had made the wrong call. Kai dropped to one knee from contract feedback. Sierra and the medical team were already moving before the arena lights finished changing. Zero stood over the unconscious wolf for a moment. Kai glared at him. You knew that would happen. Yes. Then why push him? Zero looked down at Kai. Because I wanted to know whether you saw a beast or a progress bar. The sentence hit harder than the loss. Zero turned and walked away. Security did not stop him. Every contracted beast near the tunnel lowered its head as he passed. Kai barely noticed. He was running toward Rook. The medical wing smelled like disinfectant and burned mana. Rook had a microfracture at the horn root, bloodline fever, and inflammation through the contract nerves. None of it was permanent, but the doctors ordered several days of stabilization before any high-output skill use. Kai's own right eye had ruptured 2 small vessels from the feedback. The Asterion interface responded by locking deep analysis for 72 hours. For once, Kai was glad to see access limited. Syrah found him sitting beside Rook's bed. She did not soften her voice. You knew. Kai stared at the floor. Yes. You knew he was in pain. Yes. And you pushed anyway. Kai swallowed. Yes. Syrah folded her arms. I'm not going to tell you that makes you a monster. I'm going to tell you something worse. Kai looked up. It makes you normal. He frowned. People with power get used to being right. Then one day, they stop asking who pays when they're wrong. She looked at Rook. Don't become that guy. Then she left. Rook woke an hour later. Kai leaned forward. Hey. The wolf opened one cobalt eye. Kai reached toward him. Rook turned his head away. Kai's hand stopped. That hurt more than the semi-final. He lowered it. I'm sorry. No response. I saw 50% and forgot you were the one feeling it. Rook's ear twitched. Kai stayed beside the bed without touching him. No excuses. No promise that it would never happen again. Just the truth. I lost that fight before Zero hit you. Outside the room, Milo quietly closed the door and, for once, did not make a joke. The tournament committee spent the next 6 hours trying to verify Zero's identity. They failed. His registration number belonged to a beastmaster who had died 9 years earlier. His blood sample disappeared from the medical database. The address on his application was an empty building scheduled for demolition. Then Zero himself vanished. The only thing left in his locker was a black-blue dragon scale, placed neatly on top of Kai's confiscated match report, as if Zero had known exactly who would receive it. Tournament law was brutally simple. An unverified competitor could not retain a result. Zero was disqualified after the fact. Because Kai had been the legal semi-finalist opposite him, the committee moved Kai into the championship final. Kai hated it. The media hated it in a different way. Half the country called him lucky. The other half called the tournament rigged. One headline read, Kai Ren loses. Advances anyway. Milo turned the screen face down. Comment sections are a failed civilization. Kai did not argue. Jace found him outside the medical wing. So, you lost. Kai looked at him. Thanks. I'm serious. I noticed. Jace leaned against the wall. Good. Kai frowned. Jace continued. You've been winning for 3 months straight. It was getting annoying. Kai almost laughed. Jace's face stayed flat. You don't get to pretend the loss erased everything else. And you don't get to pretend advancing on a rule means you earned the final. Kai looked at him. So what am I supposed to do? Jace shrugged. Earn it tomorrow. Then he walked away. Kai looked through the glass at Rook. For the first time all season, the next evolution route was unlocked, and Kai did not feel excited. He felt ashamed. And that turned out to matter more. Jace's Solar War Tiger had evolved again during training camp. Not into a new species, but into a mature battle stage. Rank, A-. Its halo had become a solid golden disc. White armor covered its chest and front legs. Solar energy output had nearly doubled. Rook remained C+. Worse, the medics had cleared him only for low output movement. The horn root fracture was stable, but another full power night rush could reopen it. The gap was ridiculous. But Rook's Eclipse Fenrir root was finally unlocked. Kai needed one ingredient, authentic sovereign moon essence. He had no idea where to find it. Then the black dragon scale in his pocket became warm. Evolution site displayed a new message. Sovereign moon residue detected. Compatible source. Original dragon scale. Kai stared. The scale Zero left behind could trigger Rook's evolution. Noah looked at the data Kai had written down. You're considering using an unknown relic from a half-human dragon person before the national final. When you say it like that, it sounds exactly as bad as it is, Syrah finished. Milo nodded. We have established this pattern. Jace was not in the room. Kai placed the scale on the floor instead of putting it anywhere near Rook. That distinction mattered now. Rook sniffed it and stepped back. Kai did not reach for him. I know what the interface says this can do. Rook watched him. Kai pushed the scale farther away with 2 fingers. But I already made one decision because I wanted your next form more than I listened to you. I'm not doing that twice. For several seconds, the contract stayed quiet. Then Rook sent him a memory. Moonlight over a ruined forest. A giant black wolf standing beside a dragon. Two species facing the same burning city. Human soldiers came through the trees. Chains. Blood. The memory vanished. Kai understood only part of it. Rook's bloodline remembered the Great Dragon era, and whatever Zero had left behind resonated with that past. But resonance was not consent. We don't have to evolve for the final, Kai said. Rook stared at him. We can lose, the wolf growled. Kai almost smiled. Okay, still hate that word. He became serious again. I mean it. Jace can beat us tomorrow. The country can call me a fraud. None of that gets to decide what happens to your body. Kai placed both hands in his lap. No command. Rook stayed still. 10 seconds passed, then 20. Finally, Rook walked forward on his own. He did not touch the scale first. He pressed his forehead against Kai's chest. The contract reopened fully. Warm, steady. Forgiveness was not a stat, so the interface had nothing useful to say. Kai wrapped one arm around him. Your call. Rook stepped back, lowered his head, and touched his nose to the black scale. The scale dissolved. Dark blue light entered his horns. The room went black, not metaphorically. Every source of light disappeared. Kai could not see Milo, could not see Syrah, could not see his own hand. Then a moon appeared overhead. Impossible, because they were indoors. The eclipse trial had begun. Kai stood in a dark forest. Rook stood beside him, back in his original small Ash Hound form. His ribs showed. His ear was torn. Exactly how he looked the night Kai found him. The interface gave Kai one brutal rule for the eclipse trial. He could witness Rook's ancestral memory, but he could not interfere. Rook had to survive it on his own. The forest changed. Ancient soldiers appeared between the trees. Chains flew toward Rook. Kai moved instinctively. His body passed through them. He could not help. Rook ran. The trial showed him memory after memory. Fenrir packs hunted by humans. Pups taken for bloodline extraction. Adults chained beside dragons. A black wolf king refusing to kneel. The final scene showed the wolf king standing in front of a dragon child while an army surrounded them. The wolf looked exactly like what Rook might become. The dragon child had dark blue scales around one eye. Zero, or someone who looked like him. The army attacked. The wolf king died. Rook watched. His small body shook. Kai could feel grief tearing through the contract, but he could not reach him. Then the trial created a human figure. Kai. The fake Kai held out a chain. Kneel. Rook backed away. The fake smiled. Humans always use beasts. That is all contracts are. Rook looked toward the real Kai. Kai could not speak. The system blocked him. Rook lowered his head. For one terrible second, Kai thought the trial had broken him. Then Rook walked past the fake, straight toward the real Kai. The system barrier stopped him. Rook placed one paw against it. Kai placed his hand on the other side. The contract mark between them lit up. The fake human disappeared. The forest accepted Rook's choice. The ancestral fear dissolved, and the interface recognized what Kai had nearly forgotten in the semi-final. Their contract was a mutual bond, not an ownership chain. The trial was complete. The forest shattered. Kai woke on the training room floor. Syrah was kneeling beside him. Milo was shouting his name. Noah was timing his pulse. Rook stood in the center of the room. Still a night flare hornwolf. No new form. Milo stared. Did it fail? Kai checked the interface once. The trial had completed every remaining condition. Rook no longer needed another ingredient or percentage. He could choose the moment of evolution himself. Kai smiled. No, he stood slowly. We're saving it. Syrah's eyes narrowed. For what? Kai looked toward the stadium lights outside. The final. The committee could erase Zero from the bracket. It could not erase the loss from Kai. Zero had beaten him clean, and Kai carried that fact into the final instead of pretending a technical ruling had fixed it. The national championship final became the most watched youth match in Federation history. Jace Han vs Kai Ren. The rematch. Rich Air vs Greyhaven Prodigy. Solar War Tiger versus the pet that had once been registered as an F-rank Ash Hound. Jace entered under a wall of golden light. Kai entered with Rook alone. The commentators lost their minds. Only one beast? Against an A- Solar War Tiger. Is Kai Ren throwing? Milo sat beside Syrah in the team box. He is farming drama. Syrah stared at the arena. He better be farming a win. Jace saw Rook and frowned. No moss. No zip. Kai shook his head. This is Rook's fight. Jace looked at the Hornwolf, then smiled. Good. The referee raised a hand. Final match. Begin. The Solar War Tiger attacked instantly. No testing exchange. No slow start. Jace knew Kai too well. Solar King Descent. The same ultimate skill that had nearly ended their freshman final came down in the opening 10 seconds. The crowd screamed. Rook did not move. Kai did not move. Jace's eyes narrowed. Kai smiled. Rook. The Night Flare Hornwolf looked back at him. Kai gave the same command he would use months later in the cold open. Lock in. A black ring appeared under Rook's paws. Then a second. Then a third. The stadium scanners glitched. Unknown bloodline detected. Jace's smile vanished. Black gold fire climbed Rook's legs. His bronze horns stretched backward into enormous antler-like blades. His golden mane expanded into a sharp crown. Navy fur became darker than the arena shadows. A circular eclipse appeared behind his body. The Solar King Descent crashed down. Rook looked up. One howl split the attack in half. The entire arena went silent. The interface gave Kai only the information that mattered. Rook had become an Eclipse Fenrir, Mythic Potential, Nightfall Domain Awakened, Sovereign Fang and Eclipse Crown unlocked. One judge stood so fast his chair fell over. That bloodline is extinct, Dean Celine whispered. It was supposed to be in the royal box. Lucian Veyer leaned forward. For the first time, the Grand Advisor smiled, and somewhere outside the arena, Red Eye watched the broadcast on a cracked screen. Finally, he whispered. Jace stared at Rook's new form for exactly 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Not because it was funny. Because at some point, disbelief had stopped being useful around Kai. Ren, of course, you had another evolution. Kai spread his hands. You know me. I hate that I do. The Solar War Tiger roared. Rook answered. The two beasts collided. This time, Rook did not slide backward. Black gold flame met white solar fire in the center of the arena and created a shockwave that cracked the barrier glass. The referee immediately raised the protection field to maximum. Jace's eyes sharpened. Radiant armor. Sunstep. The tiger vanished. Kai felt Rook's new senses open through the contract. Nightfall Domain was not a normal field skill. Inside a 30-meter radius, every shadow became part of Rook's perception. The Solar War Tiger reappeared behind him. Rook moved before Kai gave a command. One bronze horn caught the tiger's claw. Sparks exploded. Jace frowned. The tiger used Sunstep again. Rook turned again. Blocked. Again. Blocked. Milo shouted from the team box. He unlocked Premium Radar. Noah pushed his glasses up. More like distributed shadow perception. Milo looked at him. I liked mine better. Jace changed strategy. Solar field. The arena flooded with light. Shadows shrank. Rook's Nightfall Domain weakened. Kai smiled. Jace had figured out the skill after seeing it for less than a minute. That was why this rematch mattered. Jace was not a punching bag for Kai's latest upgrade. He was a rival. The Solar War Tiger attacked through the bright field. Rook took a claw across the chest. Blood hit the floor. Kai felt the pain. Sovereign Fang. Rook bit into the tiger's shoulder. Radiant armor flared. Unlike Black Flare Bite, Sovereign Fang did not ignore defense. It consumed active energy. The golden armor dimmed around the bite point. Jace understood immediately. Break contact. The tiger twisted and threw Rook away. Rook landed on all fours. Jace smiled. So that's your new gimmick? Kai smiled back. You say gimmick like your tiger doesn't have a floating sun behind it. The crowd laughed. Jace actually rolled his eyes. Then both got serious. The next 5 minutes were brutal. Jace used light to erase shadows. Kai used broken arena debris to create new ones. The tiger melted obstacles. Moss was not deployed, so Kai had to work with whatever the fight produced. Rook kicked a shattered barrier panel upright, creating a temporary shadow lane. Night Rush. The tiger blocked. Solar Claw. Rook ducked. Eclipse Crown. A black gold ring formed around Rook's horns and caught the next claw like a shield. The two beasts exchanged so fast that the broadcast slowed footage just to explain what happened. Jace started targeting Kai's attention instead of Rook's body. He sent feints toward the referee barrier. Used light flashes at random intervals. Change command timing. Kai's evolution sight gave data, but too much data could become noise. Jace knew that now. Kai, Jace shouted. You see everything, right? Kai's eyes narrowed. Jace smiled. Then look at all of it. The Solar War Tiger activated Sunburst Array. Hundreds of small light orbs filled the arena. Every orb produced heat, movement, and spiritual energy. Evolution Sight populated Kai's vision with hundreds of panels. Target. Energy source. Threat line. Trajectory. His right eye burned. The system started lagging. Sierra realized what Jace was doing. He figured out Kai's perception has a limit. Noah nodded. He's creating information overload. Sierra stared at Jace's light field. That is medically rude. The tiger attacked through the field. Rook took one hit, then another. Kai tried to track too many indicators. His nose started bleeding. Jace shouted, "Give up the cheat and fight me." Kai froze. Not because Jace knew the exact nature of evolution, sight. Because he was right. Kai had spent months learning to trust the interface. Maybe too much. During the Eclipse trial, Rook had rejected the idea that their bond was just a chain. Kai closed his right eye. Every system panel disappeared. The crowd gasped because Kai literally turned away from his strongest advantage. Jace's smile faded. "What are you doing?" Kai placed one hand over the contract mark on his wrist. "Rook." The Fenrir's ears lifted. No more numbers. Rook's tail moved once. The Solar War Tiger charged. Kai could not see the cooldown timer, could not see the armor gap, could not see the optimal route. He could feel Rook. Rook could feel him. The tiger used Sunstep. Kai did not predict where it would appear. Rook did. He moved on instinct. Their intent synchronized. Eclipse Crown blocked the first strike. Rook pivoted. Sovereign Fang hit the tiger's flank. Jace's eyes widened. Kai laughed. "Turns out my dog has eyes too." Rook roared. The black gold eclipse behind him expanded. Nightfall domain changed. New condition achieved. Owner beast autonomous synchronization. Domain evolution shared night. Even with Kai's eye closed, he suddenly sensed the arena through Rook's shadows. Not as data, as instinct. Jace saw the shift and made his final move. The Solar War Tiger leaped high. Solar King descent. Full output. A giant golden tiger spirit formed over the stadium. Kai opened his right eye again. The interface returned. But this time, he did not let it control the fight. He used one number. Rook's remaining energy. 18%. Enough. Nightfall domain. Collapse. Every shadow in the arena rushed toward Rook. His body became wrapped in black gold light. Jace shouted, "Go!" Kai shouted, "Sovereign Fang." Tiger and wolf launched at each other. Gold swallowed black. Black swallowed gold. The collision turned the entire barrier white. The broadcast lost visual feed for 3 seconds. When the smoke cleared, both beasts were still standing. Rook's front legs shook. The Solar War Tiger's armor was gone. Jace raised one hand. Again, the tiger tried to move. One knee hit the floor. Rook took one step. Then another. He touched a bronze horn against the tiger's forehead. The tiger lowered its head. Not unconscious. Yielding. The referee looked at Jace. Jace stared at his beast, then slowly smiled. He raised both hands. "We surrender." For half a second, the national arena was silent. Then 50,000 people screamed, "Kai! Kai! Kai!" Mia was somewhere in the family section, crying and yelling at the same time. Milo jumped on Tank's back. Sierra covered her mouth, smiling. Noah clapped quietly. Dean Celine stood. General Marcus Vale nodded once. Princess Iris looked toward Kai like she knew the win meant more than a trophy. Lucian Veyer did not clap. He watched Rook. Specifically, he watched the eclipse mark glowing behind Rook's horns. The Grand Advisor whispered to the royal aide beside him. "Confirm bloodline match." The aide checked a hidden screen. 72% compatibility with Vault Guardian records. Vair's eyes brightened. Then Darius really did put the key in his son. Down on the arena floor. Kai knew none of that. He was too busy getting tackled by Rook. The giant Eclipse Fenrir knocked him onto his back and licked his entire face. Kai laughed. "You're mythic now. Have some dignity." Rook ignored him. Jace walked over with his tiger beside him. No bitterness. No excuse. He held out a fist. Kai bumped it. Jace said, "I hate losing to you. I'd be worried if you enjoyed it." "Next year," Kai smiled. "Next year." The award ceremony began 20 minutes later. Kai stood on the center platform wearing a black and gold champion coat that felt too expensive to breathe in. The Chancellor Queen of Valen appeared on the giant screen from the royal palace. Princess Iris carried the championship medal to the podium. Milo whispered from the team section, "Do not trip." Kai heard him and almost tripped. Iris suppressed a laugh. She placed the medal around Kai's neck. "Congratulations, Champion Ren." Kai lowered his voice. "That sounds fake. You'll get used to it." "I hope not." The announcer raised his voice. "For extraordinary achievement at 18 years of age, Kai Ren is hereby recognized as the #1 young beastmaster of the Valen Federation. Act 4. The Blood Harvest. For one perfect minute, Kai thought becoming national champion might be the ending. Then every stadium light went black. The black sun, people screamed. Emergency barriers dropped over the exits. The announcer's microphone cut out. Then Red Eye's voice filled the arena. Congratulations, Eye-Bearer. Kai went cold. 50,000 people heard the title. Princess Iris immediately stepped beside him. Royal guards rushed onto the field. General Marcus Vale stood in the military box. Locked the perimeter. The stadium floor cracked. Black smoke poured from 6 points around the arena. Masked Beastmasters emerged. Not dozens. Hundreds. Each released an artificially evolved beast. The championship celebration became a battlefield in under 10 seconds. Kai recalled the cold open in reverse. Everyone had thought the final was the climax. It was only bait. Rook moved first. Nightfall domain spread across the dark stadium. Kai suddenly sensed attackers everywhere. East Tunnel, 20 hostiles. Upper West stands, 3 flyers. Sierra, get civilians behind Moss. Milo, tank on the center gate. Jace, with me. Nobody questioned him. The team moved. Moss expanded Grove Bastion around the nearest civilian section. Roots formed a thick living wall. Sierra and Lumi created healing zones behind it. Tank blocked a broken gate. Zip shot into the upper stands and used Thunder Mirror to confuse flying attackers. Jace's Solar War Tiger lit the central field. Kai and Rook moved through the darkness. The first Black Sun Beast was a 2-headed panther with steel ribs. Evolution Sight showed 3 artificial core nodes. Neck, right shoulder, lower spine. Jace's tiger hit the first. Rook hit the second. Kai kicked a broken baton into the third, because sometimes there was no beast in the right place. The panther collapsed without exploding. Another chimera attacked from above. Zip intercepted. Chain arc filled the ceiling. The crowd below screamed. But train security started moving civilians toward emergency corridors. Then the royal box exploded. Kai looked up. Lucian Vare stood inside the smoke, completely unharmed. 2 royal guards lay unconscious nearby. A Black Sun operative landed in front of him. Kai expected Vare to attack the operative. Instead, the Grand Advisor said something Kai could not hear. The operative bowed. Kai's blood went cold. He activated predictive sight and zoomed his visual focus. Vare's lips moved. Phase 2. Kai shouted, General Vale. Vare is with them. The stadium noise swallowed his voice. Marcus did not hear. Vare looked directly at Kai. For 1 second, the polite public mass disappeared. Then he pointed. A royal security officer beside him raised a rifle. Not at the Black Sun operative. At Kai. Sierra saw it. Kai. The rifle fired. Rook jumped. The round hit Eclipse Crown and exploded in black gold sparks. The entire arena camera network caught it. Vare's face changed. He had made a mistake. Millions of viewers just watched a royal officer shoot at the national champion during a terrorist attack. Vare immediately grabbed the officer and struck him down. Traitor, he shouted for the cameras. Kai almost admired the recovery. Almost. Red Eye's laughter came over the speakers. Careful, Advisor. Your mask is slipping. Vare looked toward the screens. You lunatic. Red Eye replied. Takes one to know one. Kai realized something important. Black Sun and Vare were not one team. They were cooperating for this attack, temporarily, which meant both wanted something, probably him. The answer arrived seconds later. 6 chains of red energy erupted from the stadium floor and wrapped around Rook. Rook roared. Kai felt his contract connection distort. Evolution Sight identified the device beneath the arena. Draconic Bloodline Extraction Array. Target, Eclipse Fenrir. Secondary target, Eye-Bearer. Kai shouted, they want Rook's bloodline. Jace's expression turned murderous. No chance. The Solar War Tiger attacked the nearest chain anchor. It bounced off a red barrier. Moss's Roots tried to crush another. Same result. Zip fired lightning. Nothing. The extraction array had been designed for mythic level bloodlines. Kai scanned it. Power source external. 6 anchors. Central control not in stadium. Signal direction. Beneath Nova Crown. The Dragon Vault. Kai's heart hammered. Vare was using the stadium attack to activate something under the capital. Rook's evolution had not just made him stronger. It had completed part of a key. Red Eye's voice came through Kai's interface directly. Now, do you understand? Kai shouted, get out of my head. No one nearby knew who he was talking to. Red Eye continued. Vare needed the Eclipse bloodline awake. The tournament gave him a legal excuse to bring you into the capital, force evolution pressure, and place you above the vault's relay grid. Kai clenched his teeth. You knew. Of course I knew. And you let it happen. I needed the vault open too. There it was. Black Sun was not helping. Marcus had been right. Kai looked at the extraction chains. How do I stop it? Red Eye laughed. Figure it out, Eye Bearer. The connection vanished. Kai wanted to punch him. Someday. For now, he had 6 impossible anchors and 1 wolf being drained. Rook's bloodline awakening dropped from 70% to 68. The system panel flashed. Extraction will cause permanent bloodline damage. Kai's panic disappeared. Cold focus replaced it. Everyone, stop hitting the anchors. Jace shouted. What? They want us feeding energy into the barrier. He scanned the red shield. Every incoming attack was being converted into extraction power. Classic trap. Kai looked at the 6 chains. They were not physical. They were contract energy conduits. That meant the strongest connection in the arena was not the anchors. It was Kai and Rook. During the Eclipse trial, their bond had been classified as mutual, not owner and tool. Two-way. Kai placed both hands against his contract. Mark. Rook. Give it back. Rook looked at him through the pain. Kai opened the bond completely. The extraction array pulled power from Rook. Kai pulled through the contract in the opposite direction. Pain hit him like electricity. He dropped to one knee. Syrah ran toward him. Do not touch me. She stopped. Kai's right eye turned blue-black. The Asterion interface opened an unknown function. External bloodline network detected. Reverse route available. Kai smiled through clenched teeth. Got you. Instead of resisting the extraction, he let the array connect deeper. Then he reversed it. Power rushed backward through the chains. Not Rook's bloodline. Nightfall domain. Darkness flooded the extraction network. The red anchors started turning black. Ver's eyes widened. No. 1 anchor cracked. Then 2. Then all 6 exploded. Rook dropped to the arena floor. Kai collapsed beside him. But the reversal did something else. For half a second, Kai saw where the extraction network led. Far beneath Nova Crown. A circular stone door larger than a building. Dragon bones embedded around it. At the center was an empty eye-shaped slot. And standing in front of the door was a man. Long hair. Torn research coat. Black chains around both arms. Kai's breath stopped. Dad? The vision vanished. The stadium returned. Rook pushed himself up. Kai did too. The extraction array was broken. Kai tried to stand and the right side of the arena disappeared. Not blurred. Gone. Asterion flashed one brutal warning across the little vision he had left. Neural load, 94%. Ocular conduction unstable. Deep analysis disabled. Continued use may cause temporary blindness. Syrah caught his shoulder before he fell. Kai, look at me, I'm trying. That is not funny, no. His right eye could still sense the contract bond, but ordinary sight through it had collapsed into black static. For the first time since evolution sight awakened, Kai had to accept that information was no longer available just because he wanted it. Then a black Han Dynamics transport dropped onto the emergency roof platform above the west stands. 3 private security officers pushed through the chaos. The lead officer reached Jace. Mr. Han, your father ordered immediate extraction. We have a protected route to the tower. Jace looked at the transport, then at a line of injured civilians waiting for an overloaded medical shuttle, then at Kai, half blind beside Rook. The officer lowered his voice. Sir, your family is not asking. Jace removed the silver Han Dynamics access band from his wrist and pressed it into the officer's hand. Good. Then I'm not answering. The officer froze. Jace pointed at the wounded civilians. Use the transport for them. Your father will be furious. He has practice. Jace turned back toward the arena and summoned his Solar War Tiger. Despite the beast's exhaustion, that was the moment Kai finally understood the change in him. Jace was not staying because the bracket, the academy, or Kai had trapped him there. He had a clean exit. He chose not to take it. A siren outside the stadium changed tone. General Marcus looked toward the city screens. His face went pale. A massive beast wave had appeared at Nova Crown's eastern barrier. Not wild animals. Ancient creatures. Species that should have been extinct for centuries. And above them, flying through the storm clouds, was a giant skeletal dragon wrapped in black fire. The championship had become a national emergency. Nova Crown had never heard a full evacuation alarm in 34 years. People did not understand what it meant at first. Then every public screen switched to emergency maps. The eastern barrier was failing. Ancient beasts were pouring through subway tunnels, drainage lines, and abandoned military sectors. The skeletal dragon above the city released one roar. Windows shattered across 6 blocks. General Marcus Vale took command immediately. All tournament beastmasters above 3-star are now emergency auxiliaries. Protect civilians first. Do not engage the dragon unless ordered. Jace recalled his injured tiger. Owen Drake arrived from the medical section with his Steelwing Griffin. Lyra Storm released her Tempest Elk. Noah summoned the Voidloom Spider. Princess Iris climbed onto Astra's back. The same competitors who had spent a week trying to knock each other out now formed one squad without argument. Milo looked around at the national level team. Okay, this part is kind of sick. Sierra slapped a healing patch onto his arm. Focus. Right. Terrifying national crisis. My bad. Kai knelt beside Rook. The Eclipse Fenrir had lost bloodline energy, but the extraction reversal had stabilized him. Combat capacity, 61%. Moss was tired. Zip had spent most of his lightning charge fighting in the stadium. Kai himself could barely stand straight. General Marcus looked at him. You stay here. Kai stood anyway, one hand over his useless right eye. No, that was an order, not military. Marcus's stare could have cracked armor. Kai continued. And whatever is happening out there is connected to the vault. Even with deep analysis locked, I know the extraction architecture better than anyone here. Before Marcus could answer, Noah's tablet chirped. A Black Sun runner had just left the stadium through a maintenance lane carrying a relay case that matched the extraction frequency. The runner was moving east. Kai pointed. That's our lead. He took one step. Sierra grabbed the back of his coat. No, Kai turned. Sierra, that case could tell us where Vayer is controlling the vault from. A rescue channel screamed over her comm. The West Concourse had partially collapsed. 43 civilians were trapped behind a fire door, and the suppression system had failed. Sierra did not hesitate. We take the concourse. The runner gets away. Then he gets away. Kai stared at her. Sierra's voice stayed calm. A clue can run. People under concrete cannot breathe longer because your mystery is important. Jace looked between them. Milo quietly said, she's right. Kai hated it, which was exactly why he knew she was right. He lowered his hand. Okay, your call. Sierra immediately took command. Jace, clear the fire door. Milo, tank holds the ceiling. Noah, find me the shortest air pocket. Kai, keep Rook off the unstable slab until I say move. Nobody argued. For 7 minutes, the national champion did exactly what Sierra told him. They pulled 43 people out. The Black Sun runner disappeared. Kai watched the empty service lane afterward and felt the cost of the choice. Then he looked at the children coughing behind Sierra's healing barrier. He would make the same choice again. Only then did the group move east. The city looked unreal. Emergency drones guided civilians through streets filled with smoke. Defense beasts stood at intersections. Military transports rushed toward the outer districts. Above everything flew the skeletal dragon. Kai tried to open evolution sight. Nothing. His right eye remained a field of black static. No, he muttered. Still blind. Noah sent a military archive image to the squad channel. Closest match is Gravewing. Eastern Gatekeeper class. Officially extinct. Milo looked up at the enormous burning skeleton. I missed 5 minutes ago when I didn't know that. The ground threat reached them first. A pack of ancient armored canines burst through a parking structure. Jace raised a hand to attack. Rook stepped in front of him and growled. Wait, Kai said. He could not read a panel, but Rook's emotions came through the contract with impossible clarity. Recognition, grief, family. Kai remembered an image from the archive cache. Moonchain hounds, black marks pulsed across their chests. Sierra crouched without getting close enough to be bitten. Those marks are feeding mana inward, not outward. Noah zoomed a drone camera. Command knots. Externals looked toward the eastern barrier. So they're being controlled. Kai nodded. Then we don't kill them, Jace exhaled. Of course, your plan got harder. Moss moved beside Rook. His jade horns began to glow. Sierra noticed first. Kai, let him try. Kai almost asked the interface for a probability. The blackness in his right eye reminded him he could not. He looked at Moss instead. Your choice, buddy. Moss touched one horn to the pack leader's mark. Green light spread. The hound screamed. Rook stayed nose to nose with it, refusing to move. The black seal cracked, then shattered. The pack leader's cloudy eyes cleared. Milo whispered, okay, that was actually beautiful. The other hounds began whining. Moss went to the next one, then the next. By the 9th seal, his legs were shaking. Kai stepped forward. Enough. Moss snapped at his sleeve. Sierra put a hand on Kai's arm. Don't turn care into control again. Kai stopped. The purified pack leader walked back, pressed its forehead against Moss's antlers, and released a low pulse. The other freed hounds joined it. Their shared energy poured into Moss. Roots burst through the street. Jade armor layered across his body. Bronze antlers spread like living branches, and his small leaf crest opened into a broad crown. When the light faded, Moss stood as a verdant antlered drake, large enough to carry Kai and powerful enough to spread a cleansing sanctuary through the entire block. No stat list was necessary. Kai could see what the change meant. Moss slammed both forelegs down. Green light rolled across the remaining pack. Every coercion mark broke at once. 20 ancient hounds turned toward the eastern barrier and howled beside Rook. For the next 20 minutes, the team stopped treating the invasion like a hunt. They treated it like a rescue. Noah mapped command marks. Sierra decided which creatures could be cleansed safely and which had to be restrained. Jason Owen opened lanes without killing anything they could save. Iris and Astra froze collapsing structures long enough for families to escape. Milo and Tank stood in every terrible place that needed something too stubborn to move. Kai coordinated with one eye and no hidden answers. At East Avenue, a bronze serpent smashed through a subway entrance. Mark behind the jaw. Sierra shouted. How do you know? Kai asked. Because I have eyes too. Jace laughed once. She's been waiting months to say that. Rook opened the angle. Moss shattered the mark. The serpent froze, looked around as if waking from a nightmare, and lowered its head. The city line began stabilizing. Then the Gravewing descended. Its shadow covered 3 streets. General Marcus's voice hit every comm at once. Clear East Avenue. Emperor-class corpse descending. The dragon's skull opened. Black fire gathered inside. Noah's root projection appeared on their visors. Straight through a civilian shelter. More than 4,000 people. Iris shouted. Astra, prism wall. The crystal dragon threw up a barrier. It cracked on impact. Jace's tiger added radiant armor. Lyra forced wind into the blast. Still not enough. Zip looked at the storm above them. Kai felt his intent and immediately said, No. Zip chirped. You are exhausted. Another chirp. Ruder this time. Milo pointed upward. I think he just called you a coward. He absolutely did. Lightning webbed across the emergency clouds. Zip had absorbed 97 natural strikes across months of training. Kai remembered the old evolution condition without needing a panel. 3 more. Zip launched. Zip. The first bolt hit him. Then the second. He fell. Kai's contract screamed with him. Abort. Zip spread 1 damaged wing and climbed anyway. The third bolt came down. The sky turned gold. For 1 terrifying second, the contract went silent. Then a new presence slammed back into Kai's chest. A giant navy blue predator tore out of the storm. Golden feather blades crowned both wings. Copper horn whiskers swept behind a sleek, animal-like face. 2 luminous tails split the rain. Storm-crowned rock. Milo stared. Your pets cannot process trauma normally. Kai laughed despite himself. Apparently not. Zip. Iris shouted. Don't block the breath. Bend it. Zip screamed and cast a lightning net around the black fire. Astra shifted the prism wall. Lyra forced the wind higher. The dragon breath curved above the shelter and detonated in the clouds. 4,000 people lived. Zip immediately flew past the Gravewing's face and screamed something disrespectful. The corpse dragon chased him toward the abandoned industrial district. Jace looked at Kai. Did he just taunt an Emperor-class corpse? Runs in the family. Heavy military units redirected. The civilians were finally out of the line of fire. At the industrial district, Noah's spider threads picked up a command pulse repeating every 3 seconds. Source moves with the skull, Noah said. Astra fired crystal shards across the dragon's face. The pulse stuttered when 1 shard crossed the left eye socket. Iris saw it. Left eye. Kai did not scan. He trusted them. Then that's our door. Jace pointed at the 30-meter skull. Tiny problem. It's 30 meters in the air. Moss makes stairs. Zip makes a window. Rook breaks the lock. And if that fails, Sierra answered before Kai could. Then we stop pretending Kai is the only person allowed to improvise. Jace smiled. I like her version better. The military pinned 1 wing. Astra froze the neck for 3 seconds. Moss. A root tower erupted through the factory floor. Rook sprinted up it. Zip. Now. Lightning burst across the eye sockets. Rook jumped. The Gravewing snapped sideways. He missed. Kai's depth perception was useless. He could not rescue the angle with the predictive overlay. Rook. Jace's Flamehawk dove beneath him. Rook hit its back for half a heartbeat and launched again. Jace shouted, "You owe me a bird, Sovereign Fang." Rook buried his teeth behind the left eye. Black gold fire entered the command seal. The Gravewing froze. The black flames inside its bones went out. A blue dragon spirit appeared around the skeleton for one quiet moment. Asterion did not show Kai a panel. Instead, an archival voice spoke inside his head. Valor, Keeper of the Eastern Gate. Killed during Operation Dawn Harvest. Kai's stomach tightened. The spirit lowered its head toward Rook and Moss, then dissolved. The skeleton collapsed across the empty factory. General Marcus came over the comm. Eastern Barrier Stable. Beast Wave is brave. Nobody cheered immediately. They were too tired. Kai sat against a broken wall with half his vision missing. Rook dropped his head into Kai's lap. Zip landed above them like he had personally invented lightning. Moss curled beside Sierra and fell asleep. Jace slid down the wall. For the record, I still hate your plans. Kai closed his good eye. That one was mostly everybody else. Sierra smiled. Good. You're learning. The city was safe. But the archival name inside Kai's head would not leave him. Operation Dawn Harvest. Not the Great Dragon Slaying War. Asterion had just used the older name without being asked, which meant the system had known the official history was false long before Kai did. For the first time, his ability did not feel like a gift. It felt like a witness that had been refusing to testify. The battle was over. Nobody in the industrial district spoke for several seconds. Then General Marcus's voice came through the comms. Eastern Barrier stabilized. Beast wave breaking. Repeat. Nova Crown is secure. Cheers erupted across every military channel. Kai sat on the ground beside Moss, exhausted beyond words. Rook walked over and dropped his giant head into Kai's lap. Zip landed on a broken pipe and puffed his new golden crest proudly. Moss curled around Sierra and immediately fell asleep. Milo lay flat on Tank's back. Jace sat against a wall. Noah's glasses were cracked. Iris climbed down from Astra and looked at the dragon bones. They had saved the capital. But Kai could not stop thinking about the last system line. Great Dragon Blood Harvest. The interface had used that phrase automatically. Not Great Dragon Slaying War. Blood Harvest. Asterion knew the real name, which meant the system had known the official history was false from the beginning. Kai looked at the faint blue glow in his right eye. For the first time, his ability did not feel like a gift. It felt like a witness that had been refusing to testify. The morning after the Nova Crown attack, Kai woke up in a military hospital with Rook's head on his chest and a pressure patch over his right eye. The doctors had a name for what he had done to himself. Acute resonance neuropathy. Sierra had a shorter name. Stupid. His sight was expected to return, but Deep Evolution sight was medically locked for 72 hours, and any forced override could turn temporary blindness into something permanent. The Eclipse Fenrir weighed nearly 200 kilos. Kai could not feel his legs. He opened his left eye. Rook. Rook snored. Killer bloodline. Mythic potential. Murdered by dog. Nap. A chair moved beside the bed. Sierra looked up from a tablet. You're awake. Barely. She glanced at Rook. Want help? Kai tried to move one arm. No, I accepted my fate. Milo walked in carrying breakfast trays. He saw Kai pinned under Rook and immediately took a picture. Kai pointed weakly. Delete that. Never. Jace entered behind him. Already sent it to the group chat. Kai stared. You too? Jace shrugged. Character development. For 10 minutes, the room almost felt normal. Then Princess Iris arrived with General Marcus Vale and Dean Celine Ward. The jokes stopped. Marcus closed the door. The official death count is 83. Kai looked down. 83 people. They had saved thousands. It still did not feel like a win. Marcus continued. Without the tournament teams in Eastern Defense, projections were above 12,000. Milo stopped eating. Iris placed a tablet on the table. News coverage showed Kai, Jace, Sierra, Milo, Noah, and the other competitors fighting through the city. The clip of Rook reversing the extraction array had been viewed over 60 million times. Another clip showed Zip redirecting the dragon breath. Another showed Moss purifying moonchain hounds. The public had turned the group into national heroes overnight. Kai looked at Celine. Does that make us safer? She understood the real question. Somewhat. Marcus added. It makes quietly disappearing you much harder. Milo raised one finger. Love that this is a normal sentence now. Iris looked at Kai. There's more. She played footage from the stadium. The moment the royal security officer fired at Kai, the camera angle clearly showed Lucian Veyer speaking to the officer seconds earlier. Not enough to prove the exact order. Enough to create questions. Vare had already released a statement claiming the officer was a Black Sun infiltrator. The officer himself was dead. Killed during the attack. Convenient. Kai asked, "Where is Vare now?" Marcus's jaw tightened. "Royal Palace. Still Grand Advisor?" "Yes." Milo stared. "Bro got caught in 4K and kept his job?" Iris gave him a tired look. "Politics. That is the worst superpower." Kai almost agreed. Dean Celine stepped closer to the bed. "There is something I owe you." Kai looked at her. "The first day we met, I knew your name before you introduced yourself." Kai remembered. At the barrier breach in Greyhaven, Celine had called him Kai Ren after checking no identification. He had never thought about it. Why? Celine took a slow breath. "I knew Darius." Kai was too tired to be surprised anymore. Apparently everyone did except me. Celine gave a small, sad smile. "Your father saved my life during the Asterion shutdown. He asked me to watch Greyhaven if he failed to return." Kai stared at her. "You knew he was alive after he disappeared? For 6 months. What happened after that?" He sent one final message. "Keep Kai away from beast research. Keep the pendant hidden. If his eye changes, run." Kai looked at the black stone pendant on the bedside table. "You did a terrible job with the first two." Celine laughed once. "You were difficult to redirect. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because the people hunting Darius monitored everyone connected to him. I thought ignorance might keep you safe." Kai looked away. He understood the logic. He hated it anyway. Celine continued. "When I saw you stand in front of that Ravager with no beast, I knew I couldn't keep you weak on purpose. So you gave me the Academy card." "Yes." Kai looked at Rook. That one card had led him to Apex. Rook had led him to Evolution. Sight. Everything had started from a choice Celine made in the rain. "Thank you," he said. Celine nodded. Then her expression became hard. "And now I'm telling you the same thing your father told me. Be careful with Vare." Kai smiled faintly. "Join the club." 3 days later, Kai left the hospital. Nova Crown was already rebuilding. Murals of the tournament team appeared on damaged walls. Stores sold fake Eclipse Fenrir toys within 48 hours, which Kai considered terrifying supply chain efficiency. Rook saw one through a shop window. The toy had tiny horns and a giant head. Rook growled at it. Kai bought it. Rook carried it home in his mouth. Mia laughed until she cried. The Ren apartment was no longer private. Reporters waited outside. Sponsors called non-stop. The government offered Kai temporary housing in a secure district. Mia accepted before Kai could complain. "You can have principals after we get a bathroom that does not leak." Fair. They moved into an academy-owned townhouse near Apex. Moss discovered the backyard and immediately claimed a sunny rock. Zip discovered the roof and immediately annoyed 3 neighborhood security drones. Rook discovered the larger refrigerator. Everybody adjusted quickly. A week after the attack, the Chancellor Queen summoned Kai to the royal palace. This was the reward he had wanted before everything went insane. Champion title, royal audience, grand archive access. Now, it felt like walking into the enemy's house while pretending to enjoy dinner. General Marcus insisted on accompanying him. Princess Iris met them at the palace gates. Jace came as championship runner-up. Sierra was invited for civilian rescue commendation. Milo somehow got a medal for defensive service and spent the entire ride asking whether he had to bow. "Yes," Iris said. "How low?" "Normal low." "What is normal low?" "Knees are unnecessary. Helpful." The royal hall was lined with officials, generals, guild leaders, and media cameras. At the far end sat Chancellor Queen Elena Valen. She was not old. Late 40s, silver black hair, calm gray eyes. Kai had expected somebody distant. Instead, when he approached, she stood. "Kai Ren," he bowed. "Your Majesty, you saved my daughter's companion. You helped protect this city. And apparently you destroyed half an arena sprinkler system during your first star test." Kai froze. Iris looked away to hide a smile. The Queen continued, "An impressive range of achievements." Kai decided he liked her humor. Then he saw Lucian Vare standing 3 steps to the throne's right. The feeling disappeared. Vare smiled politely. "Champion Ren, we finally meet." Kai looked at him. "We were in the same stadium. Unfortunate circumstances." "Very." The cameras caught only 2 calm young men speaking. Nobody heard the knives inside the words. The Queen awarded medals. Milo bowed to Lo and almost headbutted the medal tray. Sierra caught him by the back of his jacket. Jace somehow maintained perfect royal etiquette and looked unbearably pleased with himself. Kai received the title of National Young Beastmaster Champion and a black access card to the Nova Crown Grand Archive. Ver presented the card personally. His fingers touched Kai's for half a second. Evolution's site reacted. For the first time, it displayed a panel over a human. Lucian Ver. Species classification: human. Foreign bloodline integration detected. Dragon source: unknown. Asterion authorization level: root. Kai nearly dropped the card. Ver noticed the change in his face. His smile deepened. You really do have his eyes. Kai lowered his voice. My father's, Ver replied. Not exactly. Then he stepped away. Kai spent the rest of the ceremony pretending his pulse was normal. The Grand Archive opened to him the next morning. Unlike Crownspire Tower, this place was modern, underground, and built like a bank vault. Every floor required biometric verification. The champion card gave Kai access through historical level 7. Iris quietly upgraded it to level 9. Milo asked how. Iris said, Princess. Milo nodded. Broken class. Kai searched with Sierra, Noah, Iris, and Jace. Milo came too, mostly to carry food and make inappropriate comments about government filing systems. They looked for 3 things: Dragon Vault, Darius Ren, Great Dragon Blood Harvest. The first search returned architecture files with every useful section redacted. The second returned a sealed criminal record. The third returned 0 results. Noah frowned. They did not delete the phrase. They built the archive so it never existed. Kai placed the black dragon scale on the table. It had reappeared after the extraction reversal. Not physically the same scale, perhaps. The original had dissolved into Rook's evolution. This one had formed inside Kai's inventory as a recovered residue. Evolution site still refused to analyze it. But when Kai moved it near the archive terminal, a hidden icon appeared. A dragon eye. Kai touched it. The entire screen changed. Level 9 vanished. A new directory opened. Level 0. Pre-crown records. Everyone stopped breathing. Milo whispered. That feels illegal. Noah replied. Very nice. They opened the first file. It was not text. It was a video recording dated 312 years earlier. The quality was terrible, but the image was clear enough. A dragon stood chained inside a circular chamber. Human researchers collected glowing blood into crystal tanks. The dragon spoke, not roared. Spoke. Your king promised peace. A human officer answered, your sovereign refused integration. We refused slavery, the officer signaled. Machines activated. The dragon screamed. Sierra looked away. Jace's jaw clenched. The file did not end there. Asterion expanded the recording into a preserved operation sequence, rebuilding the room around them from archived sensory data. Kai found himself standing inside a command center 3 centuries old, while soldiers dragged wounded dragons through processing gates below. A royal commander ordered, secure every viable bloodline before rival nations do. Behind him, scribes prepared bulletins describing an unprovoked dragon assault. Noah whispered, they wrote the cover story before the fighting was over. Iris looked physically sick. The record kept moving without waiting for them. The memory jumped forward 3 days. Armored wagons carried dragon cores toward the capital, while human settlements received emergency broadcasts blaming dragons for the violence. Every act of resistance was edited into proof of invasion. The lie did not follow the war. The lie was being built at the same time. Villages burned. Dragons fought back. Human broadcasts called every retaliation proof of invasion. What history named a war had begun as a harvest operation. Then the memory showed the numbers without reading them aloud. Thousands of living signatures dimmed across a map until only scattered lights remained. Iris whispered, my family built the throne on this. Kai answered quietly, your family history matters. It still does not make you the person who ordered this. Rook's presence pressed warm against Kai's contract. Kai added, if blood decided guilt forever, he would have every reason to hate me for being human. The archive shifted. Darius Ren appeared in a modern laboratory, alarms flashing behind him and exhaustion carved across his face. First truth. Oraction never died. The last Asterion sovereign has been imprisoned beneath Nova Crown since the harvest. A monitor showed one colossal heartbeat feeding research lines tied to chimeras, forced evolution, Astra, and classified programs. Darius faced the camera. Ver wants to control Oraction by rebuilding the eye. He cannot. That was never its purpose. A diagram showed 2 bonded creatures sharing information freely, no chains, command seal, or owner standing above the other. The eye teaches species what they can become, Darius said. It reveals evolutionary truth. It was never built to rule dragons. Kai's interface flashed a buried memory, an ancient dragon showing a younger beast possible forms, then waiting for its choice. Everything shifted. Evolution. Sight had not begun as a human cheat. It was a teaching archive built around knowledge and consent. Darius lifted a black ocular core matching Kai's pendant. I removed this before Vare finished rewriting the interface. I hid it in a dormant vessel. If Kai inherits it, I failed to keep my children outside this war. His voice tightened. Kai's compatibility came from prenatal exposure during the Greyhaven resonance accident. I never chose this for him. Kai understood. No prophecy. No chosen one destiny. His power was another consequence of the work that broke his family. Darius looked into the lens. Kai, Mia, I'm sorry. Remember this. The eye gives information. The choice must remain yours. The recording ended. Sira steadied Kai with one hand on his shoulder, and this time, he did not pretend he was fine. Darius left one final thing, an encrypted map. The black scale activated it, revealing a route beneath Nova Crown toward the Dragon Vault. The black scale reacted. Lines appeared underneath Nova Crown. One route began inside the Royal Archive itself. A hidden elevator shaft. The destination had one label. Dragon Vault Outer Tomb. Iris stood up. We are not going tonight. Kai looked at her. Why not? Because we just discovered the royal government hid a living dragon under the city for 3 centuries. We need a plan. Milo pointed at Iris. Thank you. Finally, responsible person. Kai nodded. Tomorrow night, Iris stared. That is not what I meant. Tomorrow night became tonight when the archive alarm activated. Every level 0 file started deleting itself. Noah jumped to a terminal. Remote purge. From where? Kai asked. Noah's hands moved quickly. Royal Administrator Channel. I can slow the file deletion, but I cannot stop the authority token. Vare. Rows of records vanished from the screen. 30%. 42. 51. Kai opened Evolution Sight. Nothing useful appeared. No beast. No core. No biological system to read. For once, his cheat might as well have been a flashlight in daylight. Iris pushed past him. Move. Kai looked at her. You can crack this? No. Noah glanced over. Iris pulled a ceremonial signet from beneath her uniform. But I know what the palace does when 2 royal authority chains conflict. She pressed the signet against a dead section of the terminal. Nothing happened. Then she entered 3 dates. Her grandfather's death. Her grandmother's coronation. The day Iris herself had been entered into the succession registry. A hidden menu opened. Royal Continuity Protocol. Noah's eyes widened. That is not in the network map. It isn't supposed to be. The protocol was built so a future monarch could preserve state evidence if the current administration was compromised. Milo stared. Your family has an anti-coup button? Iris kept working. Every old monarchy has an anti-coup button. Most call it tradition. Jace gave a small nod. That was actually good. Milo looked betrayed. Everybody is taking my job. Iris selected mirror before purge. The deletion counter stopped at 68%. Then the deleted files began appearing inside a sealed continuity partition. Noah smiled for the first time in minutes. I can copy from that. Do it. Kai watched Iris work. No evolution sight. No hidden stat panel. No miracle pet. Just knowledge she had carried her whole life, and finally chosen to use against the system that raised her. The hidden map reappeared. One route beneath the Royal Archive unlocked. Iris frowned. The continuity protocol recognizes the elevator as emergency sovereign infrastructure. Kai copied the map to his interface. The hidden elevator icon flashed. Access available for 90 seconds. If they waited, the path could disappear forever. Kai looked at Iris. She closed her eyes for 1 second. I hate that this is now the least irresponsible option. Milo pointed toward the exit. I would like it formally recorded that I think this is a bad idea. Sira grabbed his sleeve and pulled him toward the hidden door. Recorded. The group entered a maintenance corridor behind the archive wall. Kai, Sira, Milo, Jace, Noah, and Iris. No official guards. No permission. Rook, Moss, Zip, Vastra, Tank, Solar War, Tiger, Voidloom, Spider, and Lumi remained ready inside contract spaces. The hidden elevator had no buttons. Kai held the black scale against an eye-shaped slot. The doors closed. They descended. 1 minute. 2, 5. Milo looked at the floor indicator. There is no number, Noah said. We are below mapped infrastructure. That was not comforting. The elevator stopped. The doors opened onto a stone tunnel. No electricity, no modern walls. Everything was ancient. Dragon carvings covered the ceiling. Rook emerged from contract space without being summoned. So did Moss. Astra forced her own way out beside Iris. All three draconic-linked beasts stared down the tunnel. Something was calling them. Kai's interface opened. Asterion archival zone detected. Administrator access unavailable. Guest access recognized. Kai whispered, "Guest?" Then a voice spoke in his head. "Welcome back, Eye-bearer." Not Red-Eye. Not the usual system. Tone, older, deeper. The tunnel. Lights came alive one by one with blue flame. They walked. The first chamber contained bones. Hundreds. Dragon skulls stacked against the walls. Small ones too. Juveniles. Syrah covered her mouth. Iris stopped moving. A metal plaque on the wall carried the old royal crest. Specimen disposal sector. Milo whispered. They called them specimens. Kai's right eye burned. Evolution site identified individual remains. Frostwing juvenile, age 6. Stone dragon juvenile, age 9. Elder cloud serpent, age 211. Cause of death repeated again and again. Blood extraction, core extraction, organ harvest. Kai shut the panels off. He did not need more data. Rook walked beside him in silence. The second chamber held statues of human researchers. Most faces had been damaged. One statue remained intact. Lucian Veyr. The plaque carried the same 87-year-old date as the photograph Iris had recovered. Nobody acted surprised this time. That somehow made it worse. The photograph could have been forged. Metadata could be manipulated. A name could be inherited. But here was the same face carved into a sealed tomb that had not been opened in generations. Iris touched the old royal crest beneath the statue. So it was true. Jace stared at Veyr's stone smile. I preferred him when he was only a corrupt government guy. Kai activated evolution sight for 1 second, then shut it off before the neural warning could climb again. Historical subject match confirmed. Foreign draconic integration residue recorded. That was enough. They already knew what the clue meant. The question now was what Veyr had been doing with almost a century of stolen time. The third chamber was a laboratory frozen in time. Old monitors, broken tanks, a desk covered in handwritten notes. Kai recognized the handwriting immediately. His father's. Darius had been here. Recently enough that the paper had not decayed. One note read, "The outer tomb is not the vault. It is a pressure lock. Oraction lies deeper. Veyr cannot open the final gate without 3 living resonance keys. Fenrir, Guardian Blood, Grove, Dragon Blood, and an eye host." Kai looked at Rook, then Moss, then touched his right eye. 3 keys. He had brought all 3. Jace swore, "We need to leave." The stone door behind them slammed shut. Milo pointed. Fantastic timing. Red symbols appeared across the walls. A familiar voice came from hidden speakers. Lucian Veyr. "Thank you, Kai." Iris's face went cold. "Advisor," Veyr laughed softly. "Your Highness, I had hoped you would stay out of this. You attacked the stadium. I corrected a problem. You tried to kill me." "No, tried to provoke the interface. There is a difference." Kai looked around. "You used Black Sun. They used me as well." Temporary cooperation between enemies is hardly rare. Root extraction lines appeared under the floor. Rook growled. Moss's roots spread defensively. Kai's interface warned. Resonance key activation sequence beginning. Veyr continued. Darius spent years trying to hide the keys from me. He never imagined his son would collect them personally, evolve them, become nationally protected, and walk into the lock by choice. Kai clenched his fists. "Where is my father?" Silence. Then Veyr said, "Closer than you think." The floor opened. The group dropped. Moss caught Kai and Syrah with roots. Astra grabbed Iris. Zip emerged and caught Milo by the back of his jacket. Milo swung in the air. "I hate underground lore." Jace landed on his tiger. Noah's spider webbed a wall. They descended into a gigantic circular chamber. At the center stood a stone coffin. Not a dragon-sized prison. Human-sized. Kai stopped breathing. The coffin had one name carved across the lid. Darius Wren. Kai forgot the dragon under the city. Forgot Veyr. Forgot the team behind him. For a few seconds, the entire world narrowed to 12 letters cut into stone. His father's name. Kai remembered a hand guiding his first cheap bicycle down Greyhaven Street. A voice pretending burnt eggs were breakfast. The black pendant pressed into Kai's palm on the last night Darius came home. Then the empty chair, the unanswered calls. Every birthday where Mia asked whether Dad might show up this year, and Kai lied that maybe he would. Kai's knees gave out. He caught himself on the coffin. No, the word came out too small. He hit the lid once with the side of his fist. You don't get to do this. Sierra moved toward him. Kai hit the stone again. You don't get to vanish, leave me a broken pendant, make me raise Mia alone, and then just be under the city the whole time. His voice broke on the last sentence. Nobody spoke. Jace looked away. Milo stared at the floor. Iris lowered her weapon. Kai pressed both hands against the coffin. I spent years deciding whether you were dead, or whether you chose not to come back. A knock came from inside. Once. Kai stopped breathing. A second knock answered him. His anger collapsed so fast it left nothing underneath but a kid who wanted his father. Dad? The black pendant around Kai's neck shattered. Blue light entered his right eye. Asterion opened across the chamber. Root archive synchronization complete. Host confirmed. Kai Ren. Memory restrictions partially removed. Kai ignored everything except the coffin. Scan him. A warning appeared. Current neural load, 78%. Root life verification requires projected 24% additional load. Risk of ocular shutdown, critical. Sierra grabbed his wrist. No, Kai looked at her. I need to know. You heard the coffin. I need to know. Sierra held his gaze for a long second. Then she released him. One scan. The moment I say, stop, you stop. You do not get to turn loving him into another excuse to destroy yourself. Kai nodded. For once, he meant it. Deep verify. Pain went through his skull like a nail. The stone became transparent for half a heartbeat. A human body floated inside a web of blue-black resonance threads. Older, thinner, scarred, alive. One heartbeat, then another. The interface confirmed it. Identity match, Darius Ren. Life state, suspended resonance. Release protocol, inaccessible. Kai laughed and sobbed at the same time. He's alive. Then his right eye went dark. The left followed. Kai dropped. Sierra caught him before his head hit the coffin. Stop. I stopped. You hit 100%. I know. You are completely blind. Temporarily. If you say that like it's a win going to sedate you. Kai shut up. He could no longer see the system, so Asterion changed modes. A voice spoke directly into his mind. Survival directive update. Asterion switched to audio because Kai could no longer see. Archive integrity audit complete. Crown War records falsified. Black Sun network fragmented. Ashfall testimony consistent. That did not make Red Eye trustworthy. It did mean the facts he had given Kai were finally supported by something older than any living government. The next confirmation was worse. Lucian Veyer. Continuous identity. 93 years. Human draconic integration verified. Unauthorized command modifications detected under Veyer research key. Kai understood the final insult. The interface that had guided him since Rook's first evolution had itself been edited by the man hunting them. He pressed his palm harder against Darius's coffin. Can you release him? Asterion answered immediately, not without altering Oraction containment pressure. Noah translated the old seal diagram aloud. Darius's suspended resonance was functioning as part of the lock. Freeing him carelessly could weaken the Sovereign's prison. One prison was bracing another. Kai finally understood why Darius had chosen this place and why Veyer had spent years trying to reconstruct the eye. Before anyone could speak again, the chamber speakers clicked. A familiar, calm voice entered the room. Lucian Veyer had been listening. Kai could not see the chamber, but he heard Veyer's voice come through the old speakers. Congratulations. You finally found the version Darius tried to preserve. Kai's hands tightened. Where are you? Not somewhere you can reach tonight. You put my father in this coffin. A pause. No, Darius did. Kai went still. Veyer continued. He used suspended resonance to keep himself out of my hands after sabotaging the final gate. He chose a prison because death would have given me his key. The coffin knocked once. Weak, but deliberate. That answer did not make Kai less angry, but it changed the shape of the anger. His father had not abandoned them. He had trapped himself here to stop Veyer. A massive roar rolled up from beneath the chamber. Stone cracked. Milo said, please tell me that answer was the good news portion. Iris looked over the split floor. It was. Far below them, a dark blue eye opened. Oraction, the last dragon sovereign. Noah read the seal monitor aloud, because Kai could not see it. Final vault integrity, 98%. Falling slowly, The mess had finally narrowed to one immediate problem. The sovereign was waking, and Veyr wanted it awake. Asterion played one recovered memory. Darius stood in this same chamber, years earlier, speaking toward the darkness below. If my son ever reaches this place, do not judge him for what humans did, Oraction answered, ancient and exhausted. Then do not judge my children for fearing what humans may do again. The memory ended. Iris looked at the Seal Network console. There are 3 surviving vault nodes in the old records. Noah checked. Only Nova Crown is active. A single faint signal blinked far across the Eastern Ocean, then disappeared. No world map full of hundreds of disasters. Kai opened the private channel. Red-Eye answered on the first ring. You found him. It was not a question. Kai said, Darius is alive. For once, Red-Eye sounded relieved. Then one death survived long enough to matter. Kai asked, what does your cell do now? Ashfall stops using you as bait. A data packet entered Noah's terminal. It contained one location, Veyr's surface relay hub beneath the Eastern Ministry District. Red-Eye continued, we will keep that relay busy for 24 hours. After that, my people disappear. No recruitment speech. No secret handshake. Kai frowned. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Judge what I do next, not the symbol on my coat. That was Darius's rule, not mine. The channel closed. Noah verified the coordinates. Real infrastructure, active traffic. For the first time, Red-Eye had given them something usable without demanding anything back. Milo still looked offended. I hate when mysterious criminals become emotionally complicated. Kai almost laughed. Get in line. Then the coffin knocked again. Sierra flicked his forehead. Ow. Good. You can still feel consequences. A small laugh moved through the chamber. They needed it. Then Darius knocked again. Kai placed his palm flat on the coffin. This time he did not scan. He did not force the system. He simply stayed there. I know you're alive. 1 knock. I'm getting you out. 2 knocks. And after that, you are explaining literally everything. 3rd knock. Milo whispered. That sounded like agreement. Jace said. It sounded like fear. Kai smiled for real. The season had begun with him wanting one thing. Enough power that he would never be helpless when someone he loved was in danger. He had gotten stronger than he ever imagined. But strength had not solved the important problems for him. Rook had taught him that progress without consent could become cruelty. Zero had taught him that a correct number could still produce a wrong decision. Sierra had taught him that the right clue was sometimes less important than the person in front of you. Jace had walked away from the safest exit because being better mattered more than looking superior. And now, his father was alive beneath his hand because Darius had chosen imprisonment over letting Veyr repeat the harvest. The Crown's lie about history was no longer a theory. They had the archive. Veyr's stolen longevity and his hand inside Asterion were no longer questions either. They had names, dates, and proof. Black Sun was not one secret evil army. It was a fractured network born from survivors, and then twisted by different people for different purposes. For the first time, the truth felt smaller instead of larger. Darius was alive. Veyr wanted Oraction awake. Everything else could wait until Kai survived those 2 facts. The coffin knocked again beneath Kai's palm. Then, through the resonance threads inside the stone, a voice scraped across the chamber for the first time. Kai. It was weak, distorted, and unmistakably his father. Kai forgot every prepared question. His throat closed. Yeah, Dad, I'm here. Darius breathed once through the coffin. Mia? Kai laughed through tears. Still terrifying. Still waiting for you. So you're coming home. A deeper voice rolled up from beneath them before Darius could answer. Oraction spoke in the present, not a memory. I bearer. Opening that prison weakens mine. The chamber went silent. Kai could not see the dragon, but he felt Rook beside him and his father's heartbeat under his hand. Then I find another way. Oraction answered, choose quickly. Far above, Veyr's signal returned to the vault. Kai tightened his grip on the coffin. Round 2 starts now. End of part 1.